it's amazing.
Well, I don't know how to resolve it. Okay, so this is what we're stuck with. I'm closing every other tab that I have. So
It's probably in your settings on your
maybe.
Yeah.
Streamlabs.
Maybe too many underscores.
That's what it
That's
definitely
right.
Yeah, or maybe try. It might be StreamYard. So if you go to settings,
try.
camera.
Let's try
what that's
switching
what
to a different camera and see if that makes a difference.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
there you go.
Yeah, that does make a difference.
The camera is the other camera, so it's just
Okay,
my
so just making sure.
FaceTime
Yeah.
Stop it. Make it small. Okay.
Well, you don't want to be the
Thank you.
focus? You don't want to be the focus of the panel?
I would really not want to be. No, thank you.
Fuck. All right. That's fine.
Is this a new product you're pushing, Gibbs?
Well, I gotta
Gibbs,
say,
what are you doing? What is that? I've seen those in the store.
Oh yeah, the jade rollers.
There's no good reason to own one.
I gotta be honest. I was real skeptical when I got someone told me to buy this and try it out. It was like $8, and I was like, "Bro, my two best purchases in the last year that I enjoy. I've got the most enjoyment out of them. Have been this stupid thing and that stupid fucking violin that I got. Both of them were $8, and this is amazing. It feels like a massage for your face every time I do it. I guess I didn't know I had so much tension right here, and I don't know if it actually gets rid of the bags, but dear Lord, it feels amazing. Wonderful.
That's awesome.
It literally feels like the stress melts off my face as I do it. I just don't even know.
The stress melts off. And you're rolling a jade rock, assuming it's real jade.
It has to be jade for sure.
Yeah,
It has to be. Real, authentic jade. None of that fake crap.
For $8, I guess,
And this feels like the stress is melting off your face.
I'm telling you, it feels like I hold all my stress here in my right here, and then I guess right here, and I mean bro, it's so relaxing. It feels so good.
You hold your stress under your eyes.
Yeah, I guess it's just like right here. It's probably because I broke. It's probably because it's all been shattered on this side.
Yo, can I get a quick mic check? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
You guys can hear me good? All right, cool. Thank you.
Although you seem lower quality than usual in terms of, at least to my ears.
Oh, I mean, I'm in a completely new place. This is my girlfriend's house, so I'll try to fix everything up.
It doesn't sound like bad, but it seems way more echoey than usual. Like, it doesn't seem like you're using.
It looks like a girl's room. It does. Look at that in the background.
It has the tapestry in the background.
It does. It does.
It's the tapestry.
She's into crystals. I know it.
Yeah. Oh, so many crystals. So many crystals. But is the quality okay? Like we will live?
Yeah. You're fine.
It's a little echoey, but
does she have a jade eye roller like Admiral Gibbs? Does she
yup.
Oh,
for sure.
Does she have plants? Does she have plants?
Oh, so many. Two cats. Has her own little podcast that she runs out of here. She has a great time.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is perfect femininity on display there.
Is it a health and wellness podcast?
Well, I object to the
oddly enough, so she used to be a Jehovah's Witness, and she had since left. So it's like a podcast, reconstructionist is what they call themselves, and it's just kind of talking about having left, because you have to deconstruct when you leave, and then you have to reconstruct when you go on with your life. So they have a whole podcast about that. If anyone wants to check that out.
Okay, well, tell the name. What's the name?
The Reconstructionist. It's on. It'll be on like.
It's got it. Yeah. All right. Cool. All right. Well, great. Shout out to her. Let's get started since we're all here. Thanks all for being around. This is the Revy Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. We have a fun group today. And we'll have another person join us later on, but it'll take them a while. But let's start with our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, thanks for being here. How are you, friend?
Doing all right. Prime, you missed a very calm, rational discussion I had with Fnatic about the O.J. Simpson trial. So you got to reel your man in because he's fucking crazy. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I'm not kidding. He's crazy. All right, go ahead.
You just found this out now. Sorry.
So, okay. All right, hold on. how did just give me a TLDR, right? But before you told me you were convinced that OJ didn't do it, and now you went to the opposite side.
No. So I suspected he did it. Okay, and then I read the entire Wikipedia, along with the sources contained within Wikipedia, and then I was very convinced that he did it. O.J. Simpson definitely did it. But Fanatic doesn't think so, and we had was supposed to go for 2 hours. It only went 1 hour. He cut it off, unfortunately.
Surprising. Shocked.
Yeah, and I'm on Twitter calling him out, and he's not answering me. So it went well.
What did you do that made him call it off?
I asked some pretty simple questions, right? Some scientific questions that were not answered.
Oh, okay.
Prime,
so
I'm serious. It was crazy. It was awful.
I got to check it out. You got to hit me with a VOD because I want to actually watch this. Because I had talked with Fanatic, and Fanatic had been pushing me. Maybe this is. But the thing is, I'm not like super familiar with like the details of the trial, right? But he raised enough questions, like, okay, maybe he didn't do it. But all right,
it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Trust me, it's not.
All right, we'll see. All right. But I know you're a white person. White people want OJ. They want this.
Most black people think he's guilty now. It's not even like a race thing anymore. Like we're all together, kumbaya. OJ fucking did it. He fucking killed her. He did it.
I'm just saying you're motivated. But next we have our friend Counterpoints, who we really get to see, but he's here today, and I'm really happy. How are you, friend?
Oh, I'm ecstatic to be here. For those of you who might not know who I am, my name is Connor. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints. Basically, I break down, Warhammer 40,000 and other science fiction universes. I just released a video that I'm really excited about. I took a 12-gauge semi-automatic shotgun. I put 3D printed furniture on top of it. I made it into the Warhammer 40K's bolter, and then I use that in order to blow stuff up for a video for your enjoyment. So go watch that. It's doing very well. So I would love it if you guys helped out in the algorithm as well. And then also the next project is going to be a bolt pistol. So a miniaturized version of that, along with a chainsaw sword. And then after that, we'll be doing a flamethrower. So all in all, I own a flamethrower. So my life is going excellent, actually.
Go well. Did you see there's that, there's a company that's selling one of those like electric, like Boston Dynamic type dogs, right?
With the flamethrower on the back?
With the flamethrower on the back.
Yeah. And then there was also one that they put into like a fursuit so it looked like a dog. And I was like, do you become friends with it so you can commit war crimes together, or do you kill it? I don't know. We'll answer these questions on the channel though. So
they're planning on I'm not sure how far this will get. But they're planning on using those electric dogs and like I think maybe putting fur on them, not positive on that part, but running them around airports, like the airport fields, to scare away wildlife, because that's a big issue, them getting on the tracks and stuff.
And they don't get tired like normal dogs. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, but not with the flamethrower, which,
You want to hear a fun fact real quick? So flamethrowers are not considered firearms, so felons can own them. You can also get them online. They shoot napalm 110 feet. Easy to.
They can also own bows and arrows and black powder pizzles and rifles.
In some states, yes. Yep.
Yeah. So if you
order your bows and arrows and flamethrowers from Counterpoint, there we go.
Isn't it
that'll be on my merch store soon.
If you're a felon, get the flamethrowers. Trust me.
It's a bit ironic that a flamethrower is not a firearm. You would think,
right?
Like, can you also own, like, with those exceptions you were talking about? Is like a blunderbuss included in that?
Yeah, in some states you can, because it's black powder. It's not a controlled item. As a result, you can own it.
My god, that's so fun! I just want to have a blunderbuss because it's such a fun name. It's something I say that every day. All right, thank you for that. And next we go to our friend Corey Campbell. Corey, how are you, friend?
I'm doing well. Always grateful to be here and looking forward to getting into it with these familiar and fine faces. And given the topic that was just brought up, if flamethrowers are legal. So in Canada, mace is not legal. Pepper spray not legal to carry around. I wonder if there's a loophole where you can have a flamethrower in Canada, because I can see that have some utility for some people in my circles.
They're in the driveway.
Yeah. Well, so like,
It's snowing.
there. That's true. But for some people in my social circle, like they want to carry mace for their own safety, but it's illegal here. I wonder if a flamethrower is a loophole. Obviously, there's some convenience issues there, but still, I'm curious what the law actually says. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv/CoreyCampbell84, Twitter, X, Instagram, it's Corey Campbell. And yeah, looking forward to it.
Well, I mean, just kick it old school. Right? Take a lighter and a can of aerosol, and yeah, very convenient. I think can fit in a purse, no problem.
I don't know. I don't know if it well. I don't want to get into the logistics of carrying two things and then combining them and having to wear the coordination.
I think it's actually more convenient. It's definitely more flexible. Like with a flamethrower. Like if someone sees a flamethrower, the first thing, I mean, if you can't run away, right, is to like tackle them, right? Like by the time you're like putting that nozzle up, right, like there's plenty of time to disarm you.
Yeah, but just the intimidation factor alone. If you're like, if someone's carrying on a flamethrower, I'm not going to mess with them or try to tackle them.
I'm not trying to make us go down to the tangent too hard, but the thing that I bought is called a pulse fire. And so the ignition system is a taser, so it's electric, so it's not bothered by wind, and you don't have to light it. You just pull the trigger, and it shoots a jet of gasoline and diesel mix, and then the taser automatically sets it on fire. But it would only be for home defense because you could not conceal carry that anywhere.
Flamethrower for home defense, yeah.
I think tasers are also legal in Canada. I think.
All right. So
I think now your solution time actually works out. The lighter and the whatever.
We're on the tangent anyways. The truth is, this is only going to be like a one-time thing where like Corey's going to light somebody on fire with his self-defense flamethrower, and then Trudeau's going to throw that shit out. So whoever does it first, they're going to ruin it for everybody else.
Okay. Just one second. Like, really, what do you do with a flamethrower? Like, what does a person do with a flamethrower? If like not like
you can start bonfires really quickly.
Burn shit.
Yep.
I'm thinking
you can burn trash,
clearing brush, killing snow.
Yeah.
No, that's
prevent predators from coming to your home.
Random shit because it looks cool to set things on fire. That's what you
I've never
You can hunt and cook at the same time.
I've never had a flamethrower, but I can think of many occasions on the ranch where it would have been nice. It would have behooved me to have a flamethrower. Like my life would have been way better.
If you really want to roast
The
marshmallows,
snow shoveler, you can melt all the snow on your walk.
Yep.
Okay.
You guys have never just wanted to like have a pile of trash and just set it on fire and throw random shit in it and see what happens? Like, have you never done that before?
Oh, I did it.
I feel like that's what you do with a flamethrower. You just burn like random shit. Like you really need a purpose. In fact, I think it's better if there is no purpose. If it's just random shit that you find on the floor.
I agree with you. I actually second that.
Christmas parties, you burn all of the wrapping afterwards.
Like my cousins and I did that when we were kids. We got a bunch of toys that weren't ours, of course. Went to the alley behind their house and just burned it all, right? And we would just throw things in little by little. We found this big ass Godzilla toy that was like the neighbor's kid's toy. We took it out of his yard and burned it in the alley. We got a lot of trouble for that, but it was really cool at the time.
That is chestnut roasting
like,
by the
flamethrower with care. Massive like slab of melted plastic, right? All the toys would burn in there.
Well, Hector, what's the statute of limitations for thievery and arson?
That's like the least bad thing we did as kids. Okay,
I'm sure. This is the stuff you just told me to. While we wait on that answer, thank you, Admiral Gibbs. Thanks for being here, Fred. You also have the love of the flame, right? You
Yes,
see,
I do.
It's a dangerous mistress, a seductive one that you can barely.
I do like burning things quite a bit. It's wonderful, but mine's more in the barbecue sense. I'd rather burn them and then eat them personally. But that's what it is. Yeah, I'm Admiral Gibbs. You can find me as Admiral Gibbs everywhere. I have a bone to pick with you, Lactoid. You rated me after your OJ thing, and I didn't want to talk about the OJ thing, but that's all anybody wanted to talk about for the next 2 hours was fucking OJ, and I was like,
you had the correct opinion though. Don't worry about it. You're good.
Don't worry, it's not my business. Yeah,
Control your own stream, Gibbs. You can't do it.
Can't do it. No, because they like I would respond. It was a whole thing. I was all, oh, the juice is loose, and Papa gives a stream after that shit.
Thank you. Next we'll go to our friend FQ. FQ, thanks for being around. Nice to see you fully, right? Not just like 2/3 of you, but in all your glory. Thanks for being around, friend.
I am, in fact, 3/3 of a person. Okay, so I'm glad you can, in fact, see more than 2/3 of me. Hi, guys. You can find me at Fairy Queen's Cottage. My handle is there, and you can find me at Fairy4x_Queen. Thanks. Good to see you guys. I'm trying to think of the shit that I did with my brothers, like when I was growing up. One time, we had a neighbor, a friend of our mom's who was visiting downstairs. And for some reason, I thought it would be a really fun idea to scare the living daylights out of her. So I got my brother, we got my dad's jeans. I put my brother's head through the jeans, and I put both of his arms through the pant holes. I put socks on both of his hands, shoes on both of his hands. I got one of my dad's polo shirts, hiked it up on both of his legs, and sort of tightened the shirt around his waist with a belt. Put like a balloon, I think, like in like where the head was supposed to be. And then I went to the stairs and I had him walk slowly down the stairs dressed like this. It did not have the effect we were looking for, unfortunately. She thought it was hilarious. She was not scared, and she continued to stay.
Well,
it's fun to think of all the stupid things you do when you're kids, you know?
Shout out to your brave mother. There, not easily frightened. All right. Also get a wrestle and shoot her to the ground, I'm sure, if you need to. But thanks for that. Let's go to our friend Doobie. Doobie, looks like I'm the only one who was like a good kid here, right? You all were delinquents. And
Yeah, not me.
I don't trust you. But
I feel like that's when it's okay to do random shit like this. Because I mean, as an adult, you do some of the stuff you do as a kid, and you go to prison. But like, a kid, it's like it's a kid, so you get it. I feel like everybody needs to kind of go through that period. Like we used to leave shit in the road and like pieces of metal on the road, wait for cars to run it over. Like we used to do all kinds of crazy shit. And if I did it as an adult, I'd be charged with like attempted murder or some shit. It's not a good time. So yeah, I encourage you all to do that as children.
Don't throw rocks over an overpass, though. Don't do that.
Yeah, please don't. Oh my god, that's so dangerous. So like no joke. But I was like the opposite of a latchkey kid, right? Like I was like, you could just leave me alone and I was fine. Or like I would never do that. I would just like watch TV and I would just chill.
I don't believe that. You never did anything bad when you were a kid. That's bullshit. You did
ever talk to my mother. No, I by the
really?
things I'm defined by.
I'm sure your mother would never confess your worst
like clean my room. My mom loves complaining about me, but like that, like she doesn't have much, right? And she'll say like, yeah, you were actually a pretty good kid. Yeah, you didn't drink, you didn't do drugs, you didn't call trouble, you didn't disappear, you didn't do any of that stuff, right? Like run out to parties or anything and do nothing. I did none of that.
Okay, but did you have like very stern political conversations with your parents as a teenager? Did you ever have those kinds of fights like with them, like in terms of getting into trouble?
No, but it's funny that you brought that up. Because especially as a teenager, I wasn't like only in my late high school years where I started to be like a bit more politically aware. But then in college, that's where like the spark really happened, and from there on. But actually, recently I was talking to my parents. Israel Gaza came up, and I let them know that I wasn't going to vote for Biden. And we got into a big argument about that, and it's actually really unfortunate because like my dad, right? Like my dad and I don't have much in common. Like it's just what it is, not have much in common. But we would talk about politics, and that would be a nice thing. We would just back and forth on these stuff. But like after our first disagreement, right? And this happened like 2 months ago. After our first disagreement, he says like, I'm gonna be your father from now on. We're not gonna talk about politics. I was really disappointed in him. Like I thought it was really cowardly, actually, and so we lost that. So to answer your question, no, that didn't happen, and now it's not happening anymore. So yeah. But anyway, let's go to our friend Ali. Ali, thanks for being here. No thanks for rubbing it in my face that you have a beautiful girlfriend. But we're just gonna have to accept that. You're a handsome guy, so it makes sense.
I gloat when I can. Thanks for having me. I'm so glad that she, allowed me to be here, as they say. I think it's cool that I have a girl that lets me do this weird argument shit and it allows accepts my hobbies as they are. However, I can't hear myself on these fucking Bluetooth headphones. So if I'm cutting off people, I apologize. I can't hear myself.
Such good headphones too. I'm jealous of everyone that has them.
I know. I don't. So if anyone has tips on how I can hear myself, please.
Well, there's like a loop thing in. I don't know if you use StreamYards or OBS or whatever. Or maybe if you're not even using those now. I'm not sure if you are.
I'm just Discord and your StreamYard link.
There's a way to loop the sound back there. I don't know about in StreamYard. But
no, there's no.
What? Okay, so I'm going to ask you guys: do you guys like hearing your voice? Because I specifically disabled that.
I hate
not
hearing
really.
my voice.
Yeah,
I don't mind it. I don't really enjoy it.
I don't enjoy hearing my voice, but I enjoy hearing I feel like I feel like I know I'm in the conversation because I can hear it in the headphones. Two, I'll cut off people less. I feel like.
Really, I don't.
No, I think my voice was crafted by the gods themselves. So I enjoy listening to myself talk.
So that's not what I meant. So one, I don't like hearing my own voice. So there's that. So, but I meant hearing your own voice within your headphones because specifically some people do that. So I'm and I don't understand why, but Ali does it. No one else. Yeah.
Makes me feel like you're actually in the conversation. Right now I'm talking. I feel like I'm not. I feel like you guys can't hear me.
But you can hear your own voice, and you know that you've already heard the mic check. That you know that we can hear you. So.
Yeah.
It's just it's a mental thing. That's all it is.
Okay. All right. Well, all right. Anyway, we're in it. Our friend Admiral Gibbs had something that he wants to talk about. It's something that if you wanted the few people watch ABE, it's a topic that came up in the last round of that, and it was turned out to be a really big topic. So Admiral Gibbs, introduce what you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, so I'm sure that y'all have all seen by now, but everywhere, all over the last week and a half, 2 weeks or so, I think it's last week or so, I've seen if you're alone in a forest and you're a woman, are you gonna choose a unknown man to be with you or a random ass grizzly bear? And I'm like, oh, and all the women are like, at least I know with the bear, I know what's safe and all this stuff, and I know where I stand, and it's not because something I wore, etc., etc. It's a meme going around, and so I posed the question: do y'all now understand how conservatives feel whenever we were talking about the trans individuals being in the restrooms when people were saying that they're men and whatnot, and the dangers of them not wanting them to be around their daughters? And so I was interested to see if anybody's opinion had changed now because due to the new push and whatnot on this issue, because they seem pretty similar to me. And if they're not the same, then why aren't they the same issue?
What if the men identify as bears? Then how does the calculation go?
All right,
well, they're not interested in women anyway, so it's okay.
That's right.
That's the solution.
Yeah. Okay. So counterpoint, you had agreed with this. I think this is okay.
Well, I thought it was an interesting thought experiment. So, and also I saw the bear thing first, so that's more what I was latching onto because I can't believe how fucking annoying women were about this shit over the past week. So let's break this down real quick. So obviously, when it comes to a bear, what the women are presuming, I think, is that this bear has a meal recently, right? Whereas I think what the men are thinking is you are the meal. So the presumption is some level of natural antagonism, hostility, et cetera, et cetera. Whereas with a man, it's really it's not that men aren't dangerous, men are dangerous, but it's Russian roulette, right? So it's like a 1 in 20 or a 1 in 10 chance that you're going to end up with a serial killer or a murderer or a rapist. And women are like, no, I would rather take the bear that wants to eat me, which is predictable but terrible, over the 1 in 6 or 1 in 10 or 1 in 20 chance that it's a murderer or a rapist. And I think it's a meme, really. I don't think women actually think that shit. I think they're full of shit.
It's a weird meme.
Yeah, but okay, so I'm glad you understand.
Not really. If you think about it, if you're like in the woods at night and you just see like a random dude walking around with like a
I
raincoat,
would rather
you're
see a random dude than a fucking grizzly. I'll tell you that
No, no,
shit.
no,
I know what a
no.
fucking grizzly does.
Or a polar bear.
I'm saying it's pretty out of place. Just like I see a dude walking around by himself in the woods. Now, obviously, granted, you're in the woods by yourself. I understand that. But I'm saying if you see a bear walking by in the distance, it makes sense. Like, all right, bear woods. If you see a random dude walking around with like a raincoat and it's in the middle of the night, you're like, this is eerie. It's just eerier. That's all it is.
He's out there hunting. Nah. And plus, I'm going to add to this. This is maybe going to take away from my question, but all the women I've seen posting this, I would say 90% of them are all the women who have picked like the worst, most abusive exes. Like one of these girls that posted, I literally had to like save her life. Like we had to get the cops to go find her out in a field one time. And I'm like, oh, well, of course you would choose the bear because you click men that are worse than bears every time. But like, so I just like, I'm sitting here like seeing this shit.
What was the statistics too, right? The statistics of like bear attacks versus like, homicides or murders. And
well, I mean, to be fair, like people don't live with bears. To just be,
I agree.
But hold on. But yeah, like I'm glad that the counterpoints specifically said, yeah, it's a meme, right? Because I had this conversation with other people, and they don't seem to wrap their minds around that this is a meme. And so, like there's no point even like analyzing this. I was like, oh, like what if the bear didn't have a meal or anything? Because people aren't actually like engaging with that, right?
No, they are. They are.
No. It's a hyperbolic
they are engaging
statement.
with that.
Wait a minute. It's a hyperbolic statement to prove a point about how women feel about men. That's literally what's happening. But you got men like
exactly.
You got men.
Exactly.
You got men.
That's right, Brian. Thank you.
Yeah, you got men out here like game planning this, right? Like, well, I mean, if you were actually there in the forest, I mean, I think you'd want a man to show up, right? I think you'd be happy to see a man. What's a grizzly bear? Like, that's obviously not what they're talking about. They're obviously making a large.
What if a man is Drake and it's like an underage girl?
What if it's Millie Bobby Brown and Drake?
Well, I mean, if it's Kendrick, it's a woman beater. It's the same,
But they're posting literal like dissertations online, like about this. Like I saw this girl, she like posted the story today about the man and the bear thing, and the meme was underneath it, and it was like literally like a 3-page essay. And I'm just like, this is the most you've ever written in your life. Like you didn't write this. If you wrote this much in college, you wouldn't have gone to fucking San Marcos. You would be at like Harvard. But no, you're over here writing fucking about bears and men and shit. And like it's just the most ridiculous shit I've ever seen.
Okay, so
I know what's happening here.
But like I said, I think that conservatives, I think are like should be latching onto this because this is exactly what we were saying the whole time. And now all the lefties are on the train.
Wait, can we finish bear versus man conversation before we move into men are dangerous in bathrooms conversation?
Yes,
can we
please.
split these up?
Yes, let's do that. Exactly what I was going to say. So
very quick, if you have anything else to, oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, you go.
No, go ahead.
No, FQ. I was going to go to FQ. Yeah, it works. Yeah, and then we'll go like that.
I mean, like, it's just kind of obvious, right? Like, most people, like, I what you said, Prime, is exactly like what I've been thinking. This is just a meme. This is a hyperbolic statement. Like, the reality is that nobody in real life really chooses the bear. People are just saying this over and over again to emphasize, like, what their lived experiences around men are. That's, like, why they're saying it. Like, and frankly, like, what's also interesting to me, frankly, is not like the women saying, oh, yeah, I would definitely choose the bear. It's all of the men who are so angry and who are also writing 3-page dissertations and trying to heavily explain, no, actually, the bear is the bad choice. You should choose the man instead. And it's like, it's completely missing the point. The point is, like, most of these women are not actually, unaware of the dangers that bears have in comparison to men. It's just that it's just a meme and they're just going along with the train. That's what's happening.
I think the on the street interviews is a little bit different though. Like so for instance, they're coming up with like an instinctive contrarian response in order to say bear, but all the variables are not factored in. They're not saying it's a grizzly, they're not saying it's hungry, they're not saying you're in the Alaskan wilderness. They're thinking of like a black bear that's on the trail that may have eaten recently that passes by them, So they're assuming the least threatening or middle threatening mysterious thing versus like you see all the time what people are capable of doing to each other, and therefore you can imagine the worst things possible. So I think it's contrarian. I think it's reflexive. That being said, I also think it's stupid, and I really wish that we'll probably never get back to this form in society. But I really wish that like men and women started thinking of each other instead of as adversaries as like complementary pieces of a puzzle that kind of like work together in order to survive. I think
go ahead.
to points to an element in our culture that is adversarial. Like we see each other as adversaries at this point.
Well, this is stemming off of like the "do we need men" question, right? This came right off the back of that. Is like the street interviews, like Connor was saying, is like, do we need men? And women are just walking around saying no, 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 no. And this is like the next version of it, the next iteration of it, and it is like just us battling it out because the answer immediately is no, and you're just getting the views and you're getting the rage bait and you're getting all the clicks for it.
Let's go to Lacto. You've been waiting, right?
Yeah, I think it's a dumb meme, and I don't get the joke. Maybe this humor that's beyond my comprehension. I think a lot of these people would. I think they would call you racist if you took it to the next logical extrapolation, which is it's not like, well, okay, well, what kind of bear? White bears or black bears? Well, there's some crime statistics, blah blah blah, and now all of a sudden the bear joke's not so funny anymore because it's not targeting men, it's targeting black men. Kind of fucking weird. I don't get the joke.
The joke is that men have done so much fucked up shit throughout history that they would rather they feel safer with the bear. That's the joke. It's at least hyperbolic.
Well,
yeah, you don't see the joke in "Do we need men?" and I'm saying no.
No, I don't even think that is the joke.
No,
The joke is that
Connor said it. That's
he got it.
I don't.
No, but you guys, do you guys like miss like what's the next logical step? Like it's not white men that are primarily dangerous; it's black men, statistically, right? So what if like the Groypers or whatever latch onto this and then turn that into the next meme? Is the logic not the same?
That kind of gets to Gibbs. That kind of gets to Gibbs's point.
Yeah,
Well, then the minorities can come in and be like, well, globally,
Yeah, I don't.
still the white.
Well,
Yeah,
technically, yeah, they can try, but
Listen, it's our military armed forces, okay?
they are
not all
bears.
whites.
Yeah, sure.
Hashtag
Yeah.
not all whites.
But like the people most likely to assault you, right, would be the ones in your close circle, and because of segregation, right, that would be.
This is a
Right.
great point, and this is probably why there's more attacks from men than there are from bears. Because you're around men more than you are around
No.
bears.
It is
Well, yeah,
true.
but yeah, sure, yes.
Just like you're going to be around white people more if you're white.
I don't think it is the same.
Yeah, exactly. Great. So so white men assault white women. So whatever, right? But beyond that, the point is like it's not a real statement to analyze, right? So I don't know why you even are.
No, I
But
know.
the other thing
What I'm saying is, it's like it's a bad joke because if you took it and applied it to anybody other than men, all of a sudden the same people making the joke no longer find it funny. Because
But-
Yeah, but
Groypers
this
have
is
been
where you
making
can-
this joke
Hold on,
for
there's
decades.
also-
Okay, but you have a choice here.
people-
You can either get ass mad or you can play the Uno reverse card, which I saw plenty of people fucking do, which it's like it's a man and a grizzly bear holding hands walking down a fucking street, and it's like men and grizzlies make truce after grizzlies spend 1 week with women. And it's
Sure.
like, yeah, women are a fucking pain in the balls to fucking deal with. So no, are they a threat to my life? Probably not unless they poison me. Are they a pain in my ass? Yes, they are. So like,
No, but
it's a balance.
It's not just the fear aspect, right? Because this is the meme that I'm seeing shared like a lot right now. It's got 10 reasons they would choose the bear over a man. No one would question me about what I was wearing if the bear attacked me. No one would accuse me of liking the bear attack. A bear wouldn't accuse me of leading them on and being nice to them. I wouldn't be forced to carry the bear's babies to term in 27 states. The bears will either kill me or leave me alone. They're not 400 horrible other ways they can hurt me. Bears do not traffic women. A bear's friends can't come out and say how nice the bear is and how attacking me is ruining its life. No one will question if the bear attack really happened. The bear sees me as a human being. Like, it's not just a fear thing. It's
Wait.
like all this other shit.
That sounds
You do.
completely reasonable. Hold on. That list
That's
of
reasonable.
statements is literally hold on.
You really
It's just-
there's a
you're not-
dynamic there.
You're not
That was
actually
there.
intaking what she's trying to see. Or
Well, I
trying to say,
understand.
right?
I just think it's
Like
dumb as
what is she trying to say? She's saying that like a bear if and this is what I talked about like when the statement "believe women" was about, right? It's not when someone gets hurt, right? Like, hey, if I say that, like, if I walk in here and say like, yeah, I got beat up, right? Most of you guys are going to just like agree. Oh man, you got beat up. I can see the scars, whatever. Sure, whatever. or if I say that like I got robbed, most of you guys are just going to believe me. Like, oh yeah, someone like took a shit, right? But when we're talking about sexual assault, there is none, right? So you're saying that like I could actually suffer a bear attack, and then society will believe me, they'll back me up, they have sympathy for me. But like if I'm sexually assaulted, are they going to question my motives, question my sexual history, question everything about me, right? Make me have to be the villain for that accusation, right? So it's just the way we treat these two things are completely different. That's what she's saying. So yes, I completely agree with what she was writing.
Y'all don't
You
want to
convinced me. Sweden should stop taking
watching
refugees.
too much Fed Logic.
And just to respond to like something that was said earlier, I mean, yes, you could say this about Black people, but like people say the same thing again, going back to what Gibb said earlier about like trans like women, like in like cis women's like originally understood spaces. That like you could say, I've heard people make that claim that like trying to exclude trans women from historically understood spaces that were supposed to be for biological women is racist towards Black people in the same way. And
yeah,
that
but
like
the people making
try
that joke are the ones who were saying that before.
Yeah, but I am saying that I think like for you to make that assertion, that like for you to say that having a knee-jerk fear of men just carte blanche is like basically it's the same logic as being racist. That's a way of telling women that they have no business of being afraid of men, and they do have a good reason to be afraid of men.
Yes.
And you coming and saying and implying to women that their fear, their innate fear of men and what will happen to them if they're alone when nobody else is there with a man that they do not know, and saying that well, that's the same logic as like being racist to Black people. Like that's drawing a connection there. That is, to me, it just feels like a cudgel against women who say that they don't like creeps in their space. And that's what they're saying with the bear analogy.
No, it has to do with who's a valid target or not, right? The same logic can very much be used for like if you're in Scandinavia and there's a refugee from North Africa, you are more justified being more afraid statistically than you are if it's like a white Swede. And if you're in America, same concept. And so if we're just looking at the stats, right, I don't understand why. Like, yeah, I get that I think that anybody really should be able to have a right to be afraid of men or Black people or anybody who they perceive to be a threat. I'm not in the business of like regulating people's like threat perception. But what I am a little bit just confused about is the same people who are so comfortable dumping on men with this joke that I don't get, just like are the same ones that before were like don't joke about the trans women in the bathroom. Don't joke about like immigrants in Europe causing rape. I mean, if we look at the stats, it's mostly like dramatically disproportionately immigrants who are raping in Europe, and then in America too, like racial differences in crime. It's just I don't get it. Like if it was like Nick Fuentes Groypers who were making this joke, I would get it so much more.
Okay, so let me ask you this then. Okay, so suppose like I change the joke and now it's you can choose to be alone in the woods with a woman or with a bear. Would all of you immediately choose the woman? I'm assuming yes, everybody would choose the woman, right?
If we're being serious.
Do you think it's the same as being stuck in the
Is she on her
woods
period?
alone with a
Is it like that time of the month, or is she?
Yeah,
do you think that level?
They would get angry if I made that joke. You know they would.
Am I responsible for setting up camp, or is she going to help out?
Yeah, like, what's going on here?
Yeah, is she a
Does
princess?
she smell like an old fish
gal?
tank?
I just
Or
don't
is
like
she,
the double standard.
She's taking a
That's
shower
not-
recently.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, but dude,
do you
Black
think-
Toad,
do you-
I feel like
do you
you're
really
moral
think-
frogging a little bit on this because, like, at the same time, you brought up all the statistical things that would make the analogy or the joke logical, and then you're like, well, I don't like this joke because I feel like it can't be repeated. Well, why?
Because it's just wait, hold on. It's just like a dumb joke, right? If somebody came to me and were like, "Would you rather be in the woods with a Black guy or a bear?" I wouldn't get the punchline. What's the punchline?
The punchline would be Black men are just as dangerous as bears,
if not more.
Hilarious.
Yeah, that there was some kind of like equivalence there. But I think that this is obviously like
I'm pretty sure Dane Cook wrote
as
that one,
a troll, right? As a troll, this is
Probably.
obviously just like some troll thing where people are being contrarian when they say the bear. Nobody actually means the bear. They're just pointing to some issue of men being dangerous, whatever the fuck, which is also kind of silly, I think.
But I got people in my chat who dislike it.
I think Lackboy's just
think it's
making the
kinda
women aren't
silly.
funny joke. That's all he's doing right now.
No, this is like I think that like the angered response to this is really like men who don't like being told or don't like hearing that women perceive them as being dangerous and take that seriously and joke about it. I don't know, like, I think that's really what this is. I don't think this is about like women like making. I mean, it is in part like making a dumb joke, but it's also in part like men having a dumb response to the dumb joke, which is not
I agree with that.
recognizing it. That's like,
Yeah,
that's
I
what's
100% agree with that.
Well, this is why I brought up the original point that I made. If we want to move there now, is that like, okay, so fine, I admit men are dangerous. But I don't want them around my daughter in the bathroom. Like, you know, like, and then you make
now the joke's not funny anymore, Gibbs. Right?
Yeah, now the joke's not
No,
funny.
I think the joke is stupid. No, I
now
think
it's
it doesn't
stupid.
work. No. I think it doesn't work in the same way. Sorry.
Oh, it does. I know.
Oh, let me edit that. I don't think it works in the same way. One, because like the individuals, like the statistics are simply case. Like women are less in danger from like trans individuals. Right, trans individuals are far more likely to be victimized than to be.
That's not true at all.
Where are you getting the stats from?
Yeah, where are those stats coming from?
Violent crime rates don't change for trans women post-transition.
Yeah.
So you're saying that trans women? Okay, so you're saying that trans women assault are you have statistics that they are more dangerous to women than cis men?
They're roughly like comparable to cis men. The data doesn't show like a major decline in crime.
He's right about that actually.
That's true.
I like to see this data.
So if we're gonna say that, so I'll send it to you after I'll pick it up, right? But like, let's say take it for true for a second that crime identifying as a woman doesn't drop your proclivity to commit crime, just magically. If this is the case, then the same criticism would also apply to trans women in bathrooms, right?
Well, so we need to tease out what crimes are you referring to? Because not all crime is
general crimes.
And so like you would
the same crimes that we were using in the
actually are.
So
I don't know how much we want to get into this, but
that's what the matter. Like I can see rates of theft not changing.
No,
okay?
it's violent crime remains somewhat the same. Disproportionate rates of sex arrests for sex crimes.
I'm sorry, what are you gonna say, FQ?
Well, I'll be consistent. Like, I'll say yes. Okay. I get to be consistent on this. Okay. Because I already said that. And I still get to make the dumb joke.
Yes on what? Like, I didn't. What was the yes part? Sorry.
The stuff about the crime statistics and regarding trans women is true. Like natal males, so like trans women, even post transition, like they have crime statistics and crime rates that are similar to cis men. They do not change dramatically. Another point about assault in the bathrooms, which I never hear bring up, but I think I have to find this source. I swear to you, I found it. I can find it. I can share it with you sometime. Somebody made this argument a while ago. So actual assault, like as we all know, typically happens from close friends, family members, acquaintances, people that you know. It's not typically a stranger. It doesn't happen in a bathroom. Assaults that happen like actually from strangers are pretty rare. And so that type of conduct doesn't usually happen in a bathroom. I don't think that there have been a lot of reports about harassments in the bathroom, although there have been some reports about assaults that have happened from boys who are claiming to be trans girls, but are actually using it as an excuse. But there is a type of conduct that can happen in a bathroom that's not assault or harassment that is bad, and that's sexual misconduct. So that's going into a bathroom and rifling through the garbage for a used tampon and then using it to masturbate, or going into a bathroom with a mirror on your shoe so that you can look up the skirts of everyone like in the bathroom, or going into the bathroom and installing a camera into the shower head so you can spy on people like showering, or sitting in a locked like but in like the stall of the bathroom and listening to the other women urinating because you find it to be sexually arousing. None of these things that I just mentioned, none of these things I think actually count. It's not sexual assault, and they don't actually count as sexual harassment because everything I just mentioned, like the people to whom it's happening don't know that it's happening. They're not aware that it's happening, but it is illegal and it is sexual misconduct, and it happens. And it happens way more frequently at far higher rates in comparison to sexual assault or sexual harassment. So one way that like historically we keep people like that from being able to do that is the minute you see somebody who seems to be a man, you immediately tell them, no, you can't go in the bathroom. And that's the way that historically you keep that from even being allowed to happen. So that I think explains like some of the disparity around like when we're talking about bathrooms. To me, the bathroom and the locker room is the same, and it's the same problem. But that's like my spiel, at least, about like the trans women in the bathrooms and like why in part it's an issue and why I think it's also dishonest, like the way we talk about it, because those last things I just mentioned are things that happened that.
Yeah, but sorry, are you saying? And I have seen the Lactoid sent me something, so I haven't taken a look at it yet.
I put it in the group chat.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take a look at it. And so I haven't seen the statistics, and maybe I'm wrong, and it's possible I'm wrong, and I'll accept if I am right. And then and to be even more consistent, I'll say then that joke is fine. Then
this is what makes you different than Fanatic. You accept when you're wrong. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, thank you.
Fanatic's never wrong. He says it himself.
Well, yeah, but Fanatic's actually never wrong. So as soon as you manage to like get him on a false statement, but in any case, fine. So I'll accept that, but I will take a look at this. But in any case, like, are you saying that that conduct is mostly or sorry, not mostly. I don't want to weight it. Is equally done by trans women? Because like the things that you're talking about, right? One, they're outdated. The easier way to do this is to put spy cams inside the bathrooms, and that's the thing that's happening. In South Korea, it's an epidemic. Holy crap! And not just in the bathrooms, in like hotel rooms,
toilet,
and anywhere occupancy where someone might get naked. That's where they're putting them. And it's unbelievable. So like that's the new way of doing things. In any case, right? And the people who have been doing that, like all of the points I've ever seen are cis men, right? I've never seen trans women doing these things. But if you're saying like there are reports of trans women, or people claiming to be trans because whatever, right? They're coming in and doing that sexual misconduct that you're referring to.
I see, some of these were South Korean cameras, right? Like I could get them from South Korea. They're very small.
Yeah, the spy cam.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Giving him, you're helping him, infiltrate.
Get him on Temu, not Amazon.
California will be as South Korea.
Okay, but so far we've talked about.
But hold on, so before you run on FQ, is that what you were saying? And then we'll go.
So I don't know, like how, like if there are many reports of it. My understanding, like what the point of that article is that type of behavior isn't usually counted in national reports about sexual harassment or like sexual assault. So of course you're not going. So I don't think that we actually know. But like the point that he was making is the fact that you don't know, right, does not mean that it isn't happening, and doesn't mean that like it isn't a concern, and that isn't behavior. Being called a ton of disgusting names and having somebody like de-pants himself like in front of you in the locker room is not the only concern around having someone who is biologically male in a restroom or in a locker room with people who are biologically female. It's also the risk of sexual misconduct, which is what I mentioned before.
And physical assault, like physical, like punching. Like
but that's not very
beat up. Not like sexual assault, but they like had a problem with another girl and then they beat them up.
Yeah, but that's not really what we're worried about with the locker room or bathroom.
I'm specifically citing the bathroom. There's an Oklahoma case going through court right now where this guy beat up two women in the bathroom, or this woman, or a trans individual.
Okay, but you would still charge them with battery. That's actually kind of segueing into my point.
Dangerous in general to the bathrooms.
Well, okay, so hold on. So no, because I can move this forward because I don't want to debate like the rates of offense or whatever. So far what we've talked about is demographics and how they disproportionately represent themselves in stereotypes of offense. That's what we've done so far, okay? But what I would like to talk about is like policies concerning this. So for instance, we know that men are infinitely more likely to commit homicide compared to women. That being said, we don't lock up all men just because they're disproportionately likely to commit homicide. We punish the people who commit the crime. And so the argument would still be, even if you have a demographic that's disproportionately represented in a certain kind of crime, you don't punish the entire demographic. As an example, using homicide as an example in order to, kind of ram this home, like I think in the black community, in the American general community, homicide rates are like 5 per 100,000. I think in the black community, it's between like 20 and 30. So it's a factor of 4 or 5, but that is 30 per 100,000, meaning that 999,000 people are perfectly normal, 99,000 people, 900 and whatever. They are normal, rational, sober adults who handle their business and have nothing to fucking do with that shit. So how do we translate this into policy? Anybody? Is it just block males from bathrooms? Is that the policy suggestion? Because I'm assuming that's
I've
what
never
Gibbs'
suggested
policy suggestion is.
I would, yeah, I mean, if you want me to answer, yeah, I mean, I definitely think that I think there is something to be said. Okay, I'll give you an example. So there's a club here.
What, should females be barred from male bathrooms? Like, so for
can I
instance,
just really
assign female at birth?
I want to point out something real quick. So what you said is technically correct in that like a small percentage of any demographic is going to be murderers or rapists or whatever, but they're not just going to commit one offense. There's a relatively high risk that they're going to commit more than one offense. And so the actual percentage chance that you will be a victim is going to be higher than the percentage of offenders there are. And so just like getting one person, for example, like who goes around to different bathrooms and like assaults people, you might get hundreds of victims, even though it's technically only one person doing it. And this, like preventing men from going into the bathroom, could be a way to stop that one guy from going in and potentially assaulting hundreds of people.
I want to go mask off. I have a full ulterior motive for bringing this topic up. And I'm glad you actually just segued to that, Counterpoints. You said, should we not allow women into men's bathrooms? And the answer to that question is yes. I've been to 2 clubs recently here, and they're like 2 new clubs in San Antonio, and they both had gender-neutral bathrooms. And this shit is bullshit. I hate having to wait in the line now that we're allowing both women and men in the bathroom. And we just let the men only the men. It's the whole reason I brought this up, because we need to stop this gender-neutral bathroom shit, because it's fucking up my lines.
Corey?
Well, then I'm curious, how do we deal with the reverse, as in females to males?
Well, I think just as the better question points out, we got to acknowledge that men are more dangerous than women, so we need to have special restrictions on.
Yeah, no one cares the other way around. People only care one way, and it doesn't even always have to be malicious. I mean, there are people who just have personal values, right? Where it's like they don't want
response. Actually,
yeah. Well, hold on. While he's gone, I want to point out why I made that point is because if you have AFAB, so let's say they're assigned female at birth, let's say they maintain the violence rates that they did as assigned, as females.
They don't.
And then they move into male spaces and they don't commit any offenses at all. Then are they just cool? Like is it just good? We're only good. So we're not talking about a universal application of law. We're talking about exclusively barring males, assigned male at birth folk from using,
which would be discrimination, I think, or at least some argument for this. So, should
no, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Counterpoints. I do think that there is a discrepancy in the way that we talk about these issues, and I do think that trans men are often thrown off to the side. I do agree with you that there is an unequal application to the way these discussions are had. If you just talk about the trans women issue, for instance, so let's take, for instance, trans women in prisons, right? It's often discussed on the opposite end of this issue that well, if you put a trans woman in prison, there's a high likelihood that she might be violently assaulted, she could be murdered, she could be raped, this is a danger of having her, which is true, and it is a danger, and it is something to be concerned about. But it's curious that the other half of the aisle doesn't seem to care or never mentions the fact that, well, this is the exact same position you're going to be putting a trans man in, right? If you throw a trans, does Buck, you may not want to see Blair White naked in a locker room with a bunch of men in a jail, but you also don't want to see Buck Angel there either. You don't want to send somebody who is transitioned to be as close to male as they possibly can, in a men's prison. The truth is that trans people, period, no one is safe in a men's prison. The reality is and this goes against what Gibbs was saying earlier, which is why I do think we need to have more third spaces. I do think that we need to have more gender neutral bathrooms and possibly specialized wards for people who could potentially be murdered or assaulted in traditionally understood wards, such as just male, just female. The answer to that is simply just unironically create a ward specifically for trans women and a ward specifically for trans men, and then send them there. That's the real answer to that solution. And if somebody's worried about being assaulted in a bathroom, if you're worried about getting...
Well, hold on, one second.
Then go to the gender neutral one.
I agree with the prison idea, by the way. It's a good idea.
Hold on. You agree. Hold on, Lactoid. This is socialist Lactoid talking. Who's paying for that?
He's always been socialist.
I'm not paying for that.
Are you trying to abolish prisons now, Gibbs?
Yeah, you're already paying for prisons.
Hold on. I'm not paying for separate if we have to pay extra to have separate hallways of wings in the prison for
we already have
trans women and trans men.
I think this already happens, Gibbs.
It's just more prisons.
Gibbs, there are some prisons that already do this to a degree. They're not called trans wards, but they're called, I'm not even sure what they're called.
I mean, I guess
you can be progressive.
Special wards or special
official letter now
prison.
about this later. Now we'll look into it.
Gibbs, the middle ground is
Socialism does not mean
prison
spending taxes.
And it doesn't necessarily
It's
mean
ridiculous.
like separating, because like now thinking of what FQ said, it doesn't actually necessarily might have to mean like separating trans women from every other population, right? Just putting them within populations that have, for whatever reason, need to be protected. And that might be the way they do it, right?
Punk City, we do this now.
No,
Yeah,
but private
we-
prisons are a thing, aren't they? So like, why would it someone would just open one up? They make money off it. There we go. They have a progressive value to the prison. They're making money. Gibbs, I don't see how you're against this.
They can make
I can be
LGBTQ
told,
flags
if you
to
can
sell.
show me, listen, if you can show me a way that it's not going to cost me more tax dollars and we're going to make more money with like through private companies, then I'm in.
It's a private prison.
Okay.
Well, private prisons.
I mean, I'm not against private prisons. That's not a problem I have.
Private prisons are funded by public money.
Well, that's the part I have problem with.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah. But in any case, like the point, I don't think that you necessarily have to completely separate the other populations. And there was one other thing I was going to say. Oh yeah, quickly. So I haven't gotten a chance to look through the whole thing, but I've looked at the parts that you highlighted. Lactoid on the information you sent me, right? And I mean, I don't have anything else to push against that at this point, so I'll take your word for it. But we're going to go to you counterpoints. But looking at the second thing you sent me, right? About like the percentages of people incarcerated within the study that are trans or so that are sex offenders, right? And it goes to trans women, women. And men, right? Yeah. So my only thing is like, what counts as a sex offender? That's my only thing that I'm worried about, because like there's a whole list of things that you wouldn't think is on that list that are on that list. So like I want more clarification there, because what trans women do normally, because this is really surprising me to see that, because the thing that trans women are often arrested for and imprisoned for are for like engaging in prostitution or suspected to be engaging in prostitution, right? Like, so it's super surprising to me that the statistics are that skewed. So I'm really curious to dig into that. But yeah,
I'll look into that.
Yeah, quick tangent, even if I move us back a peg. So if I was going to write new policy in order to try to solve this issue, because we've been talking about it for like 5 years now, and I'm stopping to give a fuck about trans people, to be honest. So what I would do is I would regulate new construction where we have men's bathrooms, women's bathrooms, and then a family/gender neutral stall. It's got a shitter, it's got a pisser, it's got a sink to wash your hands in, and it's lockable. And then what I would say is that if trans folk, which we're not including like AFAB, they be, women who are, AFAB, what do you call them? What's the thing that they don't like to be called? Them bees? They bees? Anyways, the non-binary women. If they're only 0.6% of the population, they can use that stall. That's going to solve 99% of it. And then when it comes to like old construction or whatever, just if they do like a serious remodel, require it that they have to install it as a part of a remodel. But if it's like a building built in 1908 and their bathrooms are about to explode because the pipes are 150 years old, just leave them the fuck alone. They're grandfathered in, and the non-binary and trans folk, they can walk across the street in order to piss.
Prostitution apparently is legal.
Nobody gets diddled. Everybody can take a shit in peace.
Oh, this is UK. So if it's UK, then
it's probably
prostitution is legal there. Yeah, and in the States, that's what these women usually get arrested for. So I'm curious. I'm curious if anything is different there. But I'll just leave it there then. Right? I'd like to still dig into that and see what counts as a sex offense. But fair enough.
For sure.
I had a question here. So like, what do people have talked about? And I don't want to make this a whole trans debate, but like, it's a whole single use stalls, right? Like, that's like the easiest way to solve most of this, right? They just
but Admiral Gibbs wants to piss and move on. So like, honestly, we need troughs for males.
I can't pee around other people though, so I like this idea of having single stalls.
The troughs thing is great until the gnats appear, and then it's a problem. Like
gnats. Oh God.
Like, have you ever been
experience with this now, Kim? I feel like you've seen this.
Yeah,
now that
it's
you
the thing.
mention
So
that.
there's two kind of troughs you go to. If you go to the nice club, they have the troughs, which is weird. You go to like really fancy club, they got a trough. They got the ice in there and some lemon wedges and shit. You know, it's great.
Yeah.
And then you go to like
This trough.
old Bob's Country Jack, and you go out in the back and they got the trough, and like the gnats are coming up out, and you're pissing, and you're like, oh, it's a piss gnat. Oh my god, oh, it's on my nose, and you're like,
is this a southern thing? I've never experienced a trough.
Oh, it's a
No,
thing.
okay, so I thought you said map, so I thought you were saying that minor attracted people were going to be.
Yeah, I thought
staring
that's
at
pretty
you.
I gotta say,
I didn't know you were saying gnats,
There's
GNATS, the tiny flies flying around your dick and balls. And okay, somebody
about
asked if it was a
southern
southern
gnat.
thing. I want to answer that real quick. So yes, it's a southern thing. It's also a military thing. So like in the Marine Corps, at least, they make you piss in troughs, so you're uncomfortable. It's really uncomfortable having 50 dicks around you while you're trying to take a piss. But it also makes you
Speak for
like
yourself.
way. It
Unhygienic.
also makes
I
you
get stage fright.
way less paranoid about needing to pee.
I mean, yeah, I gotta say that part didn't bother me, but the piss gnats, like you just pissed on this gnat, it's coming for you, and there's like a cloud of them come up out of the. Oh, it's the worst.
Bro, what if they're looking at my dick, dude? I don't know. And I don't want to
Out
be
of all
around
the
them.
homoerotic shit that goes on in the military, the trough is what gets people accepted and uncomfortable and okay with each other.
Yeah.
The worst is when they try to talk to you, right? You're just trying to pee and they're like talking to you, and you're just like, fucking.
The gnats?
But it's crazy.
Yeah.
I've seen like it's crazy. It's like I have people in my chat going, "Oh, it's a dive bar thing," and I'm like, "It's not just a dive bar thing, right?" Like some of the nicest places I've been, like
I've seen
like
it in the north.
yeah, they have these troughs. I'm like, "What the fuck is
And
this?" Like,
I've seen the bad kind too, right? I don't. It's been a long time. It's like when I was a kid, we used to go out like for these summer camps. We used to go out to like in the woods, right? Like the mountainous areas, and you know these like log cabins or whatever the fuck, I don't know. You know, the summer camp cabins. And the showers were like those group showers, you know. And I seem to remember like we had like troughs to pee in, right? I don't think I'm hallucinating this, but I think we had troughs to pee in. And but just, I mean, it was fine. I mean, like I don't think it was.
I'll tell you,
that big of a deal. I don't know. Like one lactoid. What if I have something to ask you? Right, what if I have some like a legal question? I need an answer.
Not at that moment. I'm pissing. Okay.
Find some documents for me, Lactoid. Or
I lock up real bad.
Pull it up on the phone. Here you go.
I walk in and then there's like a bunch of people there. I'm like, just washing my hands and leaving. Fuck that. I don't want. It's horrible.
So weird.
let me tell y'all another country problem. Since you've over here, another country bathroom problem. Y'all ever used an outhouse? Right?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
No. Well, have you saw?
Nothing's wrong with the outhouse.
Porta potties count?
But do you know what the number one place a person is bitten by a black widow is?
Yeah.
I'm guessing it's outhouses based on what you just said.
It's outhouses, but it's specifically men and on their testicles or their groin area. Because it's hanging down, the spiders will get you from the outhouse.
Because
I am
they
losing.
build webs
I'm not
over
saying
surfaces.
I'm not saying we need to move on from piss and shit and various peeing like mechanical appliances. I'm just saying that I'm losing one of my long-term chatters. He's losing.
Gibbs, would you
rather
be in an outhouse?
to Halo?
I don't know, Mike. Would you rather be in an outhouse with a black widow or a woman?
Well, me, I'm toxic. So
aren't they both the same thing?
Oh, see, that's a joke. See, there you go.
Women suck out men's life energy.
We can move on. We don't have to talk about this anymore. But I think the thing that just bothers me about this discourse is that it's a discourse, right? That like this isn't a thing that came and passed. Like I saw the video where at least I think this is the video where it originated from, and it's whatever, right? I would have seen that video. I'm like, oh, I get what they're saying, and then I would have moved on. The thing that bothers me is that it's like it reminds me of the hashtag not all men bullshit, right? Like, interesting this level of pushback. But you're not included in this discussion if you really have never, done anything to assault a woman, right? Or anything illegal like that. Then it's not a problem. Why are you getting so worked up? Right?
Why do black people get worked up about 1350?
No, it comes off the back of do we need men? Did you not see that video going around?
It's the same thing as like white people or anybody being afraid of.
How about women needing men, Fairy Queen? Do women need men? Do we need men?
I've had it on very good authority that the only thing we need is a shotgun, okay, and enough food to last until the end of winter.
This is all
So
people, though. So.
All right. Yeah, so it's
Well,
just
then luckily it
it's
applies
because
to
this
women
comes
too,
off
so-
of the back of that. The last question was, do we need men? And now it's, we'd rather be in the woods with a bear rather than men. So it's just, that's why people are so like annoyed and like pissed off and hurt by it.
So
Listen, okay, this is a point that like every conservative dad gets, okay? Like I
Yeah,
had
we
this
do.
conversation with Omar like a few months ago, like back in December, okay? We were having a conversation at that time because there was a woman who went into Starbucks and she ordered coffee. There was a guy who started talking to her and the barista wrote on the Starbucks drink, "Are you okay? Do you need help?" And we had this conversation about like this woman who's going out for coffee and how this barista is worried about her. And Omar's and a lot of red pill people, their response to this was, I can't believe all of these women are so terrified of men. Like they're just lying about how scared they are. And really feminism has demonized men and made them all to seem like such evil, terrible people. But you know in your bones, okay, that if your dad found out and saw you walking outside with some strange guy in the middle of the night, you know what happens. And what happens is he freaks out, he screams at the guy, and he tells you, don't walk at home alone by yourself, because if you do, you could be picked up by some whacked off weirdo and like something bad could happen to you. So even all of the men who are afraid about this absolutely understand the bear thing,
If the
okay?
guy
They
isn't your
absolutely get it,
peer.
and they
I'm
absolutely
gonna get
stand it. They're
angrier
just-
if she's going
they're
to a
just
bear.
butthurt. They're just butthurt, like that they are being criticized. That's all this is.
No, it's become quite a thing that men are seen as predators before, especially like single men in the dating field. That they're seen as predators before they're
men
seen
believe
as
that about
humans.
themselves, and they believe that about each other. They just don't like
we
it when
don't.
somebody points it out. That's
yeah, and so I want to push back on what Lactoid said, right? Because goddamn you, Lactoid, no. Because like going off of what FQ said, so she mentions like that story and the pushback she gets from those red pill guys, talking about like like, oh well, men have been linked out to be predators, right? But I think a lot of those same men, not all of them, but a lot of those same men, if the story is like specifically, a black man had done that, they'd be like, well, okay,
Yeah.
like
Wait, what?
like that. Sorry, am I mistaken? Was the person black in that story? The man was.
no.
story that you
I mean,
The
like,
coffee shop
No, it doesn't
not
matter
about
what
race.
color they
this
are.
Story, this
No,
story
no,
was not
that's
about
what it
race.
is.
Only what gender.
No,
That's what-
I know, but that's the thing. But it is. But I'm saying that like it like from that same crowd, if it had been pointed out that it was a black man that they were afraid of, I think they would have been fine. Like, oh yeah, well of course he's going to check her out, right? Like to make sure it's okay. I'm saying that. Yeah, I'm saying that racism like works on a different axis here, right? I'm saying that when you're trying to say that like point a specific race out, you're doing it for different reasons.
No.
No. Well, okay, so hold on. When we're talking about the hashtag not all men thing, right? Because you pointed out the 1350 thing. So
Yep.
this is what I'm comparing, right? When you're talking about hashtag not all men, what they were doing there is they're pushing back against Me Too. They're pushing back against women saying that we feel unsafe, that we get assaulted. These are experiences. And they're saying this is not true. Right, this isn't happening, so they're probably invalidating their experiences. And then when it came to all Black Lives Matter, right? What came out? It was All Lives Matter or White Lives Matter, right? To try to that, and those movements weren't actually to say, right? Well, what we don't talk enough about like the lost lives of white people, right? Or that all lives really do, and we should really have more inclusive thing. Like, no, they were trying to shut down this message.
Yeah, it was
for
just a
Black
counter.
Lives Matter,
Yeah.
right? That's exactly
That's
what they're
true.
trying to do.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so
This
let's
is
not
all-
pretend that the 1350 meme is the same thing, right? As like not all men. It's because the purposes of these two things are completely different.
No, they're
Well,
not.
no,
No,
wait,
Hold on,
no, hold on.
13,
Let me respond to this.
13%, 50%.
Let me respond to this.
1350.
I want to respond to this. So the intent and the response for both are actually completely identical, right? Both are aimed at demonizing a particular group, and the responses to from me normally, unless it's like prompted by something, and both responses are an attempt to limit the
What is
criticism.
1350 prompted by?
Well, so for example, I can see 1350 just like bringing up violent crime for men being brought up in a real conversation about like police enforcement, for example, right? If people are talking about disproportionate incarceration of black men, I think it's important to talk about the violent crime rates committed by black men. If we're going to talk about incarceration of men, right? Men are dramatically at a higher rate incarcerated compared to women are. And the reason for this is we have to analyze the fact that men are much more likely to commit violent crime. In the same way that we're talking about incarceration of black men are much more likely to commit violent crime. And the response of not all men, or like, I guess the criticism of 1350s being racist is sort of like a not all black men, right? Not all of us are criminals.
No, it's not sort of. Because you tried to make these things parallel. They are not parallel. And we can tell that because 1350 was not brought about as a response of a specific movement, right? The way that Not All Men was and All Lives Matter. Those things were a direct response from an actual movement. There was a popular
from the demonization of men
within the country. And then as a response to that, to say to shut up, right? That we don't want to hear your problems. Like Not All Men, All Lives Matter. That's what happened. 1350 operates completely differently and you know it.
No. So first of all, I think that Not All Men was primarily from men who are concerned about being demonized or lumped in with criminals, right? Again, this is the same concern that people have when people bring up 1350. There is a time and place to discuss black crime rates. There's a time and place to discuss male crime rates. But if we're just starting with like jokes on Twitter, you can't tell me the two are not comparable, right? Like, oh, would you rather get stuck in the woods with a black man or a bear? Like, tell me, hold on, real quick. If I just said that, if I said, would you rather be stuck in the woods with a black person or a bear? Would you be offended? And if so, why?
No, sorry, that has nothing to do with what we were just saying, right? 1350 operates on a different, it's not a response to anything.
What's the purpose of 1350?
The 1350 is just like a racist statement. To imply that black people are just overall more dangerous. Like,
what about men compared to bears? Is that implying that men are more dangerous?
That men are more dangerous.
Yeah, black people are more dangerous statistically too.
But I'm saying that the point is that when you're bringing up a race specifically, like let's not pretend we don't have a context in this country. That like that when white violence was being outputted within this nation, it was against black individuals. And as soon as black individuals got their freedom, right, the response was, hey, watch out for black men, even though we had state violence and then quasi-state violence being enacted against it. That all these things were happening. And
what does it have to do with the crime rate right now?
What does it mean? So what does it have to do with
for warning women about criminals potentially, about potential risks to them? Because the point of the bear analogy is saying, like, aren't you afraid of men? Compare that to a bear. And if we're talking about right now, statistically speaking, black men are much more dangerous than white men.
So what is the risk? Okay, sure. Then what would be the response there, right? How do we practically put that into place?
Yeah, it depends what the purpose. It depends what the purpose of the argument. Like if you're talking about a response to like saying the police are racist, well, talking about black crime rates can be like actually a relevant point. But if you're just bringing up crime rates, then perhaps the response could be not all black men. There's a lot of black men who don't commit crime.
How would you tell that to an individual to use this? You bring up these crime statistics, right? And then what would you want that individual to take away from that? And what would you want them to do? And how would that impact the black people around them that will walk into the path? Like, explain that all to me.
You mean just like bringing up the 1350 out of nowhere? What's that intended to do?
Yeah, what's it intended to do?
Yeah, that's intended to make a demographic appear more dangerous. Just like comparing them to bears.
So then how do we? Because you're saying that, like, well, I mean, it's completely reasonable to be using this to try to bring this up. And there's problems with the 1350. Like we're not even analyzing 1350. We're right now. So like we're just working with this at this point. But there's plenty to actually dig into that statistic. But just as it is, like if you're actually trying to implement If the idea is that that you're comparing that to men, right? And they say, well, it's weird to put men up as dangerous, or maybe it's honest to put men up as more dangerous. But then you should also do that with black men. Well, then when we give women advice about men, what should we say about black men?
To be more scared of them. If that's what we're doing here with bears, sure. Wouldn't that be the logical next step? This has been my point the entire time, right? When people say 1350, what they're doing is they're pointing out that black men commit more crime on average, and that it's insinuating that they're more dangerous. When you say, like, would you rather be in the forest with a bear or a man? What's the purpose of it? What's the purpose? We know the purpose.
Hold on,
because some people have said this at the beginning. The purpose is to be afraid of men because they might be more dangerous than a bear.
Can I hold on? No, can I steel man this because I think you're taking away the wrong thing. Okay, so if women, let's say that 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10 women on a street interview are saying the bear, right? Then that should be alarming to most men. And what should be alarming is even if they're joking, they are joking that they are more comfortable with a wild animal than they are the male variant of their species. And if we looked at this logically, the reason why they would be making that even as a joke is because they've heard a whole bunch of horror stories about rapes, murders, abuse, domestic violence, homicides, terrorism, war, etc., etc., etc. And by the way, all of these things are true. So if you were like, oh yeah, that shit is pretty fucked up, and my group is disproportionately responsible for that, then as a result, like, I understand it. I get the joke. I will not be the person who is contributing to that fucked up perception of men. That's what you should be taking away from it, not that they are individually indicting you with all of the sins of mankind.
I feel like I'm just like not being heard. If I went up to white people and I said, would you rather be stuck in the woods with a black person or a bear? And they all kept saying black person. And let's just say I was black.
You mean bear?
No. Let's say they all kept saying black person. Like they would rather be stuck in sorry, you're right, bear, my bad. They'll all be stuck in the woods with a bear as opposed to a black person. And let's say I was black and I was going through. And then I'm like,
you were at FUBU. So.
Absolutely, right? And then I I was saying why. And I'm like, and maybe I'm a little bit offended by this. Like, what do you mean? Like, you consider, bears to be less dangerous than black men? And their response is, well, I've looked at the crime stats, and I'm not necessarily saying you're part of this, but like, I'm not really referring to you. I'm obviously referring to like the black criminals, not you. And like, if you get offended by this, then obviously,
if you weren't a pussy, then you'd be like, yeah, it's kind of fucked up. You need to fix that shit.
Right, but an aspect of talking about crime statistics, the differences between race and sex is that, like, when we're talking about men committing violence as opposed to black people or black men committing violence, is that when we're talking about men committing rape or men being violent, I'm assuming that to a certain degree that is baked into the human condition. That is a part of it is a toxic part, a bad part of masculinity. The fact that like men tend to be more aggressive, they tend to be taller, they tend to weigh more, they tend to be more likely to get into fights, they statistically are more likely to commit violent sexual assault. And it's not just because, and it is in part because of the fact that they are male, which is the reason why that happens. And that's not because of how they were raised. It's not because of income level. It's often not because of like a social or external reason. Like often the reasons like why men are more dangerous and can be more dangerous as opposed to a woman is because these things are baked in and they are intrinsic. Which is
what's
why
the point of raising awareness if we can't change it?
So
to protect and save your life, that's the point. The point of raising awareness is to spread it to other women or to other people to get.
Yeah, the bear joke was all about walking home safe at night, not just making fun of men. Sure.
Actually, I want to engage with what you said, FQ. But like first, let's give Doobie. He's been waiting patiently. Then we'll go to Gibbs. But I do want to come back to what you said.
I was going to drive the conversation somewhere totally different. I think that what was interesting to me about what you said earlier, right, about this violence in the black community thing. So, Prem, I don't know if you follow this at all, because I know that you're allergic to current events and anything cultural. But Drake and Kendrick have had like a massive like rap battle, diss off, whatever the fuck you call it, right? Over the last like a few days. And one of the things that Drake was getting criticized for was for being a cultural appropriator. Because he was saying that Drake, I guess the meme is that
Canadian.
He grew up.
He's a Disney kid.
Yeah, he grew
Canadian.
up Canadian. He grew up Jewish, actually, in a pretty wealthy area. Went to wealthy schools. Not a hood person at all, right? Not the kind of person
made fun of them. Made fun of the hood.
Started from the upper middle class. Now we hear.
Basically, yeah. And Kendrick was basically called him like a cultural appropriator. Actually, there's a really funny video that I saw of Drake saying the N-word, right, with the A. I think he was trying to say it with the A. When he's like in his 20s, and he says it with a hard R, as if that's what you're supposed to say it. It's really fucking weird, right? So like, I was wondering if you like what you think about that criticism, right? That you need to, because basically the idea is that he's culturally appropriating African American Black culture as a Canadian half Black guy, right? And I thought it was really interesting that this kind of like that this can even be like, because I've thought about this too, right? But I've never heard it be addressed publicly like this, right? That there are Black people out there, even African Americans, who have no experience with that side of the culture, right? That side of America at all. They didn't grow up in the fucking ghetto, grew up in the middle class somewhere, or the upper middle class, but they're still attaching themselves to like ghetto culture, right? Because they're Black.
The culture,
quote unquote. So I was curious as to like what you think about that.
Like Kendrick literally told Drake, "We don't want to hear you say the N-word anymore. You're not Black enough to you're getting all these features and you're getting all this like culture because you're not Black enough." Rick Ross called him a white boy. They've been hitting him with like the BBL and the nose job jokes, right? They've been saying that he is like picking up, especially when in his younger years he was making fun of like Toronto culture and the way they speak, and now he's like adopting all these accents and he goes to different hoods. He goes to Atlanta and he goes to Miami and he goes to like these different little areas. And he picks up their culture and is a culture vulture amongst them. And he's a Canadian, just like, you know, Canadian actor on Degrassi.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm not going to forget what you said, because I do actually want to engage that later on. But I guess we can move the conversation in this way if you like. So I had heard that they were going back and forth. I didn't like listen to the track, so you know, like I'm just being informed.
He also called him a pedophile. This is really funny.
It was hilarious.
Yeah.
Multiple times on two.
Drake called Kendrick a woman beater. So you know, we're getting
a little worse.
We're getting. Hey, listen, they're both bad.
They're
you know,
both
one might be worse. Yeah, but they're pretty bad.
But so okay. And I remember that because we talked about the Drake and the actor from Stranger Things, and that was an interesting moment.
Millie Brown.
Yeah.
I have a follow-up question about the pedophile thing afterwards.
And Billie Eilish. She did the thing with Billie Eilish too.
Really?
No one's safe in Hollywood.
Oh, there were a bunch of people we can name.
He brought up Millie Bobby Brown, by the way. Lamar did not do that. He did not do that in his songs. That's wild. That was trending on Twitter.
Well, wait. To be fair, if we're gonna do the whole thing, Kendrick's wife has not denied anything and is followed by the same people. Has not followed. You know, Kendrick is followed by the person who is supposed to have been the father of his children, and the people who Kendrick has called out towards Drake. No one has really confirmed anything. These are just hearsay. So just I'm defending my boy a little bit.
I mean, the fake daughter thing with Drake, that's hilarious. He like hired an actor.
Wait, so are we moving to something new? Because I want to create a delineation for the mental capacity of my audience. Like, are we moving to? Is Drake Black enough to beef with other Black men? Is that the new topic? Because I need to know
who's safer to be in the woods with.
Yeah, I mean,
is he Black enough to say the N-word? So would he be invited to the All Black Everything? Would he be invited to the All Black Everything?
We just need to fix systemic racism first.
That's the question, Prem. You won't let me on there. Would you let Drake on there?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an interesting question because I feel like the gatekeeping, like for races, happens a lot. Like I experience it, like with Hispanics. I'm like white, right? Like I look white, but I'm actually Hispanic. You go to Mexico City, you see a lot of people that look like me, and it's funny because like just the other day on a panel, someone was asking me to speak Spanish, but if I asked a Black man to start speaking Swahili, that would be racist, right? Like you know. But it's okay.
So why are you assuming he's from?
I don't know if the analogy holds there 1-to-1.
It's just okay because they're saying, okay, I'm Hispanic. Spanish. I mean, I can pick any African country. That's the point. But I was like, speak any African language. They're like, oh, well, that's racist. I'm like, oh, okay, well, then you're not African American, right? They're like, oh, Gibbs, you're not Mexican. Do you speak Spanish? Yeah, I speak Spanish. Oh, okay, well, say something. And you say, a couple sentences. And they're like, oh, okay, maybe. And it's like, well, why is one fine, the other one's not? That's
the reason why. The reason why I think I can articulate this real quick because this is something I had to grapple my mind with. So North Americans, particularly United States Americans, when we think like Mexican or Hispanic, we automatically assume like more swarthy people, right? That's not necessarily true. So the reason why we do that is because Spain is part of the Mediterranean. They tend to be a little bit more brown than Northern Europeans. Then also when you conquer Central America and South America, they tend to be a little bit more brown. But Spain itself actually is a mix of people from the Mediterranean and French people. So if I had to guess based off of your lineage, I would assume that some portion of your people were Celts that came down from France.
No,
So
apparently I'm like all Basque. I'm like all Basque. I'm all Spain, baby.
Isn't
Actually,
that northern Spain?
Yeah,
I don't know that that's true.
I don't know. They're all white.
Counterpoints. I know what you're talking about. It's the myth of the Black Irish, right? It's the myth that like there was a ship that like landed on the coast of Ireland, and that's the reason like why people like have dark hair and blue eyes in Ireland. Like I know that myth. I don't think that's actually true though. I think that's been disproved. I don't think it's actually.
Well,
I don't think
about
like
why Gibbs is so fucking white. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Oh.
Very pasty.
I'm just saying
If
he's
it's the Celt
majority
thing,
European.
The Basque are like one of the oldest like continuous things since the Neanderthal.
Okay, but hold on. So let me finish this concept. That way,
You're
it's not left half cooked or whatever. When Spaniards came to Central and South America, they were Mediterranean Europeans. But then when you talk about like the mestizo class, for instance, like when there's an entire
my
racial hierarchy.
My sister's mestizo.
Yeah, so there's like an entire racial hierarchy based off of how much you mixed with the indigenous local population.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I just it's funny because you would never ask a black guy to speak an African language. But
I get asked that all the time to prove my Arabness. But I feel like Hispanics and Arabs check their own people on that because of that same reason. It's like, are you Hispanic or are you if you don't speak your own language?
It would be one thing if
you're
an
just an
Hispanic
American.
person did it to me. It would be one thing if a Hispanic person did it to me, but it's never.
Yeah, I understand.
So
Yeah,
I think it's weird that if people
Well,
ask
you also look white as fuck.
I wouldn't. Yeah. Well, so look. Yeah. You.
But it's the same as the Drake thing, is what I'm saying.
Okay. So, but multiple things here, right? So, and I'm going to get to DB's question, but the thing about like asking a black person to speak Swahili, I'm not sure if that would even be racist. Like, now I got to ask other black people how they feel about this, right? It would just be like question mark, like in my head, like, wait, what? Why are you asking me this? Like, I would just be like confused. Like the reason why people ask you to speak Spanish is because their understanding of Latin individuals within their communities and with like how they see them on TV is that they speak Spanish, right? Like that's the thing. Like, oh, if you're Latin, well, then you speak Spanish, of course, right? Even though, like, of course, by the second or third generation, easily you could not speak Spanish. You know, that's fine. But in any case, that's why they would do that. It's like, where would you get in your head that a Black American, right, would speak like Swahili, right?
What if Gibbs, I can
bring this up is because African Americans are 95% of the time the ones who ask me that. But if I turn around and did that to them,
I can.
The white people.
I can similarly link it.
Yeah.
I can think. What if Gibbs were to ask like a really light-skinned black guy if he could say the N-word to prove his blackness, which is like Gibbs is trying. They're trying to get Gibbs to prove his Hispanic.
Yeah. You know, I know. I get where you're going with this, right? Yeah, and we can use that.
Whatever equivalency is better, then we use that.
I'm gonna check Don Lemon. I'm gonna be like, you're not really black unless you say the N-word. Do it now.
Yeah. So we can use that, but like, which I'm just saying that statement would be really confusing to me if someone ever did that. Said to me, like, what? Why would you ask me that?
I think he's pointing to a double standard, but I think there's historical reasons why that double standard exists.
Yeah. But in any case, moving on to the question at hand. I did not grow up in the hood, right? I didn't grow up in the hood. I grew up in a working class. I looked up the average income of the neighborhood that I grew up in, and it was solidly like working class going into middle class, right? And when I was in elementary school, like I was just another kid, right? I was just another kid. But then I ended up going to this middle school that straddled the line to like the places that you might call the hood, right? And it had like a group of kids that had like a very different reaction to me going there. And people were telling me that I wasn't black enough, right? And this was a weird thing because the kids I like the year before, in 5th grade, they were always fine with me. They talked like I did, like, and it was okay. But then I go to this other school, and all of a sudden, like my blackness is being called in question, and like really harshly and severely. And it's like, okay, well, what would give me the right to say the N word? This is something we talked about on All Black Everything plenty times before. You should watch it, check it out. But what would give me the right to say that? Should I grow up in the hood?
Owning
right?
any
Do I have to
FUBU.
grow up? What'd you say?
Owning any FUBU. That'll give you the right.
Any FUBU, that'll do it. Yeah, indeed. Right?
Go for it, Lactoid. Prove it.
With that,
I have a bunch of FUBU. I definitely can't use the N word. Let me tell you, I have like 3 pairs of FUBU. Like,
I encourage my white friends to give it a try.
Even if they know you're Hispanic, Gibbs, they don't give you the pass. Still?
the fuck no, I'm not getting the pass. They think, well, look at me, like that country bumpkin can't say that shit.
Yeah, it's also the accent too, I think.
Let me finish this. So, would that give me the pass? Right? Like, it's interesting because those kids wanted me to use the N word, and I was like, and it wasn't even something in my vocabulary, right? They're like, well, you don't say these things, but like, I don't know, it's not my vocabulary. And also, you don't speak Ebonics, right? And I was like, I don't know, was I supposed to? So these are the things that I dealt with like growing up, and then getting to college was even worse interactions because I wasn't surrounded by black people anymore. I was surrounded by white people purely, and white people didn't accept me, and they made all kinds of comments, right? Except me. They said like you should be blacker, right? Because we expect this sort of demeanor from you that I didn't present. And so like understanding my history and then putting myself here, right? Like, do you think I'm going to turn that question back on you, DB, right? Do you think that I should be using the N word when I didn't go up? My parents are solidly working class, but when I this as well. When I would take friends like from that middle school, right? When I take them to my house, right? They all thought we were middle class because of like my house was nice, like inside, right? My mother and father saved and like were able to afford things because of it. Just but that they worked crazy hard, like 3, 4, 5 jobs between them. That allowed them to do that, right? But like I didn't have a lot of their experiences, so I'll ask you: do you think I should be able to use the N word, knowing all that?
Yeah, I think everybody should be able to use N word. I use N word all the time. I think that Lactoid can use it. Counter can use it. Corey should say it every day, multiple times, just to himself in the mirror, right?
10 times in the mirror.
But I don't have this weird like racialized. Exactly. The only reason I'm not saying is because I know the Prime gets upset, okay? Because I don't have this like weird racial like barrier around my words, right? So, but I think that a lot of people in the Black community do, and it's I'm wondering because the way that Drake seems to demonstrate his blackness is I was watching some shit about this. He tends to like exaggerate how poor he was when he grew up, pretend that he was poor at all when he grew up. He tends to talk about like shooting people, emptying clips into people and shit like this when he's never done any of that. He just didn't live that lifestyle, right?
Canada?
But it seems like he thinks that being black is that, right? Being black is being like a hood person. And I'm really curious because typically when people like you or Fnatic or Gambit, when I've had these conversations with you guys, it's like, oh well, you guys can't say that because it's our word, it's from our experience, so we understand the context, and you don't really understand the word the way that we do because you didn't grow up in our situation, you didn't grow up with black skin, so you can't say it. But he grew up. Short, yeah, of course. So he grew up again, raised in a Jewish area. An affluent area, on Degrassi from he was like 14 or something years old, on TV prior to that, like when he was 10 years old. Grew up very comfortable, upper middle class lifestyle, right? So he didn't have that experience either. So I'm just wondering like how that connects. And Counter, you can tell your story if you like.
Yeah, can I?
Before you guys jump in, so we're gonna go to so if you got it, is it a quick story or just
No?
No, okay, all right. So then we'll go to Gibbs, Ali, then counterpoints. But let me respond to this quickly. Language is interesting, right? And the way we use it, in the context that it gives, and how that affects different situations. So I think it's different when people of other races use the N-word, right? Should they be allowed to? That's a different conversation. But I think the context, it might be fair to say, is different. Now, within the Black community, I mean, something that we understand is that like all skin folk ain't kinfolk, right? Meaning that just because you share my color doesn't mean you share my interest. Doesn't mean you share my experiences. Doesn't mean you value me as a person, right? That we have Black people who are. We have Candace Owens exists, right? So that explains. You understand what I'm trying to get to there, right? So like to see Drake use this as an aesthetic, right? Is the problem. And he's not the first one to do this, right? There are a lot of rappers who didn't grow up in the hood, right? Didn't shoot people up, wasn't like running coke to the stash house or anything like that. But they say so in their songs because it's an aesthetic, right? I think it's actually more of an indictment of like hip hop, mainstream hip hop, especially, right? And the hip hop, honestly, that white individuals, white executives have said, well, this is the popular thing, and this is what we're going to push. Gangster rap, right? It definitely had its own popularity, and it spoke to some people within the Black community, but there were other voices within the hip hop community. They didn't get pushed, right? Because they weren't doing gangster rap. And that's what they wanted to see, right? And that's what gets pushed on the radio, the violence and all that. But there's other types of rap that exist that Black people give rap So, any case, right? So that's the thing. So I think one, it's fair to criticize the music companies that push Drake and others to adopt this aesthetic because you have to, right? Of course, you're not marketable if you don't, right? It pushed Tupac. Tupac, if you look at his before he started his career, right, he's got a very different aesthetic, right? Extremely different, more feminine aesthetic, but he adopts this hip hop hood aesthetic afterwards, right, to become marketable. So it's that, but also I think it's fair to criticize Drake for not being authentic. But at the same time, could he have made it, right? Like, is this what he had to do to get this far? I don't know, right? I think I know there's room for others within the hip hop community to be themselves and have like a different sort of sound, right? But with those marketing executives have made that happen, and with audience have responded to it in the way that he did, so he became like such a huge success. I don't know, but I do think that it's fair for Black people to say that like what you're doing is wearing our experiences as a costume, right? The culture vulture thing. None of this is authentic, and we're not going to pretend. We're not going to play. You're playing cosplay, but that doesn't mean we have to go along with it. So I'll leave it there. So let's go to Gibbs counterpoints. Sorry, Gibbs, Ali, then counterpoints, and Doobie. I'm sure you want to respond as well.
Yeah, so I can't say that I dealt with what you're talking about on the surface level with the Hispanic side, right? Like where like they're like, oh, say this or whatever. But I have noticed like there's this aspect of like, okay, it's not a surface level reaction because obviously I look like, Casper the Friendly Ghost, and I'll have like people come up to me and they'll be white, whatever, it'll be fine, and then later down the line they'll find out I'm Hispanic, and then you'll see that kind of like surface level reaction where there's this cultural differences kind of thing, or then like with Hispanic people, even if like they're not like able to speak Spanish, they were raised, quote unquote, like white, I guess. They'll like, there's this like knee-jerk reaction. So it's like, I'm not white enough for the white people. So I can never be alt-right. So, Nick Fuentes, like, I don't know, Nick Fuentes is a weird one, but like,
Fuentes is,
which is funny to me because if I ever turn into Nick Fuentes, like the Nazis are going to get me in round 3. I don't know what, like he's
the white nationalist movement is very much open to non-whites right now.
And I'm sorry, Gibbs, for the interruption real quick. Elijah Schaefer has Hispanic immediate family members as well.
Yeah, sus. I don't trust it. But the point is, I feel like I'm like at least with the here in Texas for the old whites, it's like you're not white enough for the white people, and you're not Mexican enough for the Mexicans. Like it's kind of this weird dynamic where they're like, oh, whatever, whatever. Luckily, I'm in Texas where like it's less about race and more about what you do than it is in like other states. But like it's a very interesting like a dynamic, like I said, where you see this like kind of like, and I kind of feel like that. I was watching a guy talk about the Drake thing today, and it was specifically about the N word. He's like, "Oh, I don't like the way that guy said that because he's about two shades too light, like from being away from white." And I just wanted to smack him, and I was like, "Well, that's interesting. Could I start saying like Hispanic like racial terms? Probably not. I'd probably like have people look at me real funny if at first I was walking around like like this word or that word about people like Hispanic because they're gonna be like, oh, he's fucking from Europe or some shit. And I just find that an interesting kind of like discussion, this gatekeeping of like races. When everybody wants to complain about racism, then they turn right around, they're like, well, you're not actually one of us. Like it's that I'm like, well, okay, you can't have your cake and eat it too, kind of thing. Like you want inclusion for everybody or you don't. And so like you can't, and if you want inclusion for everybody, you can't be gatekeeping your race or like ethnicity even. I guess I don't know, I find that really strange as a concept personally.
I'll say one more thing before I go to Ali, right? And it's about the way we use race. I meant to say this before. When we're talking about like these experiences, race, we separate them in 3 categories. And let's see if I'm going to try to actually remember these categories, right? Like we mean like your ethnicity, right? So like where you come from. We mean how you present. Which is a different thing, right? Because, as our friend Gibbs is telling us, right? You may have the ethnicity, but he doesn't present in one way, in a particular way.
Well, okay, how do you present, though? Like, how do you present? Like, what do you mean by that?
I mean, like being black and having black skin, right? Like, presents me.
Sure.
Yeah. And then the third would be culture, right? But we use race, and we mean all those things sometimes, or we mean one of those things in different combinations. So when you're having this conversation, it's best to really identify what exactly you mean, right? Are you just talking about ethnicity? Are you talking about the appearance? Are you talking about the culture? Because when you mix these things up, this actually makes it very difficult to have these conversations. Trust me, it's like it'll be much better if you can like separate that in your mind and just like specifically call that out. But anyway, Ali.
Yeah, so okay, I grew up in Dearborn. We're surrounded by Detroit. Arabs and black people, this is the whole bag. Arabs will, like, especially in the past, would have sworn tooth and nail they are allowed to use the N-word. Why? Because we had a lot of commingling, right? Between where we worked and all the setups in the stations, we would have people that I've gotten in the past many, many, many times. And none of my black friends, older black people, the people that I worked with, surrounded with, no one really cared. However, much like you, Prime, I grew up around Arabs. Back in when I was growing up, it was not cool to be in touch with your Arab culture. You were called a boater, like people who came over on boats. And so people would make fun of you if you listened to Arabic music, if you listened to any of these things. But also, they made fun of me for liking skateboarding, for liking the X Games, for listening to like punk pop or rock or whatever it may be. I got called a white boy. Someone tagged white boy on my house. It was other Arabs. Right? Because I wasn't acting as the cool culture, which wasn't even Arabic. I spoke more Arabic than anyone. I've been to my homeland more than anyone. No one has the right to call me a white boy. But because I wasn't so into black culture, right, that was made fun of. So because I didn't go around saying the N-word whatever it may be, I was like ostracized. And then the same thing when I went to college, as you said, it was so weird because it seemed like all the white people were just hyper intrigued with the fact that I was Arab. And everything became about the fact that I was Arab. The conversations, where we're going to eat, where we're doing what, and it just became like such a hyper focus. Whereas like the Arab community was like, you're not Arab enough. The white community is like, you're super, super white. And I'm not gonna lie, the only community that seemed accepting and chill was the black community, which was like, hey, if we're cool, you could do and say whatever the fuck you want. We don't really care. Don't be a racist. But also, like, you're Arab, so they would make racist Arab jokes. I would make racist black jokes. We were all happy. It was an amazing time. And yeah. Just to Doobie's point, where it's like, I don't think people necessarily care. I think it's just online. You have a bunch of strangers who don't know you. They haven't given you the pass. They don't. You know, they're not going to take your credentials as, hey, I've gotten the N pass from many people, and so it just becomes a whole thing. Whereas, like locally, like I had this happen where I dated a black chick who went to one of the all black colleges, and she moved over from North Carolina to Michigan, and like. I was listening to Sada Baby, which is like Detroit rap. She's like, "You listen to this?" I was like, "Yeah, everyone listens to this." And she was just like so weirded out and so estranged that I was tapped into like Detroit black culture, because for her, she only grew up with like black, white, and a little bit of Indian, right? For us, it was we have Mexican, black, Arab. It's a whole mix, different types of Arabs and a whole mix. So we were more culturally like in sync with one another, versus like where she came from, they weren't. So for her, it was a surprise, and she felt like, you shouldn't be listening to this kind of music. And I was like, I don't know if you can come to my city and tell me what I can and can't listen to. And that was like it just seems like outsiders are the ones who care, and just that's because they don't know you.
That's crazy that like gatekeeping the music. I hate that even more. But let's go to counterpoints.
Yeah, so your N-word passes are wasted on both of you, Prime Kai and Ali. I am ashamed, because if I was either one of you, I'd be dropping an N-word with an A every other sentence. It's crazy that you guys have not been using it. Sorry, go ahead.
I only don't say it to one because I don't know how monetization works, and I don't want to piss Prime off. Those are really like, if we had an agreement, we're good.
Okay, so let me tell my backstory then real quick. So I'm white. My parents are middle class, but they're not so rich that. So the way that I describe it is, I was able to go skiing as a child. I was not able to take skiing lessons. So while the rich kids are going, "Mommy and Daddy, I'm having such a good time," and they're like, slamming down the mountain, I'm falling head over heels over and over and over again down the side of the fucking mountain. All right. So poor enough to not be with the rich kids, rich enough to not be with the poor kids, right? Make it through school, lily white neighborhood. There's some black folk, but not a whole lot. Get into the military. So in the military, I actually ended up in a unit that was 17 out of 20 black. I think we had like a Brazilian, a Cambodian, a Peruvian, and then the rest of them were black. And what happened was, I had never been educated on the difference between ER and A. So I used ER with a friend, and he was like, "What?" And so we had like a 20-minute sit down where they explained like, hey, ER is like historically always going to be derogatory. We don't even use it with each other. It's not going to be something that is like, there's no context in which this will be good. However, and I was like, but in my rebuttal, when they got sensitive, I was like, y'all use that shit all the time. And they were like, no, A, connotatively is completely different. We use it fraternally. We use it as an insult. It's like a very flexible word. It's almost like motherfucker in a lot of ways. And so as a result, what happened was, because we shared a lot of triumphs and defeats and a lot of, cultural interchange and all that kind of stuff, I got the pass. And it was beautiful. And for 6 months, I was the crazy white boy who was a part of the black clique, and I got to use the N-word and nobody questioned it whatsoever. And then I got back to the real world and I dropped it in the wrong crowd. And then they were like, and I was really sad. But I didn't want to force myself upon this new crowd. So I backed off and I stopped using it. All in all, though, I kind of joke about this, but I am serious. Like, I wish I could solve systemic racism, so the N-word with an A was not a big deal. I wish people could use it as a flexible, fraternal, shared tribe word, but we're just not there, so I'm not going to force it.
I have thoughts.
Share your thoughts. Am I wrong at any given point in my assessment of its use?
No, you're fine. I mean, you were correct in what you were saying there. And I've talked about this before, right? In college, I never been. I mean, in high school, it was a more mixed experience for me. I went to a magnet school, and we had a lot of white individuals, and that was I had more experience with white people there, and then in college, a lot more experience with white individuals. But like those experiences were more hostile in college, and like I'm just like navigating that, as a black guy in like a dorm floor that's like almost all white. And my friends asked for like the N-word pass. I'm like, okay, right? Like I'm cool, right? Like I'm the cool guy, right? So it's not gonna bother me. And in general, I'm like not bothered by these words, like even if people will call me the ER, right? I don't give a fuck. Right? I've been called the ER many times, many times, right? And by people who honestly can't stand me. And that's okay, whatever, right? So like for me, I'm fine. But like I ended up regretting giving those guys a pass. And I'm not saying this about you, Connor, right? But it became clear to me that like these guys, oh my God, they badly wanted to say it. They wanted to say it to a black guy, right? It was just like a taboo thing. It was so fun for them, and they just wanted to do it. Like I feel like I allowed.
Did they use it correctly in context, or did you felt like they were being disparaging and weird about it?
They were just using it to use it, probably.
Yeah.
No, but I'm saying, so for instance, like, let's say that you're playing on Xbox, you're with your boys, you're having a good time, whatever, you have a good kill streak, et cetera, or like you're shit talking each other or whatever. Like, did it flow naturally within that conversation, or was it like awkward and repetitive?
No. They would like to use it in jokes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I shouldn't. Yeah,
there's a perfect example of this. I think it's in season 1 of Atlanta where Donald Glover? His character bumps into one of his white friends who he used to work with, but he doesn't know him like that. And the white dude walks up and he's like, "What's up, Mike?" Obviously, and like he goes for the high five, and you just see the high five kind of like lose energy halfway through a solid awkward 3 to 5 seconds of it. So like I get it. Like you said what'd you say? You said skin folk isn't kinfolk, right? And so I think what I got, which was nice, was that temporarily I was granted entrance into the tribal group that we were a part of people who were sharing an intimate bond through like trauma and experience and all that kind of stuff. So when I lost that privilege, it did feel like a rejection, and it was kind of sad. But also, exerting my white privilege, my credit's in the upper 600s. I live on the right side of town. I'm married. I have 2 kids. I'm just counting my blessings, and not being able to say the N-word is not a high priority for me.
Yeah. I'll go to Doobie next, but like with Doobie, like so I'm sure
credit score
would.
Yeah. Very proud. It took a while.
Was it pretty wide of you, Connor?
Yeah.
So, what was your credit score? I missed it. What was it?
Oh, it's just high 6s, which isn't even that good.
In the upper 6s. In the upper 6s. It's a mid-range credit score.
Listen, I'm very proud of it.
Jesus Christ.
What do you think about that, Prime? He abandoned his black culture to embrace his credit score.
Bro.
You should.
And he's okay with giving it up. He said
I have a higher
priority anymore
than counterpoints. I have significantly higher credit score than counterpoints. But it's okay. It's all right. I'm gonna go to Doobie and IFQ's gonna say no. That's gonna be great. But like so, with Doobie though, like look, I know Doobie wouldn't mind if I said the S word or the W word to describe the ethnicity, right? But like I'm not gonna do that to Doobie. I'm not gonna do it to.
You should when it's funny.
What the fuck is the W word? Doobie, can you say it?
I don't know. I don't know if Twitch is like.
Is it for
guidelines?
I think it's like the N-word with a W.
Okay, I'll tell you. Look up Operation Wet, okay? And then Google will fill in the end of it. I promise.
Fair. Facts. Base.
Okay. So yeah, I was gonna write in the Discord DM, but then I realized someone's gonna use that against me at some point in time. But in any case, yeah. But I'm not gonna do that. I think it's just a bad habit to do, because even if someone gives you the pass, which I hate even the idea of that, like you're gonna be in another company and you're gonna be so used to putting that out there that it is what it is. But also, I don't think those words need to be in your vocabulary. right?
Cringe.
I don't think they.
I think that's silly. I think it's silly. It's like saying,
spicy
oh, well,
word.
if you get used to saying motherfucker around your friends, you might say it around the wrong person and be offended. Okay, well, that's like all curse words are like this, right?
But they don't work the same way. You know that.
They
motherfucker doesn't work
do.
as the
Okay,
That's
N-word.
what makes it
do
spicy.
all like rational.
Do all
okay?
slurs? Is it
but I
just
feel
slurs in
but I feel
general?
But I feel like Prime. I feel like you didn't answer my question. So if Drake came around and he was like, "Hey, I want to be on your all black everything Prime," and he went on there, right? So one, would you let him on there?
I was
Two,
like, no.
Two, when he is on there, hold on. Two, when he is on there, would you throw a fit if he said the N word? Given that he doesn't have the experience that you're talking about, he has an experience more like Connors or Lactoids.
Or Prime.
Wait. You don't know what my experience was like, Doobie.
I know what your experience was like. Okay,
You actually don't. It
Hold
would
up.
surprise
I do.
No,
I
just-
do.
Just think
I know everything about you. I've done deep searches.
Lactoid
Okay.
knows where to buy FUBU,
Think of
okay?
the
He knows
situation.
where to get it.
I went to a majority minority school.
Drake,
Yeah, that's why you're so racist.
millionaire, asked Prime to be on. It's like an insane clout opportunity, and Prime's just like, "Nah, you're not black enough to be on."
The clout
only
Prime
reason
would
I
get from
would say-
turning down Drake might be bigger than the clout he
No,
gets
he
from
could
having
get
it on.
Kendrick.
That's the
That
only
would
thing.
be a-
I would only do it if I could record myself turning Drake down and then put that out.
Specifically because he's not
Ultimate
black enough
diss track.
for all black everything, and then put that out
Yeah.
on Twitter. Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
tags
that would
Kendrick. Oh,
That was a
yeah,
sweet
right.
intro.
That would
actually,
be the only thing.
you can make fake. Prime. You can do fake DMs right now and trick the whole
You
industry.
should do that. You should do that
AI,
and then
we're
use
like,
it as
Drake
the
is
promotional
begging
like
you.
tweet like for the show. That's what you
Dude, that
should
should
do.
be the intro. That should be the intro to All Black Everything. Is an AI Drake begging to be on, and you're saying no.
That would be really funny.
It's not bad.
My face
It's
was
not
from
bad.
smiling.
Oh, that's actually a really good idea.
Hold on,
I
So
might
so
wanna
would
write
you
that
so
down.
would you allow him to say the N word with an A around you?
Would you allow him?
Yeah, would you allow this man to do it?
Unchecked.
Given that he basically had a Jewish artsy kid upbringing, okay, Jewish theater kid upbringing,
Okay.
Canadian Jewish theater kid upbringing.
I know. The Canadian
how
thing
we
is
can link this into the anti-Semitism bill, and it all comes from.
It depends on his
Nice.
position on Israel-Palestine.
Oh God, here we go. No, let's not
So
do
the
that.
anti-Semitism bill is disgusting. I think it should be thrown out.
Agreed.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, one, I don't have a problem with. Okay, there's so many things here. I don't think that people need to be saying any of these words, right? And just in general. But I accept that people do, right? So I don't like fight my friends when they're dropping the N-bomb, right? I do that. Now, accepting that's the case, right? I personally don't have a problem with Drake, a black guy, using the N-word, right? My problem would be more on his appropriating the cultural aesthetics for his, for money, right?
Okay, then that doesn't make any. Okay, because at that point you're just saying that, oh well, you need to have this kind of skin tone to say this word. It's not about the experiences. It's
That's
not
what I'm
about
saying.
any of the struggle. It's not about the oppression. It's just your skin needs to be the right color.
Well, hold on, but I've already said that before. I've said that like
my
the
God.
context between your person outside the race and someone inside the race saying are completely different. If you said those spicy words about like Latin individuals, like it's different than from me doing it, right? It simply is the case. And I wouldn't. And if I said it like, hey, you invited me to your family barbecue, we should sometime. We should just like hang out. That'd be really cool. But if you invited me to your family hangout, and I said those words, it would be fair for your family to get really fucking upset at me because I'm not in your group, right?
Okay, so but the WB word and the S word, I mean, you could call them a paisa. That's a slur-y word that they would call each other, right? That you call like Mexican immigrants paisas. none of them would be upset about this because it's like the N-word with an A in like the black community, right?
Bro,
like within
you
the
could
subculture.
you could not call someone like Hispanic. In
You
Texas.
absolutely okay. Well, in
That's
Texas,
the-
I don't know
that's
if
the
it's going
Swedish
on in
word.
Texas.
That's
Southern
the Swedish word
California,
for
fucking
shit.
East LA Hispanics, you could absolutely call them a so they'd be fine. Okay,
That's crazy.
they would totally be fine.
You would
Okay.
get punched in the face. You said that.
In
Down.
Texas, I don't know what the fuck's going on in Texas. Okay.
There we go.
But fine,
Doobie
but
got
what
his
I'm saying
own. Are you black enough? Are you Mexican
I don't
enough?
know. But fine, I'm telling you, like I think that there's just the context of the word that matters, right? The way the word is used, and I think that if you're in an area where that word is used and the way that the N word is used, like dude or bro, whatever the fuck, you could absolutely say nobody give a fuck. And this is why I'm like, if you're just saying that, oh well, you can't. Drake can say it because he has like a blackish skin, so therefore, if he says it around people, they won't be offended, or they're less likely to be offended. Sure, but that doesn't mean that I can't say it around people that I know aren't going to be offended. There are plenty of black people that might be offended by Drake singing around them. Right? So like,
I get
it's just-
offended when Connor
It
says
seems like you're
terrorist.
attaching it to the skin color rather than any kind of experience.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I do
because
say terrorist really aggressively.
With the hard R's and S's in too.
Yeah, because people don't. Okay,
Get the
so
ist.
FQ, I haven't forgot about you, and I really want to hear what you have to say. Because that's not the way people usually judge this. Like, if Drake wasn't Drake, if he looked the same way that he did, and he had the same experiences growing up, right? And he went around a group of black people, and he said what he said, like simply no context, then there would be no question about it, right? No one would question, and it was like, whatever, right? Because they attach it to the skin color, right? As long as they can identify like that light skinned motherfucker as a black guy, right? Then they're gonna be fine with it. It is what it is, right? So that's how that.
Yeah,
that's
it's just like a
actually
skin
how
color. It's literally just a skin color thing.
Yo,
It
but
is,
hold on,
it's
hold
a
on.
skin color.
But that is-
That's
you know,
that's racist. That's
Hispanic-
terrible.
No, Hispanics get away with that shit too, just because they say it mad confident, right? So what happens is Hispanic people will say the N-word with the A, mad confident, and then black people will be like, oh, he must have black friends, and so then they
Oh,
accept
but
that.
when I say it
Because we grow
confident, all
up
of a
saying
sudden
it.
it's
Like
a problem.
everybody
That
says
is
it.
not
In,
what
like,
happened. That is not what it's because the cultures are similar. When they talk about like some of the like you hear like Daddy Yankee or like Peso Pluma or somebody like that, they say it's because they're also probably on a track with a black person, so they're probably doing something.
No, they say it because they grow up in communities where people say
Hispanics
talk like
fucking
this.
colonizers. Hispanics colonized the fucking world more than my fucking people did. I'm fucking Celt, bro. We
Well,
came over after the
Well,
fact.
that's because we have better food and better women. I'm sorry.
Oh, God.
People give us
Fuck
a
you,
pass.
first of all, Gibbs. You can
You're
fuck
more
off. Okay,
Irish
that's not
than me,
true, okay?
okay?
I'm just
Okay,
saying.
okay, here's the thing. Look,
Motherfucker jumped down to Spain and then jumped immediately over to Mexico without fucking anybody. You're more Irish than me, bud.
Here's what's crazy about that is when I did the 23andMe thing, and I did what's the other one? I don't remember, but they both said it from Basque, which Basque is like one of the oldest like continuous lines of humans we know of, like in Europe. So not only am I sure that I'm not a Celt or Irish, I know that I'm from that area.
No,
so, like,
hold on. But here's the thing: is like Celts were in that region and were conquered by everybody
basically,
else.
We went. I guess you're saying these people went north.
Yeah,
and
you're
conquered.
like pre-Celt.
We're the conquerors. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, you're prehistorical Celt.
Yeah, we colonized the UK. I understand.
God.
So did
And then we came back to save you in St. Patrick's Battalion, which is a whole other piece of history. But since we're going over like just I guess horror stories of times we've said the N-word. I've never.
Oh yeah, let's hear some more of that. Yeah.
I've never said it. But I have written it. I wrote it down once, and I wrote it in a poem for a creative writing class when I was an undergraduate student at my university. And it was not done maliciously. It was a love poem. It was about a man who I was interested in at the time, who I was seeing. Okay,
and
I
with an A or an E?
it was not. No, it was an Arabic. No, he
Oh.
was an Arabic man, and he and his family, they came over to the United States to. They used to live in Saudi Arabia, and he complained about Saudi Arabia to me. But anyway, I basically wrote this stupid, very cringeworthy little love poem, and in it, I mentioned that, like, I basically talked about the fact that people were treating him like shit, and I hated that. It made me angry that people were saying things to him. And one of the things that they said to him was, this guy, as he was going into his apartment, they called him a sand N-word, like as he was going in, and he like had to deal, and he had a lot, and people said that those sorts of things to him frequently. So I wrote this poem complaining about it.
See, you made it sad. It would have been way funnier.
No, it's not sad. It's horrifying because after
like
I wrote this
term of
poem and then
endearment.
brought it with me to the creative writing workshop,
You had to read it out loud.
Oh, I
Nice.
didn't even read it out loud. Okay, I skipped over it, but people were pissed. People were so mad that I wrote that poem because I had that word in it. Like it was that was one of the worst classes I have ever been in. I was sitting in this classroom and everybody in there, like they said, I know you didn't mean to say it this way. I know you didn't mean, but you have to understand that when you use this word, this is the implication, and this is. And
Shut
even
up,
though it was
nerd.
done in like a sort of innocent, cringeworthy puppy love kind of way, which is why I included it. I literally included it to explain what happened to my boyfriend, okay? And it turned into this really horrible experience. So
Very based.
but I will
Right.
say, Prime, I do agree with you on the point that you made about people not always being honest about why they want to say the N-word. Because I've noticed sometimes people will say that the only reason they want to be able to say it is just so that they can say the word instead of the N-word, like in quotation marks. Like we can't even say the word here on Twitch because if we say it, then, you will get canceled and that will be bad. But also it's disrespectful, right? But
No, it's not disrespectful.
Well, I've heard people say that they only want to use the word in reference to the word, but I don't think that's actually true. Like I've noticed like when people will say those sorts of things and then I'll go and I'll hang out with those people and I've noticed that like it's not actually true. That's the thing that they say like in public so that they can have the excuse to say it, but it's often the case that oftentimes I've noticed that people will make that case and then will backstage will make comments or will make statements that are actually racist. So I'm not sure. So that's a question to deal with is the honesty of like how this, because I think it's true. I think there are people that do just want to say it for shock value, people who want to say it just to be mean or just to get a rise out of people, right? And the reality is because like it was that controversial of a word, right? I needed to learn that lesson, right? Because I was very, very careful about everything I brought into class like after that. To make sure that I didn't actually accidentally piss off my professor.
Very best.
Okay.
So that's the end of my spiel.
I love
Before
it.
we move on, right? God damn it.
Is Drake a pedophile?
I get to go, right?
I want to know that question. Is he a pedophile? Is that true?
So like
He's a pedophile, okay? He's attracted to teenage girls.
That roast was pretty fire, like with the image, and he has all the red dots and the sex offender. That was a good roast.
Is it true?
Okay.
Is he actually?
So Billie Eilish.
Yes.
So the
He was
question is
grooming Millie Bobby
hardcore
Brown.
groomer,
100%.
and Billie
Okay.
Eilish went through too.
I'm not sure if he
I need
was
someone to
doing,
not
grooming
meme at
him.
me and to tell me whether or not this is real.
Yo,
Okay.
you do not need to be talking to a 14-year-old girl about her crushes as a 30-year-old
Billie
man.
Eilish.
That
Oh,
is
I turned it.
fucking
You also
crazy.
don't need to be adding high school basketball players on fucking Instagram. Like, there's no reason for a grown estimate. He's close to 30 at that point.
Wait,
No
is he-
reason to be
is he
doing
actually-
that.
That is
Wait,
crazy.
what? Did he do that? He added high school basketball players to his. Wait, how am I this?
There's a really funny video where he has like a 17-year-old on the stage, right? And he's like hugging her, groping her, whatever. And she tells him that she's 17 years old, and he keeps doing it afterwards. He like doubles down.
Okay.
He's like, nice. The age of consent in Canada is 16. This is legal.
Okay, so I didn't have that context,
Jesus,
and
that-
maybe you guys will tell me more about that. I just remember like the Millie Bobby Brown text, at least the ones that I saw, or at least the ones she shared, because she shared those texts. They weren't nearly as like bad as like people.
All of them, or like a handful that were like picked out.
Ones that I'm aware of. Put it out there, because maybe you're going to show me something that's like vile. I don't know, right?
Prime, like there's just
No, I don't.
there's no reason for a 30-year-old to be talking to a
Yes.
14-year-old about
Okay,
crushes. Like
that-
ever.
but
Like
that
please.
is the problem. The messages themselves are not necessarily the problem. I don't give a fuck about the messages. Why are you, a 30-year-old millionaire who has access to 18 to 60-year-old women, DMing a 14-year-old about her fucking love
A little
life?
hard
No, 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 no.
carved into the
Fucking
front of your
insane.
haircut.
No. I think okay. So, all right, hold on. I don't want to get distracted yet. But I'll say this, right? The reason why that I thought that was okay without the additional context, and that's all I had. Remember, this was simply introduced to me, and I all had the context with the text messages I saw, right? That it seems perfectly reasonable that within a professional environment and like the general fame world, that you would have context with people and you would talk to these people, right? Like I forget if they had worked on a project together. I forget if they did or not. But like if you're a famous person, I imagine like, yeah, you just like your DMs are full with like messages with other famous people, right? Like she can't talk to her friends in the same way about some of these things, right? Like, and so it seems perfectly reasonable you would strike a friendship as long as nothing inappropriate was said. I don't think that in and of itself that a 30-year-old talking to a 14-year-old.
Yes, it is.
I
Yes,
got
it is.
one.
It
I got
is.
one.
Okay.
Drake also told Billie Eilish when she said, "Hey, I'm turning 18." He goes, "Oh, I've been waiting for about 4 years."
Okay,
That's
yeah,
weird.
yeah. So
That's
again,
very
I
weird.
didn't have any of that in the context.
Listen,
so
guys,
remember,
this sounds
everything I
bad.
said was in that sounds awful,
Again,
and so I'm not defending Drake. I'm just saying that within the context of like those
In a
specific
vacuum
text
of what you
messages,
saw, yeah.
in a vacuum, like I don't think like if a 30-year-old is talking to a like in fact like it makes sense that
Yeah,
like
no, it is
a
weird.
teen would go to an adult like,
Uh-huh.
hey man, like a person that you trust, right? And
Yo,
she apparently
Prime.
trusted Drake.
No,
Okay,
That-
Prime, hold up.
No.
This-
Prime.
FQ and then me, please.
Look, I work
New
as a
moderator.
look, I have done a ton of childcare over the years. Okay, I worked for as a long time as a camp counselor. I worked as a babysitter. I've worked like as a substitute teacher. I've worked in a lot of cases with a lot of kids in varying age groups. Okay, the number one thing that you are always told before you start work is do not ever text the kids. You are explicitly banned. And it doesn't matter how old they are. It doesn't matter how old you are. You are, as the employee, are not allowed to have the phone number of that child. You text the parents. If you're going to text anyone, that's who you're in contact with. And to the point where if it's found out that you are texting somebody like who is underage, and again, it doesn't matter, right? Like how old, like how mature they are, whatever, right? If they are under the age of 18 and they are in your care and it turns out that you have been texting them, you're fired immediately. And not only are you fired, but you're not allowed to come back into
As
work
an employee.
It's, as an
But
employee
what about like
of the camp.
What about
on.
like mentor situations, like a family friend or someone that you know that they can go to? Like I had people that I texted when I was like 14 that were like in their 60s, and they're like I could be like, hey, basically it was like a
Are you
second
kidding me?
grandpa.
With
He was like a
my
second grandpa,
little
and I would text them.
15-year-old sister,
Sure,
if I found out that a 31-year-old man, if I found out that
family members are like
Gibbs, I love you, but if I found out that you or anybody like your
Yeah.
age was
You don't-
texting my
you don't need a
15-year-old sister,
mentorship.
okay?
Yeah, your sister
No.
doesn't have millions of followers. It is a celebrity.
no,
There's
no,
like
yeah, but
this
I'm
is
not-
a
that's
job
not even
role.
important.
It is.
No.
It's. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it, but
no.
14-year-old in
Okay,
Hollywood.
mentorship. Okay, there are a couple of problems with that. Number one, he is a millionaire. Okay, I don't know what Millie Bobby Brown's situation.
Yeah, I
is,
mean
okay?
Drake's situation is different, but like
Yeah.
I'm saying
He's the
generally,
star
but
of Stranger Things.
because it is different, the money is important here. Because not only is he way older than her, he has way more money than her. That means that if there was something inappropriate
But they both
happening
have,
like,
like,
between the pair of them,
Hold on,
that
I don't know if he has
that
much more
would
money than
mean
her.
that he is in a better position to squash her and to bully her parents,
No.
to bully the other people around her in order to get
He's
what he
not-
wants.
Hold on,
That's
hold on.
That's not necessarily true, but it's possibly
But it's not
impossibly
an- but it's not an
Hold on,
indictment
wait,
on
wait,
the
wait,
has so much-
individual
Hold on.
as a whole.
No, that doesn't. Okay, none of that matters. Hold on. Oh my god. I'm sorry. I'm getting distracted here. Because there's lots of things I'm trying to get to. But now FQ's got me fired up. But FQ, one, it doesn't matter what happened within your professional environment. That makes perfect sense in your professional environment. Why they had those rules in place, right? Because you don't want to be in a situation where you're like adjudicating those things. Just so a blanket ban. That makes sense, right? In the context of like especially a non-professional relationship, right? With these, there's two individuals who actually have things in common, right? He, as you guys said before, he was a childhood star,
Yeah.
right? Like the things that she's going through, he would know better than I would, better than you would, better than your 15-year-old sister would when she was 15 at the time, right? Like she can't relate to her in the way that Drake can relate to her in that situation. Again, this is in a vacuum, right? We're talking about in a vacuum, not all that other stuff, right?
Then why isn't he choosing to become friends with her parents and giving her parents like this advice instead of him going to her directly?
Because that's not how kids operate. Hold on,
it absolutely is how it operates. Okay,
no,
absolutely not. If that's such bullshit.
They're trusted
okay, I'm sorry, Prime,
adults,
okay?
right? And sometimes their trusted adults can't be their parents for a variety of reasons. And like her parents, I don't know her parents' situation, but I'm assuming they weren't famous, right? Unless she's like a nepo baby, right? But I don't know. But assuming she's not a nepo baby, her parents don't know, right? And so it would make sense to talk to someone directly who's gone through all of this.
No, not when it's a 14-year-old.
And it can be perfectly
if Connor if Connor revealed to me, right, that he happened to have a daughter that had a lot of the same life experiences as me and was in a similar position, and maybe like she wanted to go on to maybe get her degree in English, or that maybe that was her path, right? The person that I would want to talk to about that would be Connor, okay? It would be him, okay? Because he's the dad. He's the
okay.
adult.
Give me a scenario. What about going to,
it would
say I
not
asked,
be his daughter. I would
say you're
not
a
be sitting
16-year-old
down
kid and
with
you
like
wanna-
a 14-year-old kid. If I can, just 1 minute, okay? Like the reality is, you're right, okay? She doesn't know, right? But she's a kid. The people that can actually make those decisions are her parents. If he really wanted to have an impact on her life, if that's really what this is, if this is mentorship, okay, then really that is a relationship that happens between the parents and between the tutor and the educator. It's not a relationship that solely happens between the tutor and between the parents.
It's not a. You're
That's
thinking
true.
it
That's
wrong.
absolutely true.
You're talking
That
about
happens-
changes in her life. Nothing needs to change in her life, right?
Yeah,
She might need
she's
to
a
just
superstar. She's a
commiserate.
child star, and she's
Yes.
going through a lot of really hard experiences. So he should tell her dad. That's what he
Okay,
should do.
Jake, let me give you an
Sit down
example. What
with
about
her
like
dad
going
and
into the
tell
military?
her. Tell
My
him.
parents
That's
went into the military, and I want to ask somebody, hey, John, my cousin John, or like let's say like my next door neighbor's dad's military, right? He's in his 50s, and I've known him my whole life. And why would I ever have him text my parents or talk to my parents when I like at a 15, 16-year-old and interested in the military could just text neighbor John and be like, hey, what's going on? Hey, I'm thinking about joining the military. What do you think about this? That would be
Is he
weird.
homosexual?
So I'll tell you
Would
why.
you text
because-
John that you miss him so much and you want to hang out soon?
No, I know. Hold on. No,
Yeah,
I'm
probably
talking
not,
about.
right?
Hold on. I already said that the Drake stuff was weird. Not talking about Drake, but I feel like
With the vacuum, within the vacuum.
With a vacuum. But what Fairy Queen's doing
With a
now
vacuum.
is like bashing
Vacuum's
all of
important.
mentorship and like right. And
I
so
am
yeah,
not
obviously.
bashing
So if
mentorship. I'm
not
explaining
my next door
mentorship,
neighbor
okay?
who we've known my
Men-
whole life, or like a significant period, and he's got an experience that my parents couldn't relate to, why would I ever talk to my parents about that? Why wouldn't I go directly to the horse's mouth?
If
Okay,
I had
the
a
answer
15-year-old
is
kid,
the answer is okay. If the person next door, right, is telling you, "I just want to keep it between us. Don't let your parents know.
That's a
Just
different
text me.
situation.
We'll text
Well-
back and forth." For him to want to have a private communication with you, just
But
outside.
that's not what
of
I'm talking about, Fairy Queen. You
Yeah,
gave a whole,
you added a lot.
You added a lot. You gave
I'm
a whole.
adding a lot
before
because of what was
well,
said earlier
hold on,
about
we already-
Millie Bobby Brown and
okay,
Drake.
yeah,
That's
we're
why
in
I'm
the
adding it. It's
vacuum
specific
still.
to the situation.
But
We're all
before you that,
We're
you gave
in the vacuum.
Yeah, but hold on. Before that, you gave an indictment of all people over like 30 or so shouldn't be like, talking to younger people because hey, that's whatever. And so
If you are not a family, if you are a family, okay. If I may respond, okay, if you are not a family member, okay, and if you are not someone who is trained professionally to be with children or to work with kids, and you say the neighbor next door who you've grown up with your whole life, maybe my life experience is different. I moved around a lot, okay, but my family was also in the military, and my brother also wound up joining. He's choosing to try to join the Marines right now. Like he's in that process right now, okay? And it is true that like you do go and like you are advised to have mentorships, but mentorship is always something that your parents are overseeing, okay? They are overseeing this mentorship.
That's ridiculous.
And that's not ridiculous. It's how it should happen,
Not
okay?
at all.
And that way, if anything
Good,
happens,
and
if like you go to
different.
John next door and he seems like a great guy, but then John next door turns out to be a creep and he's got like a ton of like weird shit in his
There's them
backyard.
knowing about
Then
it.
he can
and
go
then, like,
back, and because lines of communication are open, he can go back and tell his dad, "Hey, this dude John next
I'm not
door
saying
is
they
a
shouldn't
real
know about
weirdo.
it.
Can
That's
you
not what
do
I'm
something
saying.
about it?"
But,
Yeah.
like, your parents
So,
shouldn't necessarily be
okay, so
involved in
I-
it.
Well, you should just always assume that he's a
I'm gonna-
creep, Gibbs, is the point.
I'm gonna move
He's
it
not a
forward.
bear.
So one, I'll say this, right? I'll say the last thing. That if Counterpoint, if I had a 15-year-old kid, right, and they were gonna join the military, I'm like, yeah, like talk to my friend Counterpoints, right? I don't even have to be in between that, right? But that doesn't mean I can't monitor. So I'm reaching out to Bridge to Fair.
Yes.
Doesn't mean I can't monitor that, right?
Monitoring.
I
Yeah,
have all the
Connor started
trust in
saying to your
Counterpoint.
kid, I miss you so much. I'm gonna be in your city next week. Maybe we should
Yeah.
like meet up and hang out. Like, that'd be
And I
pretty
would,
fucking
and I
weird.
would, and if Counterpoint said that, I'd have questions. I have questions.
Yo,
Okay,
Hold
And I
on, hold on.
think
We
it's
can,
fair.
we can
Like,
qualify this, but I think like y'all can pick apart FQ's like examples all you want. At the same time, if we're talking about people who are potentially sexually attracted to each other, and we're talking about a 14 or 15-year-old girl or boy, and then we're talking about them sliding into each other's DMs, and y'all think that shit is normal, that's fucking crazy. Like, if you want to vacuum it, but we're going to add in variables that basically say, at minimum, this is a red flag. At minimum.
And
Can I ask you one thing?
it would just be like a red flag if this were the only thing. But there's like multiple things like this, right? Where, like I mentioned earlier, him like following high
Even in the
school
vacuum.
basketball girls on fucking Instagram. There's no and actually DMing with them. There's no reason to fucking do that as a 30-something-year-old dude.
I agree. Okay, so like I was going to ask you on counterpoints on that note, right? I think there's a difference between, let's say, if it was well, I'm not even gonna put myself in there. I don't want to be the creep, right? But if Drake reached out to her, right, or she reached out to him, right? She's like, hey, like let's just. Yeah. Like she's asking for advice, and then they strap a friendship that way. You think that there is a significant difference between them, or he reaching out to this 14-year-old, like, "Hey, let's like talk."
Can I interject real quick? So I can agree with you that if there is a 14 or 15-year-old and they are uniquely autonomous, they are rich, they're famous, they're whatever, and they DM you and they're like, "Hey, listen, I'm going through this thing. Have you ever experienced something like that?" I don't care. Like, let's say that was the situation and that's what Drake was doing. If he responded in a paternalistic way where he's like, hey, actually, I experienced something very similar. I did this, and this. And then he didn't do any follow-up engagement. I would be perfectly okay with that because the truth is there's not really a good reason for a 35-year-old man to be consistently messaging a 14-year-old girl. However, if he uses that initial thing as a pretext to develop a relationship that starts flirting around the sexual territories, not only is that a red flag, I basically view him as a phebophile. And I'm not trying to meme right here with the differentiation. I don't think that, like, based off of the information that we have available, I don't think Drake wants to fuck prepubescent kids. But I think that he doesn't care if they're an upper teenager and about to be 18, and he seems to want to put out bait into the waters. So as soon as a girl turns 18 and it is legal, she can DM him and then they can go party, get drunk, and fuck. So that to me is predatory in a different way that can be legal, but it's still predatory.
I agree. Let's go to Ali and then Corey.
It's grooming.
Yeah, so I agree, vacuum or not. Obviously, I do think it's creepy to be messaging 35-year-old as to make messaging a 15-year-old. However, I've had this argument with a couple of my brother and his friends, like they're younger and they play video games, right? And part of playing video games, they like going to the conventions, they like going to this thing. And so they had friends when they were like 16, 17, and they were like 26, 27. It's not so much that they were like friends that they would see each other all the time because it was like distance. However, if there was a convention in town and they were going, they would meet up at the convention and hang out and blah, blah, blah. And like they would be actively gaming. And so I didn't know how I felt about that because I was like, I don't think like there's no reason a 25-year-old should be engaged with like a 17-year-old guy, sexual or not. I just don't think it should be like a friendship level. But that the internet is just a space that people are engaged in, so Instagram is just like a social space. And then also like for the whole having an older person engaged, like there's older brother older sister programs, right, where it is specifically an older now it is specifically monitored, like in that like who's the older brother. However, when you're hanging out, you're just hanging out on the side, and the conversations can essentially be whatever you want. And to Fairy Queen, like I know that teachers aren't supposed to be texting students or whatever, but I've been hearing a lot about teachers having their students on Snapchat, teachers having their students on
that's
TikTok,
not supposed to happen.
Instagram. I mean, it's not supposed to.
Yeah, that's
to,
unprofessional.
but
they're not supposed to do that. Like I know that it happens,
the kids are the ones. The kids are the ones pushing it. The kids are the ones who are like following their teacher.
You have
in mass.
to be the adult.
Oh, I agree.
Ali, I want to rebut to something because there actually could be a generational gap here. All right. So I'm late 30s, so I'm a little bit older. Somebody was saying this was like a random piece of content that I bumped into, but they were saying that one of the shifts that happened generationally was with the kids who I grew up with offline, and then the world became more online as I grew up. A lot of kids just grew up where everything's online, right? And so what became more normal over the past decade is that you would have video game lobbies, because everybody does that as a hobby, where it's like 12 all the way up to fucking 40, and people are talking shit and having fun and becoming friends and all that kind of shit. I think that's a changed social dynamic. However, what I would say for anybody growing up in this environment, anybody from 12 to 40, you need to think like your calls are being recorded, and you need to think like every single text message is being snapshot. So if you think that you're flirting with a fucking 16-year-old girl and you're going to be able to get away with that shit, fuck no, you're not. And on top of that, you could get giga fucked by that shit. And I'm not trying to like defend predators. I'm just trying to say, like, if you even have that inkling, like, well, she's really mature for her age, or he's really mature for their age, I want to be friends with them. And then if they become 18 or 19 and then they DM me, that's like a cool fantasy for me. Fucking stop. Stop. Go find normal people.
Wait, Prime. I just want to
shit outside.
I agree, except for like I just want to lend to like the celebrity point and that like gamer friendship point, right? We have like 15, 16-year-olds that are streaming, that are Instagram famous, that are YouTube famous, that are celebrities. They have jobs. They are working. They're working children, right? We can't call them working adults, but they're working children, and they do have these connections. You see 16-year-olds going to like these streamers' houses or linking with them online or doing whatever it may be, and it's to one thing, it's disgusting, but at the same time, it's like, do you just ban children from the internet? Which, you know,
it's a weird,
like, okay, what do you do?
It's a weird transition point, but I think we have to put the onus on the adults to be adults and the kids to be kids, and we have to socially reinforce these things, because the truth is, we do have these weird situations where 17-year-olds and 16-year-old Twitch streamers or whatever are sexualizing themselves, and then they're acting like they're getting great.
Or the TikTok.
When people are responding to the sexualization. And it's like, no, you're going to be 18 in a year and a half, and you are entering in this world where you're going to have to make autonomous decisions about how you share your body with the world. And it's not enough to go with the cultural flow. You will get screwed over, literally, metaphorically, spiritually, et cetera, et cetera. So we have to be, and then with the adults or whatever, you can't be encouraging that shit. The reason why I think FQ and I have such a visceral reaction to Drake is because he's encouraging it.
No, agreed. I'm saying, like, then the conversation really becomes like, we need to, at least for me, what I'm hearing is like, maybe DeSantis has a point. Maybe kids don't need to be on these spaces where you can be a celebrity for the sake of being a celebrity. And if you are a celebrity in these spaces, you're going to have to engage with adults, whether it be getting a contract deal, whether it be getting a gig, whether it be finding management agency. The people that you're surrounded with, like childhood actors, they're surrounded by adults. So you can have a 5-year-old person and their entire day is engaged with 16 to 40-year-old adults, and that's all they're engaged with doing. By the time they're 16, right? By the time they're 16, they have this network and this friendship of, they don't have peers anymore.
But we need to get people to mature as well.
Okay, pause.
It's stunting their maturation, I'm saying, is what I'm saying.
Pause. So I'm going to add Corey, to Lactoid, and to Admiral Gibbs. Before then, I've been trying to do multiple things. First, and Corey's going to smile at this. My donation
incoming.
I tried to say this actually a while ago, but Kelsey Soloway, you're probably not even in chat anymore. I know you're not. But from YouTube, 9:12 p.m., which over an hour previously. Don't smile at me, Corey. All right.
I'm a happy person always. Happy Canadian.
She said transgender women and men had higher rates of violent victimizations, 86.1 and 107.5 per 1,000 people, respectively, than cisgender women and men, 23.7 and 19.8 per 1,000 people, respectively. Thank you for that, Kelsey Soloway. I'm sorry that I did not get to that before. You probably said that. I mean, I know you said a long time ago, but if you are there, thank you for the $10 Canadian. Oh, you're a Canadian too. Oh, wow. We love our Canadians.
This is a real smile for that.
So Kelsey, if you're still there, I apologize for being me. I am awful with this. But yeah. Then I got to say, thank you, Admiral Gibbs and Mock Gaming Bot for gifting us up, and Admiral Gibbs gifting us up, and Ritas for gifting 300 bits. Hey everyone, I was gonna bring this up. Oh my god, this thing won't. I was gonna bring this up, but we just had our fourth anniversary. The other day. So May 1st is when I started streaming in 2020. And hooray, 4 years, right? If you've been appreciated that this, this has been around for so long, and since we started the Reverie, it wasn't exactly May 1st, but since we started the Reverie, we have never missed a single week, not one week, even on holidays, and that's honestly thanks to the people around here, like Lactoid and Corey, right? And Doobie, who have been here consistently, and Counterpoints, who've been here for a crazy long time, right? Yeah. And of course, thanks to our new friends. But if you do appreciate that, consider supporting this channel. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. We've got a hype train going on right now, 43% of level 1 hype train, excuse me. So 57% left. Help us to get to level 2 at hype train. But yeah, guys, if you want to see more of this, we do need your help. Aiko, thank you so much for gifting 400 bits. Yeah, he's great. We at 56% now. Consider helping us out. We do need your help. We haven't gotten many donations recently, and it affects the channel, right? So consider helping us out. Subs to the channel, gift bits, gift subs. If you have Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming, use that in the chat. It'll be a big help if you want to skip. If you want to skip Twitch altogether, you could put exclamation point donate. I think that works. Yes, that does work. And you can skip Twitch altogether. But my GameBot, thank you for another sub, putting us at 70%. But yeah, please do support this community so I can keep providing you this content. Because if not, I really can't. So I want to make it to 5 years, but I need your help to make that happen. Substitute on bits, give subs. If you're on YouTube, you can also use a super chat, like Kelsey did. I will get to you as soon as possible. I'm so sorry, Kelsey. I will get to you as soon as possible. But we will respond to your super chat. So consider helping us out that way. But that's the only way we can make it happen. Okay. So I was gonna ask you guys. So we have 3 other people in the queue here. I'll let you guys go, and you guys can decide if you want to continue on with this particular topic. Or you want to move on to our second topic that I had planned. But you guys can figure out. You guys seem pretty hyped up about this one in particular, so we can stay here. And we're already well past a usually switch over point. So keep that in mind. We have 90 seconds left on the clock. Help us save this hype train. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. Consider helping out this community. But yeah. Counterpoints. Hey, thank you for the 1,000 bits. You're a real one, Counterpoints. Thank you. And you're stubbed. So nice to have you here, man. Yeah. You're not even a gift sub. You've actually been supporting. Yeah, you're a cool dude. Thank you. It's 35 months. Oh, man. Thank you, Counterpoints, for continuously helping out this community.
My pleasure.
But, yeah, we're at level 2 hype train because of Counterpoints who saved the hype train. 5% done. 90% left. Plenty of room. Help us out. This is our 4th year anniversary stream. So, all right. So let's go to Corey. And 4.5 minutes left.
Well, so yeah, I agree with the greater context. Drake seems really problematic and predatory. But I'm curious. So, sort of a maybe somewhat close example, not predatory, but the celebrity sort of example, where there was a movie, Panic Room, great movie, 2002. Stars Kristen Stewart and Jodie Foster. And from what I understand, based on interviews, they established a friendship and a relationship. Where at the time, Kristen Stewart I think was around 12 or 13, and Jodie Foster was probably 40s or 50s. Is that inappropriate? And
was Jodie Foster sending her good night texts and saying that she missed her a lot and giving her
I don't know if there was any. I don't know if there were any leaks of text messages, but as a blanket.
Well, I think if we just found out that if we just found out that Drake and Millie Bobby Brown formed some kind of friendship, right? Work on some kind of project together. I don't think people would give a fuck. It's the additional things that we know, which is I don't think so. Not because a lot of times, like when you say like friendship, it just means that they were working on this thing together and they were like friendly while they're on this thing. But I'm assuming that after they left this project, they weren't texting every day. She wasn't saying, "Oh, I miss you. Let's go meet up for dinner or something." Like that's gonna be my assumption. But if that did happen, I would agree that
a romantic context, maybe. Like what if why would that be bad if it wasn't a romantic context? Say they work together and they've been working together right on this movie, and they had lunches together while they're on the movie. And then Jodie Foster's
that's
like,
fine.
hey,
I'm in
town. So Jodie Foster, hey, I'm in town. I haven't seen you. And by the way, would you like to go get food tonight or whatever? Like, and if she wanted to invite her parents, she could. Or if she didn't say, like, she didn't invite her parents. But since this is a person with agency that has money, why would she not go to like a dinner?
No, I don't think having money gives you agency if you're like 12 years old. I'm sorry. Like, that's
if it's not. But here's the thing. I know that Drake is romantic. There's obviously a romantic sexual issue. Like, would you like argue that it's bad if it's like a mentor idea, like in Jodie Foster's case?
No, I think mentors are fine. Right? I have no issue with mentors. The issue is just like the additional information that we know about the text with Drake that comes from like Millie Bobby Brown herself, and all the other shit that Drake has been involved with, like a lot of other underage girls that he's like contacting. Like there's one I don't know. I think some of you might have saw the Abin Priest video that they did, right?
We know what he's doing too.
Yeah,
he's trying to foster He's trying to foster friendships. So the day they turn 18, he can say, hey, why don't you come down to Miami, or why don't you come up to New York? Why don't you come out to Chicago? Why don't you do whatever? And then he's gonna fuck them and party with them, and they'll be like, oh wow, I fucked Drake. That's awesome. And they'll move on.
Let's just hypothetically it was like just for business. Like, what if it was just for business? And he was like, "Oh, we can start doing more work on Drake Team, but it's only for business." And we know it's all nefarious with the sexual side on Drake. But let's just say hypothetically, what if this guy was like, "I'm only wanting to do this because I want to like have Foster's connection with him because I think they're going to be good business connects going forward." Would that be nefarious in that sense? Like, would you have a problem with that, Connor?
Well, okay, so if we were to desexualize it totally...
1 second. 90 seconds left on the clock. Help us get to a level 3 hype train, guys. You have an Amazon Prime says Prime Gaming. Use that 1 free sub per month here on this community. You find yourself coming back. We value this community. You want more of these conversations. You think that this is a fun spot to be at. You like these topics that I come up with, or the ones I don't come up with. And these guys, we kind of like stumble upon them. Consider helping us out. Help us get to level 3 hype trade. Sub to the channel, give bits or give subs. We do need your help. Thank you, Fairy Queen. Oh, Fairy Queen. Oh, yeah, cool one. Thank you so much for gifting a sub. Putting us at 17%. Help us get save this hype train, please. We need the assistance. All right, go ahead. Counterpoints.
Yeah. So I mean, I was just gonna say, like, let's just totally desexualize it. 35-year-old man. 15-year-old, let's say boy, they're not even sexually compatible in that way, right? And the 35-year-old just thinks like, oh, well, this person is going to be wildly successful when they're growing up as a result that I want to mentor them, I want to be their friend, I want to do, et cetera, okay? Those conversations, I think, are going to have to be in, like, the awareness of parents and guardians, right? So what you said. So it's not like they have to read every single text message, but basically if that person doesn't approach the parent and say, hey, listen, like Donald Glover, for instance, he's like a wildly successful person, and I think Tina Fey actually mentored him. So if Tina Fey was mentoring 15-year-old Donald Glover, then she would need to be like, hey, Mr. and Mrs. Glover, I think your son's brilliant. I think he's going to be wildly successful. I want to mentor him. Are you okay with me continuing a communication with him?
Who is that to?
That was to Gibbs.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like looking back throughout history. Like, we would never had Julius Caesar if we would have never like had what's his name, Crassus.
Yeah, but this is a bad example because at that time there was lots of male mentorship that involved lots of butt sex.
I mean, okay, we don't know that they did that, but I mean,
they probably do.
Do we know? Okay, whatever.
Either butt sex or thawing.
Specifically did butt sex.
Yeah, I was talking about
saying that the Greeks and the Romans.
I have really two issues with this. Like, one, I think that y'all, like, there is something to be said for mentorship, like mentorship, making business connects, and like I get that the Drake situation is different because he's like a bad apple, right? Like, whatever. Like, let's not.
It's probably way too common.
Sure. It's not. Let's not indict all mentorship because there's a few people that are over here.
I don't think anybody's doing that.
But like, I also wanted to touch on another thing that we kind of got away from. Sociologic brought up, and it's the gaming, right? Like there's this. Not only are we have like in just a game setting, you have like guilds, right? You have certain types of games, and that's like a lot more like relaxed setting than you see in like say, oh, this guy's coaching somebody on League of Legends, or oh, he's coaching them on like Halo or something. And like I don't know that it would be out of pocket. Be like they go to somebody, they think these people are their friends, for them to go, hey, I'm having this problem, like, what do you think I should do? Like, as opposed to even like a true mentor, like that doesn't seem nefarious. Like, it seems like you mentioned the like generational shift. I kind of think that there's even more of that now. I don't know. I just I just don't want to damn everything because of Drake.
Okay,
I understand. Sorry, go ahead.
Before you go, multiple things. So we have another person who's going to be coming in a second. Thank you, Doobie, for being a real one, gifting 20 subs to the community. It's really kind of you, friend. Doobie's been supporting this channel like from the very beginning. Wouldn't be here without him. So thank you to my very kind friend, Doobie. Thank you, Sociologic, for gifting a sub. Thank you, Counterpoints, for gifting 5 subs. Because of that, we're at 64% of our level for Hype Train. With 36% left. Help us get to a level. What?
Real quick, explain how to Prime sub, because I thought I was subscribed with Amazon Prime. I just subscribed for the first time ever on Twitch. I don't know how to do this shit, but so tell people how to Prime sub, because I did not know how to do that.
You go to sub, then you click sub with Prime.
I didn't do it. Didn't show it up on my phone, and I don't know. Just for the people who are on their phone.
I don't think you can do it on your phone.
Just give it. Oh, all right. There we go.
Yeah, I don't know if you can. I don't have Amazon Prime. I've never done it, so I've never done it. But I have instructions on how to connect your Amazon Prime to your Amazon account, to your Twitch account. Is it already connected?
Oh, I think I did it on my computer. I just resubbed. It doesn't matter, but you just keep going. I just want to, in case the people didn't know. I don't know.
Yeah. In case you don't know how to connect it, but I suppose you connect. I think that's how you do it. Oh no, that's Twitch account to your Discord. Okay, those are wrong instructions. 1 second. Thank you, Admiral Gibbs, for gifting 5 subs. Putting us over the line to level 5 Hype Train, 1% done, 99% left. Can we get to level 6 Hype Train? We haven't done that in a very long time. So
listen, if I give any more, my wife is going to kick me in the nuts. So probably
understood, friend. But you out in the audience, if you're appreciating this, do consider supporting the channel. Help us out in all the ways that I've already told you. It's very much appreciated, and it allows me to keep on doing all of this. Okay. Sorry, who was talking?
We were talking about mentoring relationships, and I was going to respond to Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, you can respond, and then we have to get to the Lecter. Oh my God, the Lecter has been waiting forever.
Okay, so all right. So listen, I am with you that what is happening in an increasingly litigious society that has the internet and news channels, people are afraid to lead. They are afraid to mentor. They are afraid to develop relationships, and they are afraid to teach the next generation all of the skills that they have learned. I agree with you completely. I actually think it's a very sincere problem. I meet competent, intelligent, kind, sweet people who don't think that they have anything to offer the world, and I basically have to like pull their teeth out in order to encourage them to mentor the next generation, right? But I don't think that FQ and I want to like kill that as a concept. What we want to do is we want to make sure that it's done the right way in concert with the parents. So for instance, you say that you called like your military men.
You cut out.
You cut out, friend. You cut out. You said military mentor, then you cut out.
Military mentor. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The military mentor. The only thing that I would want is, and I think most people of like tact and goodwill would do this anyways. I would want that mentor to probably just mention it in passing to your parents. Hey, Gibbs reached out to me the other day. We talked about the military, whatever. I think he's a cool kid. He's a good dude. I love him like a nephew or something like that. Just want to let you know or whatever. Or they could even talk about what they talked about in order to keep the parents in the loop. We just want to make sure you get diddled. That's all. We just want you to not get
fair. That's fair. And Corey, did you finish your point previously?
Yeah.
Lactoid. I know you've been waiting fucking forever. I'm sorry, man.
I have a point on the prior point. but I'm gonna tie it into this one. I swear to God.
About the bear?
About the N-word. So,
Bring it back.
N-word and
we'll bring it back
okay.
slightly, but then I'll tie it in. So I just completely agree, and I'm surprised nobody brought up Kendrick Lamar's behavior on this, because I completely agree with Doobie that everyone should be able to say the N-word. This idea that we treat it like Voldemort, where you can't even fucking say it, is ridiculous. The fact that Kendrick Lamar will bring up a fan and then bully her after she says the word, it's pretty ridiculous. I
Pause
also
1 second. 1 minute left on the Low 5 Hype train. Consider helping out the channel. If you haven't done so yet, now's a great time to do so. You get emotes to get your sub free viewing. Sorry, ad free viewing. And then your emotes. So either of the emotes the channel provides or the extra emotes from the Hype train type thing. So consider helping us out. We have 50 seconds left on the clock. Sub to channel, get bits, give subs. Amazon Prime Gaming. And or exclamation for donate if you want to give to the stream directly. And skip over Twitch. All right, back to you.
Oh, level 5 is so you have Kendrick Lamar who shamed a woman who went up on stage and simply said it. I think that's also like pretty immature. I think it's kind of immature. But what I also think is immature is something that people haven't mentioned is that Millie Bobby Brown and Billie Eilish have something in common, which is that they were both sexualized a lot when they were minors on social media. And it's odd how these are the people that are kind of at the heart of the story that Drake's having conversations with. And from what I understand is that Drake's a very sexual person in terms of just like the people he interacts with and the things that he does. Not to say that the texts themselves are necessarily sexual, but I do agree that there's something deeply disturbing about I miss you, have a good night, etc. to somebody who's so young and who does have a reputation of being kind of almost sexually, not directly, but like virtually predated upon on the social media sphere. Why should we give what level of credit should we really be giving an adult who's doing this? I understand the idea of mentorship, but what's that one Key and Peele bit where it's like all the students that the mentor, like in the Taekwondo arena, right? They all tend to be like early 20s women. Is there like a trend here? Why is it the case that these are the people that Drake seems to be mentoring? What about the men? What about them?
Yeah, so I have one bone to pick, and it's very personal and it's very old. So I agree with you that you need to be looking out for these people. I also think that we need to be transparent with young women, though, and probably young men who are being sexualized as well. So I have a bone to pick with Billie Eilish in particular. She has a lyric where she talks about blowing my dad. It is fucked up. I should not have to hear about
your dad specifically.
Yeah, no, she's like it's the bad guy lyric. She's literally like the kind of person to fuck your dad type, and I'm like, I am a 35-year-old man.
It says
My
your
father
dad.
is in his
Billie
70s.
Eilish.
Why are you trying to fuck my dad? You fucking freak.
Billie Eilish is specifically annoying because pre-18 she did this whole thing about claiming how she didn't want to be sexualized, and that's why she would wear all the baggy clothes and the whole spiel. Literally, the second she turned 18, she then started going on stage in bathing suits. She then started going with the whole thing.
Rewards her for that kind of shit.
Yeah.
I just want us to be more transparent with young people who are being sexualized, who are between the ages of 15 and 18.
Her boyfriend's also like 20 years
if you
older than
sexualize yourself, the rest of the world is going to sexualize you more, and complaining about it is fucking stupid.
Yeah, but her boyfriend is also like 20 years older. Clearly, that's her kink. Like the fucking
her wanting to bang my dad? What the fuck?
Debbie, have you seen her, dude? He's like older than like both of us.
Have you seen your dad?
Listen, I'm just saying this is like when people post on Twitter, they're like, the fact that I might even have to see a 14-year-old's opinion is a fucking like crime against humanity or some shit. That's how I feel about pop artists who are fucking 18 singing about banging my dad. It's fucked up. Don't do it.
Go ahead, man.
Okay, hold on. You never said like anything like that. That's bullshit, Connor. I'm gonna
singing about their pussies.
Hold on. You've talked about your friend's mom. Like, oh man, so
yeah,
mom,
absolutely.
I smashed that. Like, don't
I
act like
shit talking. I didn't actually my friend's
so what is the difference? What is the difference?
Okay.
My friend's mom's on your foot. I didn't want to fuck my friend's mom.
One of my friends' mom looked like Jennifer Aniston. I would have jumped on that in a heartbeat. What are you talking about, bro? Like, you're trolling.
If you made a song
100%.
talking about fucking your friend's mom, then I would call you a shitty friend.
Well, okay, but that's that's a kink. Like, why are you gonna kink shame her?
She wasn't. No, she wasn't talking about any. As far as I don't know Billie Eilish, and I never even
Talking
heard
about
this song
my
before.
dad.
But like, she wasn't
Talking about
talking
personally.
about your dad, and she wasn't about
Specifically
any dad in
Connor's dad.
particular. But like, what? Oh, I can push back on this, and I can show how sexist you are, right?
Uh-huh.
Because
Oh, yeah, I am.
men get to parade around like with the machismo and talk about like their virility and how
Stacey's
great they
mom?
are in bed, right?
It was a
Stacey's
mistake.
mom, right? And it's like, hey,
That was
she's got
mistake.
it going on, and
It was a mistake. Stacy's
Yeah, this is
Mom is
cat.
a
This is
great
cat.
song, and it was a mistake. And on top of that, there's a new song
Oh.
called Stacy's Mom Hits Different, and y'all should listen to that. And then also on top of that, I blame Ludacris, okay? It's his fault. He came out with I Want to Lick You From Your Head to Your Toe, and after that, the floodgates were open. And now we have WAP, and I have to hear about how women's vaginas are like macaroni and cheese.
Oh, you're traditionally conservative. I didn't know that.
Of a fucking lyric.
Ludacris did not open the floodgates to like sexualized songs of hip hop. I'm sorry, buddy. Like, look at your hip hop history.
I didn't know how closely linked Connor and Ben Shapiro were.
Yeah.
No. Who?
Like,
so hold on. So,
do you know
who did it?
So,
you know, there's so many before that. 50 Cent, like, so many.
Points. Do you happen to know what OPP is?
OPP, that's a good one. OPP.
What about cherry pie?
Do you know what
Tone Lock? Any Tone Lock song?
No, counterpoints.
On. Do I know who? I know ODB, Old Dirty
Do you
Bastard.
know what OPP is?
Yeah, you know me.
I do not OPP. I do not.
Okay,
OPP.
yes.
Not
That's a
down with
song. You can look up what it stands for, what OPP stands for, and I can assure you,
What about Code 45?
way before Ludacris, they were saying ridiculous fucking things. But anyway, the point is that it's been all these men who've been saying it, right? But the moment a woman, right, a young woman decides to flex her sexuality, hey, I happen to like older men, just like you like older women, right? Which is like how you've been saying you want to fuck my mom the
That's
entire
acceptable,
time,
though.
right? Exactly, right? So
that's normal. That's different.
So I think it's perfectly fine if a young lady, and assuming that she wasn't forced to buy regular execs or something like that, right? Like under her own like desire, wants to express herself and her love for older gentlemen.
We need to go back to euphemisms. No, we need to go back to euphemisms. We need to go back to the 1950s. No, but we need like euphemisms where we're like analogizing having sex to like picking a flower or some shit. Like I need some some creative distance between me and the descriptions
back
of
in those days,
vaginal excretion.
I want to fuck you like an animal. Back in those days, yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Discovery Channel.
No, that is a mistake too.
She's my cherry pie.
1942, dude. Okay, cherry pie is like
no. Hold on. Back in 1942,
just an analogy.
Back in 1942, they were actually doing like explicitly fucked up shit with kids, right? Elvis. I mean, his first wife was how old when they met?
Was the video an analogy, Connor?
Can we not? I'm just asking really
Priscilla was like 14, I think.
Can we not diddle kids, and can we not talk about our wet pussies and sweaty balls?
We're at least making progress, right?
Oh yeah, Meatballs by AC/DC.
We're away from the kids. We got to go through a wet ass pussy phase, and then we'll be in the clear afterwards. Okay, we're making progress.
You know what? Hold on. I have to make a massive concession that makes me feel like such a fucking asshole. Okay, so. On one hand, I feel very strongly about not wanting to hear about macaroni and cheese wet ass pussy, right? On the other hand, I have to agree with Lactoid that I know, right? My wife's giving me the stink eye. So back in the day, during the 1950s or whatever, when they were using all the euphemisms for sex instead of being actively descriptive, they were doing really fucked up shit.
Yeah.
So I have to concede that.
Okay, fair enough. FQ.
Talking about wet ass pussy.
Yeah.
I want
to know that.
How Billie Eilish wants to fuck your dad. Tell her that.
But FQ, what are your if you had another comment? But I actually want to know your thoughts on like women exercising their sexual power and like in creative ways and stuff. But FQ first, yeah.
I think you're muted.
You're muted, friend. Right, Aiko shows up, and all of a sudden people get muted. Yeah,
I don't think you're muted.
It's a transitive property.
Hey, friend, like we can't hear you, FQ. Yeah, exactly.
Wait, is it multiple people that are?
I'm not.
Wait, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I muted myself temporarily. I had a couple of things to say. Well, number one, so the boyfriend is not 20 years older. The boyfriend is 10 years older, and he's 31 and she's 21. I don't know when they met. I'm hoping that they met like in their 20s and not like when she was just
So within the
18
past
or
year or
just-
so.
The last year.
Let's hope.
Okay, so
I'm sorry.
like
I missed
Half
what you
past
just said.
seven.
I was reading
Okay.
the comment section.
And they're married, I think.
They're married?
Hopefully they didn't
Billie
meet
Eilish
when
is
they didn't.
married.
Hopefully they
Oh
didn't meet
no,
when he was like 25
I
or
was talking about Billy
something.
Bobby Brown.
Sorry, who could you repeat it because I missed it? I was reading the comment section. I apologize.
Billie Eilish is like 10 years younger, not 20 years younger. And her
Okay.
boyfriend is 31. She is 21. And according to what I just heard from some other people, they met in the past year. So they met so it's not like there's a grooming story, right? It's not like he was 31 and she was 14 and they met and they spoke and they shared all these text messages. And
Well, we
then
were
she turned
hoping.
18. And
We don't
then
know,
all
I
of a
don't
sudden, that's not the story of this person, right? The story is that this person is 21 and is choosing to date somebody who's 10 years older than they are, which is not that unusual for women in their early 20s. It's not unusual for young women to date men who are within 10 years older than they are. That's not that unusual. As far as them being sexualized, I mean the reason why they become sexualized and why even if they initially say no, I think it is because of a lot of outside pressure. It's because there's a lot of pressure from a lot of people. It's not just because it's what they individually want. They're responding to how other people are treating them in order to make money, right? This is the story of Britney Spears. Britney Spears was the same way. She was an extremely talented singer. She was an extremely talented dancer. So why was she constantly sexual all the time? Well, it was because that's what made her money. It was because that was her brand. It was because people were pushing her constantly to portray this image and this version of herself to make them
She was
money
also
in the
competing
background.
with other women who were doing the
And
same thing. Christina Aguilera.
I will make a bet without any proof of this. My bet is that the Billie Eilish, Millie Bobby Brown, both of these people probably have teams of people behind them, and they all probably know that if these women, young girls, go out and they expose themselves or they do something that's highly sexual, it could benefit not only her career, but it could benefit their careers on the side as
Yes.
And that's what I think is really happening and why that happens, despite it's not what they want.
It's not as bad as what Madonna's doing.
So, which
True.
relates back to
Oh
the
my
Drake
God.
I don't know what
That's
Madonna's doing.
horrifying.
He was 41 years younger than she was. I think he was 23 and she was in her 60s.
Oh, that's gross.
Well,
Or Jada Pinkett
Oh,
Smith.
yeah, that's a good one.
That's fucked up.
That's a good one.
She knew him when he was a kid.
And
He
it was
was-
her
Oh,
son's
He was her
Jesus.
kid's friend.
Oh, I actually did hear about this. She
So
groomed
clearly,
the
and
kid.
Finn don't have the same standard because no one's giving August a hard time for smashing his homie's mom. I'm just saying.
They should be giving her a hard time for that, but nobody is.
Okay. I want to make a point though about the market forces and all that kind of stuff. Human beings are fundamentally interested in two things. They're interested in sex and they're interested in death. Okay? That's it. Life and death, sex and death. Those are the only two things that we're fucking interested in. So
Barbecue
what
ribs.
I would say is we need to
Combine
death.
them.
So that's actually death and life mixed together. It's the rejuvenation of a wholesome meal, and it's also the death of something that you had to kill in order to get it. So yeah, it's still sex and death. Anyways, so when it comes to, but I think that young people need to be counseled for this. So for instance, Taylor Swift, she has a whole bunch of songs that are about sex, that are about romance, that are about relationships, etc. But she's still able to maintain a relatively wholesome image despite having more fucking boyfriends than probably any of these fucking hoes singing about their pussies. And the reason why is because she basically designed and chose her image by being euphemistic and by being tailored and also by saying no some of the time.
Wait, do you think her reputation is wholesome? I have her.
You cut out again. Hold on, sorry. You cut out again.
What do you cut out?
She said no sometime, and then you cut out again.
Oh yeah.
Well, I was saying that we need to teach young people the power of being able to say no in an but not necessarily destroy society.
Yeah, hold on, no. But so, Taylor Swift stands on the back of Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera, right? And the things that they did, and the way society has evolved since then. Now people are all tearful about the way they treated Britney Spears, right? All the things they said about her and all that, right? After the documentaries.
And then it turns out she actually was crazy.
Leave her alone.
Whoops.
but they made her
Well, why
crazy.
is she
Society,
crazy? Yeah, they made her-
society literally made her crazy, right?
Nah,
the way
that's like
society makes
schizophrenia.
I'm just saying that that
Society-
conservation ship that may have been a good idea. I don't know. It's
No, that
society
conservation
makes
made
women
her
crazy.
nuts.
And so like they actually like terrorized this woman, and she fell apart. And I don't blame her with the pressure that she was. And she didn't. Not like she had family to fall back on.
Yeah.
Her family was awful too, right? And then her boyfriend, her love interest, betrayed her, humiliated her in public, right? Like she had nothing going for her beyond
took
the
her
money
children away
that she
from her,
couldn't
too.
get. Yeah, and imagine you took her children away from her beyond like the money that she couldn't even control. She had nothing. So the fact that this woman fell apart, yeah, it makes perfect sense to me. So we as society did that to her. We're responsible for that one. So anyway, looking at Taylor Swift, she stands on the back on that, right? Because that people are more intelligent and women are more savvy going to this market. She knows that story, right, of Britney Spears, right? And she has the ability to now because she has market power too, because that's part of it, right? Because she actually has
Yeah, she can set
had those
boundaries that
hits,
weren't
right?
previously possible.
Yeah, she gets to do things that others couldn't do, right? Ask Pink. Pink grew up in that era as well, right? And Pink will tell you that she was forced to do all kinds of things that she didn't want to do at the time.
Mhm.
It wasn't
All
until
of them
later when
were.
she was older and had, more agency, more power, and she had proven herself in the market, because that part is important. If you're not a proven market, a market winner, then they have a strong hand to shape you however they want to, right?
Mhm.
So let's not forget that.
Who's
these
they,
things.
Prime?
Oh my
They're
God.
agents, they're managers, like they're
No.
their PR representative.
I'm
That's
being
who.
a-
Who are
Who
they?
benefits from like making Billy Bobby Brown go out in a bikini like in front of everyone? The answer is her agent. That's her parents. The people like in the background who benefit from her like engaging in that behavior are the people who are encouraging her to do it, because they
Sure.
financially benefit from it. That's why.
We are all selling, and this is like the intelligent conversation that I would want to be had with young people. All of us sell our souls to greater and lesser degrees, right? If you're not here making it as a YouTuber or a Twitch streamer, then you're in your wage cage selling your soul for $7 or $10 an hour or $15 an hour. And on top of that, if you're like a super young person, God forbid you come from poverty, and somebody says that you just have to do something that's against your pride and you can make hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, it is probably almost impossible to say no. So
You'll
I
become a lawyer.
understand that completely. But I think you need to counsel. This is why the role of adults and the role of young people needs to be reinforced harder than ever, is because I don't want to give Drake or anybody like him a fucking pass under the role of mentorship, right? I don't want him to take the thing that is supposed to be enabling the next generation to succeed in a better degree and perverting it towards his own purposes. And I think that's why FQ and I had such a visceral reaction, is because he's taking something that should be positive, that should prevent abuse, that should be reinforced socially, and he's twisting it so he can get young women. And that, I think that's what makes it particularly disgusting.
I want to say, I agree with that, and that is very, very concerning, right? The problem is, right, and this is the one, and I don't really know if there's a solution, but this is the problem I have with this, right? I agree with all what y'all are saying, like we like don't want people using mentorship as a way to get to like people predatory behavior. The issue is it becomes this thing where everybody's so scared, nobody mentors anybody. And you have a generation of kids that don't have any leaders, and the ones they do are nefarious ones because they're willing to go and do it anyway. And so you're taking out the good ones because the good ones are afraid to be interact in that situation, because you're assuming and you're like basically saying these like blanket claims like there's no reason. Like as they're saying, no reason a 35-year-old should text a 15-year-old for any reason. Like, and it's like, well, okay, whenever you say that, you've now blanket statement that like any kind of situation puts this in possibly a nefarious light, even if it's a good like attitude mentorship. And now you're getting rid of all the good ones. And that, so what
There's a way to do it right, and this is what I would also
Yeah, but
tell
the way to do it right
anybody
is different
who's
for
a
everybody.
teacher.
It's
Well,
also
no, it's not. No, it's
Yes,
not.
it is, absolutely.
No, there's going to be standards on how you should mentor young people. It's not. It's not. It's not.
Yeah, but who's
truly
making these
subjective.
standards? Like, who's
Hold
making
on.
these standards? Are you making these standards?
Yeah. Don't diddle kids. That's my first standard.
Sure,
You
that's
wanna
one
break my
standard.
standard.
Okay, that's a good standard. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Don't lie to the parents. That's a second standard. Do you disagree with my standard?
Yes, I do disagree with that one. Like, if their parents are saying something, they're asking something private, and the parents want to know, and they're saying here, they keep asking, and it could be a lot of different things. Then maybe, yeah, in there's certain situations, it would be okay to lie to the parents.
The
Yeah.
only way I would, okay, I've done mentorship professions before, and I've also done mentorship counseling, outside of work as well. The only way that I would conceal something from a parent is if the parent was abusive, and if
Okay,
it
so
was
right there, that's what-
relevant. And by the way, if it was relevant to the abuse. So, for instance, if a kid is supposed to eat vegetables at school and he doesn't eat vegetables, I'm still going to tell the abusive parent that he didn't eat his fucking vegetables. If the kid is saying, "Hey, my dad whooped my ass with a fucking belt and then like poured like lemon juice into my wounds," then yeah, I'll conceal that from a fucking parent. But these are two different things, and you have to know the difference between
I
the two.
think there's a wide range of.
because they didn't eat the vegetables.
Yeah. That's,
I mean,
Well,
there's
then you arrest the parent.
No, I mean that's all well and good, but a lot of times that doesn't happen with the CPS. I'm just saying, like, you're saying you're already putting like things. I agree. Don't diddle kids. I feel like, okay, you know what? There's a standard. That's the
All right,
standard.
we got one
right?
standard.
Yeah,
Hot
and then,
take.
like, sure, yeah. Don't I know it's a hot take, but whenever we come to like the lying, I feel like there's a wide range of things that might not be even as serious, in which like maybe a lie would be justified. Like, what did you talk about? Oh, we didn't talk about anything really of any importance. Okay, bet. And what they really talked about was something semi-important to the child. Like I don't think it's always the parent. Like to a certain age, that some of these things like people have their own autonomy, like like
my thing though, you were talking about how this could have a chilling effect on mentors or whatever.
Yeah, that's
what I would say. Okay, so what I would say to any mentors who are experiencing the chilling effect: number one, Jesus hates a pussy. Number two, 60 years from now, we're all going to be fucking dead. So you might as well have as good of an impact as you can on the world. And if there's no risk, there's no reward. So you got to take some risks. And by the way, you're going to fuck shit up. You're going to say some shit that you're not supposed to. You're going to piss some people off that you didn't want to piss off. You're going to do, when you take responsibility on, you are going to fuck things up. But I am telling you, the rewards for taking on risks in order to improve the world are worth it.
Counterpoint. So there is empirically like you can look this up. There is like a bit of a chilling effect, especially following the Me Too movement, on mentorship of women specifically. If let's say, I think what Gibbs is trying to get is, let's say you are like a man and you're considering like mentorship or whatever. What are what rewards would come with the added risk of mentoring a woman?
Oh, I wouldn't mentor a woman ever.
Okay. Yeah.
Like so hold up. So
no. We cut it off there. I think it's a good answer. We move on.
No. Okay, hold on. Let's contextualize because that's too extreme of a statement. If there's a group setting, let's say it's boys and girls clubs, we're running a camp, there's other counselors around, all that kind of stuff. We're talking about in generalities, all that kind of stuff. Then there's no problem with having like a mentorship role, whatever. I think the limitation is going to be one-on-one. If you're in person, you're going to want another person in the room, especially if it's like a young woman who's underage or something like that. And then if it's let's say it's a digital communication or a text communication and it is professional or mentor related, I just think you're going to want that stuff documentable. And your presumption as somebody who's taken on the mentorship role has to be that any one of your messages can be screenshot or snipped and spread to everyone else. So every single word that you type, every single letter that you type has to be above suspicion.
So FQ, I'm going to ask your thoughts on this, but before that, I want to hear from two other people and hear their thoughts, because Doobie, he's got a business. And so it would make sense if someone asked Doobie for like mentorship, right? Like, you're a successful businessman, like taking under your wing, right? And then I also want to ask our friend Aiko, who arrived shortly before, because he actually works with kids as well. And I'm sure he's run into something like this. So Doobie first, like if a woman asked you for mentorship, would you accept? And if you would, then, like, how would you run that?
Wait, like a woman or like a kid?
A woman, like a woman, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be fine. I mean, I don't really have the time to do shit like that, but I would. I mean, I've had conversations before with people where I kind of point them where to go, give them tips, give them like starting points, etc. And if most of these people don't actually ever do anything. Right? People have a lot of dreams, and most of them never actually go through it. They never even take the first step. There's been a few that have, and if they come back to me now and then while they're going through that process, I'll give them other tips, and that's basically all it is. Like, I'm not gonna, those types of relationships don't go any further than that. No, it's just, you're trying to do a thing. I've experienced doing a thing, so I'm going to try to help you do it a little bit, because I don't really have the time for it.
Okay. If you did have the time for, and let's move this to a kid for, I guess, a second, right? Like, let's say he's the high school, like a high school friend of your high schooler, right? And they're for the same reasons, like, hey, I see you're successful. I'm interested in the insurance game, right? Like, would you, like, hey, like, let's, like, with the parents' permission, of course, right? Like, hey, like, let's go to a job, see how this thing works, or would you do anything like that with them if you had the time?
Yeah, if I had the time, for sure. But I would want the parents to be involved, from step one. I wouldn't really want to meet with them one-on-one almost ever, unless there's like absolutely no way around it. Yeah, I'd like to minimize my time spent alone with children. But obviously, like, I'm going to want to support somebody who's like trying to build something. But I think if a kid is doing something like that, I really do think you should involve the parents from step one and throughout the process. And because a lot of times, like, I'm not always going to be there. So I might be able to talk to parents like, hey, I talked to him about this, showed him this. This is where you can go to look us up if he has questions or whatever. Do you have any questions? Like, how? Because I don't want it to be a thing where they replace me with their like parent figure, right? Like, I don't want that. So I think it'd be better if, like, the parent can help them along the way. Yeah, exactly.
This is for your protection as well. Like, as a mentor, if you do some shady shit, like, Drake is lucky that none of these women have a fucking active, involved father in their fucking lives, or else he could be chopped up in the fucking Everglades.
Yeah. Let's go. Okay, fair enough. Thank you for that.
I think Drake has security. I don't know if they could get to him.
Well, some of those secured are also pedophiles, apparently.
Oh boy.
So all the more reason for them to defend him, right? I mean, they all.
Our friend Ikar Rich. Thanks for being here, friend. And what are your thoughts here?
Well, this is something that comes up a lot. Of course, at any high school, it's going to come up a lot, but in middle school and elementary school as well. And the younger the student, the more involved all of this gets, because especially in the world of academic debate, the more time you spend in the activity, the more successful you're going to be. And the more time communicating with your coach and with your teammates, the better. So we like to use social media, specifically Discord. I've used Slack before as well. And what I like to do is, one of the reasons why I like communicating in this way is because the last thing you'd want is like a student's direct email address or telephone number or something like that. What you want is a third-party application that the parents have access to, that the other students have access to, and that your administration has access to, so that you can communicate with that student during broad ranges of time throughout the week, but that it's also super transparent, especially to put into rooms where nothing can be deleted. So that when you're communicating, every single part, the first thing I do is talk to the parents, loop them in, tell them where they're going to be on Slack or Discord or whatever it is that we're using at that time. And then I encourage the parents to chime in and make comments in those conversations as well. Invariably, they don't, because they don't necessarily know like every single debate topic that's happening or whatever. But the more I talk to them about doing it, the more comfortable they are with that communication happening. And I also encourage peer coaching. So I'd say 80% of the time at this point, they're talking to their teammates and solving problems with like that rather than me doing it. So not only a lot of teachers will tell you they don't want to be in a classroom with a student by themselves. They'd rather, and if they do, the door is going to be open or whatever. But the same thing is true digitally, right? So if students are free to DM me if they want, but I encourage them, instead of asking me questions in DMs, to ask me questions in specific channels that are related to those DMs. And I don't tell them that it's, for liability reasons. I tell them that it's because other students, and this is true too, other students might have the same question. So if one student wants to ask me a question and 5 other students are like, I would have asked that question, but I was too embarrassed. Now I know. It's labor saving. I don't have to give the same explanation to 5 different kids. right? So there's more benefits than just that. But it also just happens to make it so that I'm not uncomfortable talking to students, and they're not uncomfortable talking to me or any other adult that's involved in our program. It's good for everybody.
So,
Yeah,
right. So you want to say something quickly?
Yeah,
Just
like,
transparency.
yeah, and that's the thing is like the more rooms that you can be in and defend every single one of your actions, the better. You should be behaving as if God himself is fucking watching you, because that is the level of
Right.
scrutiny you will deal with when you are dealing with people's children and loved ones.
Hey,
Yeah, it's like when you talk to a cop about what they feel about vest cams, right? You'll get two different kind of reactions, right? There are those who don't want it because they don't want the hassle or whatever, things coming up. Then there are those who will say, yeah, I want it to protect me because I will get all these false accusations. You can tell a lot about somebody just by whether or not they want to be on camera.
I want to be accountable.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a few things here. Oh yeah, I was going to ask you something specifically. What about if you had like a newbie teacher? I don't know how like teachers interact with each other. I don't know.
Yeah.
Never on that side of things. But like a
Right.
newbie teacher, a female teacher, and like she wants your advice. You know, she sees your beard, is like, oh, this guy probably knows stuff. And wants to
Not wrong.
ask you to mentor her, right? Because she's being
Right.
overwhelmed by the class and all that, right?
Mhm.
Would you, in the post Me Too environment, because that's the undertone we're talking about here, right? Would you be her mentor?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I don't have any problems with that.
Okay.
I've
Would you
never,
mentor her
I don't even,
one-on-one after school with no other employees there?
I just, well, there's a couple of ways to answer that question, right? Because I just don't feel the need to, right? Like there's nothing in the mentorship process that requires that we go to a bar at 10 o'clock at night and do things that way, right? It'll either happen in the classroom, like after hours, like we might be the only two people in the building, but it'll be there, or it'll be through social media or on the telephone or something like that. I've never felt the need to go to somebody's house or go to a secluded, whether it's a man or a woman. I've never felt that need. But yeah, I mean, I've mentored coaches like over the years, and I've never had to do it under those circumstances.
So, well, thank you for that, and that's extremely valuable. All right, so I want to ask FQ, after like listening to all this from like different men, and their perspective, because I think it's really interesting, this conversation about like being alone with not just mentors, but like female employees, right? I think there's a really interesting discourse about like how women think about men, like being so nervous with them alone, right? So I'm just curious what your thoughts in general, and then I'll give you a more specific question.
I mean, like, so iCal like mentioned, like, so like when I have had to conference, like sometimes I conference with students over their papers, and the way that I handle it is I either I only meet them out in a public space, like in a Starbucks, like in a coffee shop, like somewhere outside, so that everyone can see us, so that like it's very public or out in the open. Or if it does have to be a private one-on-one, I usually will say, then let's just talk like through Zoom. So I'll send them a Zoom link and I'll do it that way. And the reason I do it that way is I don't record our conversations, but the fact that I am speaking to them through a computer means that I have the option to record them discreetly. So if something happens like during the call that I feel concerned about, or if this is a student who I know like has a habit or has a history of being weird, then I will record the conversation so that like if there is ever like a concern like later on, I'll just give them the recording and I'll say, well, if you think it was creepy, you watch this and you tell me. That's usually like how I'll handle it. So if I'm concerned, I'll ask to do like a Google Meet or a Zoom Meet so I can record it. That's usually what I'll do. As far as men being scared to mentor women, I know that some men have said that. Have I experienced that? I have experienced like asking somebody to be my mentor and them turning me down, but I don't think honestly it was because they were afraid to be alone in a room with me. I think it was more that they didn't believe that like I had finished my book, like my thesis, like as quickly as I had. And it's not normal, apparently, for people to have their books already written and ready to go, like before your final year. And so when I had that finished and I asked him for his advice because he was a published novelist, he said, I think you should just focus on your little novel for a while. And he said something kind of disrespectful and condescending about my work. And there's actually a whole like tangent and story I could tell that's aside to that. But the impression that I have received, like most of the men that I have had a lot of really great male mentors. The male mentors that I've had that have not been so great have been bad, not because they refused to be my mentor because they were in a room alone with me, but because they disrespected my ability. They disrespected like the quality of my work. In one case, this really made me mad. When I was in high school, I had a mock trial coach, and he would constantly give like the varsity closing speech and like the varsity like roles to other kids who came from families with like a lot of money or who had been in that school for a really long time. And I would get like the same score that these people would, and I would constantly be put on the B team, which always made me upset. But so I think like that would be my experience of mentorship. My experience of mentorship from men is that they are either extremely happy and willing to help, and they're really excited, and because they love being mentors and they're great, or it's that they're condescending and they don't really take your work seriously and they're not really interested in helping you. They just kind of take you on as a project to sort of show off, I suppose, that they have this like glittering ingenue who they want to show off, which is just sort of weird. So that's what I would say. Female mentors are based, especially if you're a young woman, and that's who you honestly should probably, unless there's like the person in question is like really, really good, like preferentially that's who you should go to because of the concerns that have been aired this evening.
What do you think about the Billy Graham rule, the thing that Mike Pence adhered to, of where he would just as a rule would never be alone, basically, with a woman with a woman who wasn't his wife, right? So he would only eat alone with his wife.
The mother, say it right.
His
you
mother?
Don't remember that?
He called
his wife mother. He called her mother.
Okay, that's odd.
His wife.
That's
very strange. I don't understand that.
I don't know if I believe that.
So there's some deep Freudian psychology going on there, but like ignoring that part for a second, like the general rule.
You'll only have dates with mommy present. We get it. Okay. So all right.
He's a weird fucker. I gotta say that. Like
Freud would have a heyday with that guy. So when did you start calling her mother? Sorry, go ahead.
Hopefully after he had kids.
Yeah, so he's going where I wanted to go with this. Yeah, because but specifically, what do you think about men who feel that they should be nervous, right?
As a rule.
Like Lactoid had his not Lactoid, excuse me. Pence had a very specific rule about that. But others,
okay. I know, and a personal story. I do know an attorney who would draft like consent contracts before like even talking to a woman. Like it was very weird, but that kind of stuff.
You?
I mean,
not me. I swear to God.
Dave Chappelle made that skit years ago.
I know the guy.
I swear to God, it wasn't me.
Swear to God.
No, you got a friend.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Wait. In your logo, Lactoid. What's in your logo again? What are the words?
God, Jesus Christ.
What are the words in your logo?
Now it's the V.
No. There's words in there. There's words in there.
It's the V with consent. Okay, that's my motto. You only get the V with consent. That's what's up.
Oh my God!
Your virginity? What are we talking?
Okay.
Anyway,
all this to say. Okay. So, like, the answer is what I'm gesturing to here. Okay, which is if you are very, very nervous, okay, about somebody filing a false allegation about you, okay, I don't think you have to have your
body cams.
We should all just wear body cams.
All men wear body cams.
I mean, unironically, if you are planning to have a one-on-one conversation with somebody and you're honestly worried that person is going to come away and accuse you, then you should record your conversation.
Earlier in the panel,
this is not going to work.
Hold on. Earlier in the panel,
I'm not kidding. If you think the person is going to Me Too you, then take out your phone, turn on the record button, let them talk, then hit end record and show them the recording. That's what you should do.
Okay, Fairy Queen, hold on. You go on a first date with a guy, and he sits down at the table and then pulls out a camcorder, puts it on the table and aims it towards you, and then continues on like nothing happened. I think you're leaving. I think you're leaving.
Hold on.
Yeah,
hold on. In addition to that, earlier in this panel,
the camcorder like set up in the corner. You have the phone that's like.
Hold on.
This is even weird.
Hold on, wait. One second, Gibbs. One second.
This is potentially illegal in some states. Just so you're aware.
My entire job is.
I'm sorry. Would you prefer to have the illegal recording or like the?
No, hold on.
You didn't.
You encourage South Korea behavior. That's literally what you're doing. You're like,
Wait. You wouldn't. You shouldn't have that conversation.
You know that like what is being said right now is patently ridiculous. iCow said he would have no problem.
No.
Most people would have no problem with it. So if
Mike
you are
Pence
really
dodged
really
all of me
concerned,
too.
Okay.
you could have done that with a phone.
Well, you can't even trust videos anymore because of AI. Have you seen this shit? Like they're editing the video so it looks like a complete.
AI is
They're going to edit my voice. I'm going to be saying something sexist, and then they're going to edit it, so then I'm going to be saying something rapey. That's what's going to happen.
You have to edit it in the sexism. That's going to happen.
I'm just trying to imagine.
And everyone's going to believe it.
Yeah, everyone's going to
I'm sorry. That's why you have your phone. Okay, if you're worried,
Gibbs
press
is trying to
record.
go, but
That's
he's
what you
very
should
low.
do. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just like dumbfounded by this whole concept. You're going like, first you're arguing about like sexual misconduct and like personally like, oh, these people could be doing this. This is like earlier in the panel we were talking, and now you're sitting here advocating recording. When you're saying this, I'm just trying to imagine going on any date and having your phone recording and then that not.
Let me say very
either one. You like any one of them.
Very explicitly what this was in reference to. Lactoid asked about the Billy Graham rule about Mike Pence having his wife at every single personal meeting that he has.
And I'm trying to imagine like what way you
right?
can have this camera here. It's not recording in some kind of like way that could be to like say you have like a mentorship and I have a woman come in and my phone is like set up to record her. Some people can be like, oh, well, he's recording her for sexual reasons so he can look at her later. Like that's already one right there. Like and it's like it just any
dude,
it absolutely is.
And I'm telling you, this advice is reciprocal. Okay, if you are going out in public and somebody is being a creep to you, you hold the power to save yourself and to prove that what happened was true in your hands. This is the thing that you need.
This is honestly a big part of mentorship is like
trust.
A level of trust, but also like talking to somebody in a way that you wouldn't want recorded. Not necessarily because it's creepy, but because you're going to be saying shit about the industry that's true that could piss off your superiors, right? So if I'm having a conversation with like a new person at a firm, let's say, I'm going to be speaking in a way to help this person not get in trouble. But if the firm's partners heard me, I would get in trouble. And if I'm concerned that I'm on camera now, I'm not gonna be as helpful. I'm not gonna be as forthright. I'm not gonna try to build that kind of relationship because it's on camera.
We're okay. Right, we're all professional adults here. We all know what FQ is saying, and I think what I'm trying to say, which is, let's say that you're dealing with somebody shady or shitty. You audio record or you video record because the liability that you're going to incur is going to be worse than the situation where hypothetically the people hear that you're shit talking the company or whatever. That's if you're dealing with a shady or shitty person. If you're dealing with a normal person who seems like they fucking touch grass, you can probably go on a solo one-on-one mentorship conversation. However, if you're going to go opposite sex where there's actual like attraction, then that could be a problem, because if you insinuate that something happened that didn't, or if they insinuate that something happened that didn't, then you could both be fucked. So then at that point, you introduce other variables. Like iCow Rich was talking about how you do it your professional workplace. That way there's cameras. That way if you guys go into a supply closet for 20 minutes and your clothing is disheveled, that is different than if you guys both come out completely dressed normally from your office an hour after work or whatever. These things are contextually fucking different, and we all know basically how to not get in trouble.
At work.
It's a balance between risk and reward and value.
Yep.
I get it, right? And to some extent, I think there's some merit to what you're saying, but like empirically speaking, there has been some effect. Maybe you can say it's worth it, but there has been some effect.
Sure.
Where there are men.
Mentor.
Yeah, I know
I'm
you
talking-
joked about it, and yes, you're right that you can take steps to where like, I'm going to mentor a woman like differently to make sure that like there's not the same concerns, and maybe that's worth it, right? But like at the same time, if we're going to be honest with each other, right? Like if I'm mentoring a man, I'm going to be much more comfortable going to the bar with them afterwards, getting a drink.
Sure.
And the reality is like there's a relationship being built there that you're not going to be able to build just at the workplace. Because at the end of the day, then when it comes to like, a promotion, when it comes to maybe, leaving and starting your own firm, the reality is like oftentimes it's who you like. Oftentimes it's who you get along with. And if I know somebody, I trust them, I have a deep relationship because we've gotten fucked up the past 18 weekends in a row. This person's priority.
Okay. Did we just
but
round
now we're
about to
talking
the
about a different-
Lizzo conversation?
Well, hold on.
If you go out,
Sorry,
if you don't go out, if you don't go out with your friends, okay. So like with Lizzo, she had the professional work. She has backup dancers, whatever it may be. She goes to Amsterdam. She goes, "Hey guys, we're going to this club. At this club, there's going to be wild shit going on." The people who don't want to go to the club are now getting less jobs, are getting less hired. The people that are going to the club and having fun with the boss and fraternizing with the boss and doing that are now more jobs they're getting. They're doing more travel. They're doing the whole spiel. So it's like
inevitable.
Okay, but I'm gonna tell y'all something that I'm just being very real. My marriage is worth more than my relationship to some stranger. It just is. So if a young female asks me for mentorship, the answer is going to be no. I'll give them resources. I'll tell them how to get where they want to go, but I will not be having one-on-one personal conversations or going to the bar with them. Then the same thing with what were you talking about? You're talking about like relationships or whatever and how that does. I understand how this might add to like systemic racism where women have less opportunities because men are more entrenched in the workforce and they're less willing to take risks in order to mentor young women. But my encouragement to women would be, you got to build your own parallel structure because this probably isn't going to change. You're either going to have good mentors, but they're going to be frigid because they're worried about what's going on and they're not going to give you the social opportunities. You're going to have bad mentors who FQ brought up. We're just using you as a glamour piece to show how fucking cool they are. And then you're just not going to get the same opportunities that you would from a female mentor who is not interested in you sexually. So you're going to have to build those networks up, which you're about 1,000 years behind as far as male social networking goes.
So you're right. That's a solution, but I think there's always still like intrinsic in this system. Not that I necessarily care, but there is still a little bit of like a benefit to the men, right? Because with a man now, you can have a mentor who's a man, and you could have a mentor who's a woman. Because who the fuck cares if an older woman gets with a younger guy? Nobody cares about that right now. But if you're a woman, you are But if you're a woman, you're limited to woman mentors, essentially, potentially.
Mm-hmm. No, okay. Nepotism and sexism are probably always going to be a thing, and I think we just have to deal with the world as it is. Because I think any legal prescription that we had against this behavior, the cure would be worse than the disease.
So there is a story, and I won't hold you guys for long because we are over time, and I imagine some people might need to go. Okay, right, like Doobie. Doobie, if you gotta bounce.
Yeah, I do.
Thanks for being here, friend. Really appreciate
See you later.
Take care, Doobie.
Have a good one.
Good to see you guys.
Bye.
Good to see you.
Peace out, man.
So I had heard this story. I've related it a few times about this. She, went to some sort of company, some sort of professional company, white collar worker, and she was like quickly found out that like she felt lonely, right? Like everyone was kind to her, no one was mean in her retelling of this, right? She got along with people there, but like the men were like super respectful, right? And so they didn't want to they want to make her uncomfortable or whatever. And so that limited their interactions with her. And so while they were professional and all that, right, they wouldn't invite her to their social gatherings. They would just she'd be left alone. And it sucks. Like no one would joke with her, right? She wasn't she had professional relationships, but they went literally no further than that in the way they usually do in a workplace. And this is the thing that I just wanted to examine, right? Like, is that anxiety that those men felt? Let's imagine they did feel anxiety, right? They want to be good guys. Assume that too. Like they just want to be like great to each other, great to her. Does it make sense to have that level of caution, right? Like, can we not?
It makes sense.
There's the risk of a lawsuit, right? I mean, you want to avoid financial liability.
I just want to bring up one point. I've been a massage therapist for 10 years. That is a heavily female-dominated industry, okay? They do not have the same problem. I've worked in at least 10 spas, okay? Women in this industry, at least we do not have the same problem. They will make all the jokes. They will say, they are over-sexual. They are over-friendly. They're over touchy, and I think it's because they feel comfortable in that situation, and they don't feel like they're in power, right? Versus if you swap it up, there's one girl and 30 guys, which is I think like the problem with politics in general, like having politics meetups, was if you have it's gonna be
it's gonna be
one girl for, it's gonna be one girl for every 100 guys, and they're gonna feel uncomfortable. So if you flip it, right, they don't. So I do think it's fair that men feel uncomfortable in these kinds of situations, because that it's just that vibe is in the air, especially if it's a male dominated field. But then if you flip it, if it's a female dominated field, all of that goes to shit, like literally zero.
So my response is that like it feels like that we can just like standardize this, right? Like when going into a new situation, right? Like I don't know, like counterpoint. Let's say we're all in the workplace, all of us are in the same workplace, right? I don't know counterpoints. I'm just like coming into this space. I don't know his limits, right? And so like what I do with everyone when I meet them is like, I'm respectful at first, right? Well, always. But then like I like make jokes and like I test the boundaries, right? I listen to what everyone else is saying, right? And try to figure out, what are the boundaries? This for different friend groups allow different types of behavior, right? And so that's what I would do. I would do that for each and every one of you, and if like Corey has limits, like if he seems to be uncomfortable with certain subjects, well, I'm going to bring that up, right? Not because Corey is a dude. I'm afraid of like that he's going to file a complaint against me, a sexual harassment complaint, just because like I want to be respectful. And so I would do the same with FQ, right? Like I would just like, hey, like work it out. Maybe she is like the dirtiest of us all, right? And she makes like the most awful jokes, the most vulgar jokes, right?
Definitely.
She might be. Definitely not. But anyway, she might be.
Prime, it's not so easy. Like, so I do a lot of like employment litigation, and a lot of times like these sexual harassment lawsuits come from situations like industries that tend to be male dominated and tend to also have a sort of like rude culture about them. I'm thinking construction firms, I'm thinking car dealerships, I'm thinking these kind of industries where they will be saying like the most horrific shit to each other. They do. And then like a woman will be there, they'll overhear it, and they'll get upset, or they will say similar things to the women. And it does often. I mean, I don't know the rates off the top of my head, but I can tell you that this is something that I defend. Right?
There's also people who play along and then they get upset later. So, you cross a line later down the road.
Yeah.
Okay, that's something. Oh no, but that's something, and I acknowledge that one. That because sometimes people can change their minds on things, and it's like I don't know, man. Like you should like let them know.
Yo, that happened to Superbag.
Has changed, but like I like fuck. What was I gonna say? I think that like in that situation you're talking about, all right, where like it's like. Okay, I'll bring up something else that happened in college, right? With the same group of guys, I give the N-word pass. I've told this story before, right? You might have heard this Lactoid. That we had one guy on our dorm floor, right? He was called KJ, right? You remember this story, right? Yeah. He was called KJ, and what that stood for, I didn't name him this, was King Jew, right? He was Jewish individual. I went up to him. I'm like, are you sure it's okay to call you this, right? Because I would never, right? And he's like, yeah, I love it. Like, just like I picked this name, and I'm not sure if he picked the name, maybe someone else gave it to him, but like it's perfectly okay. All right. So I started using it, and I just used KJ. I never generally say King Ju, right? But I just use KJ. However, later on, like the next year or something, a new student arrived, and I don't remember. I'm not sure if I even saw this kid. Maybe I did, right? But he happened to be a Jewish descent, and he heard us calling him KJ, right? And he got like extremely uncomfortable, and he got transferred out of there, right? He said like it was like a dangerous situation for me. He didn't like felt anti-Semitic to him, right? And then I remember telling this. We had a conversation with those white friends again, and they got like super butthurt. Like, well, why would you assume that about us? It's like, no, fuck, he doesn't know you. He doesn't fucking know you. Like, what? Like, wouldn't you assume this, right? So there's that. But a woman is more visible, right? Well, usually. And if FQ had come into our space, let's say we're all pretty vulgar, right? I would modulate. And I would expect everyone else to modulate because we don't know FQ yet, right? We don't know like how she feels about these things, and we'll figure it out. We'll talk to her, right? And maybe we can just ask her directly, "Hey, do you feel comfortable to make these jokes?" Right? That might be a thing, like the most no pressure environment. And then we can go from there. Now, if she changes her mind, or her or anyone else changes their mind halfway, that's a different thing. So that's fair, I think.
I feel so powerful. Are you all terrified to be in my presence right now? Be honest.
Only one-on-one.
Prime, there's the established expectation that like you can joke this way with men in a way that you can't necessarily joke with women. I understand like the KJ story, right? Like if I was recorded saying this stuff that I said to my Korean friends growing up, it would have been really bad for sure. But those kind of pre-established like understandings that you could develop with people, I think like those exist, and they can't be discounted because I agree with you that like you should be careful about new people, but at the same time, like what's easier for an industry, right? Because the industry is going to oftentimes take the path of least resistance, right?
Yeah,
is it easier to like change the mindset of 40 men who have been like constantly like bragging about their wife's pussy to each other for the past 2 years? Or is it easier to just like keep the women in a different section?
That's fair. Gibbs?
Can I just tell a story and then dip out? Because I do got to go.
Okay.
Yeah, so real quick, like the super mega drama is silly, but what happened was they had a gay employee and they used the F slur all the time, and they showed each other their dick and balls, and they had like a really frat bro culture, and like one of them even like kicked in a bathroom door and took a picture of his dick while he was pissing, all sorts of wild shit, right? And so what happened was this gay employee, his name was Leighton, he was like, oh yeah, it's funny, whatever, we do this, we do that, it's so funny, I love being a part of the gang, etc., etc. And then he even came in like drunk one day to work, and they were doing a podcast, and he literally just walks in with his dick and balls in his hands and just fucking like flashes them while they're live. Like the dick and balls isn't on camera, but it happens while they're live. So for me, like I watched the movie Waiting in 2004 whenever it came out. I also worked in the restaurant industry. That shit was fucking hysterical. I love dick and balls jokes. I think it's great. However, what happened was Leighton and the bosses, they got bad blood. Leighton fucked up a few times at work. He got let go. And then retroactively, all that shit became sexual harassment. And also on top of that, you can kind of imagine a situation, I think it's Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle was talking about how he really enjoyed the first season or two of Chappelle Show. But basically, he realized through the second season that a shitload of people weren't laughing with him. They were laughing at him. And so as a result, the context of the camaraderie of humor totally changed. And what was fun became really fucking bitter overnight. So those are my two silly examples.
One last thing before you leave. Would you middle ground here? Like say that within a work environment, within any work environment, like be professional, right? Like on the job, be professional. But if you're going to have social events, right, people should be social in those areas, respectful but social. Do you think that you're allowed to let your hair down a little bit, right? And that should be expected that people are going to talk more. Like, and if you don't want to do that, then like you shouldn't be allowed to. You shouldn't have to go to the social events.
Yeah, I thought there can be setups for rules of engagement. One of the things that was really nice about when I moved, I used to work at a corporate job. I had my stick up my ass all the time. Moved to a new job, and it's like total bro environment, and everybody was cussing when I first walked in the door. I loved it. I could let my hair down. I could say some slurs. I could say some cuss words. It was great. So yeah, I think as long as the rules of engagement are mutual, it's not a problem.
Okay, fair enough. Well, Counterpoints, thank you for being here, friend.
Yeah,
I love you so much, and I want you back. Will you be back next week, please?
Not next week, but I can show up in general. So I'm trying to slow down my schedule so I can show up more often.
I want to say something else really quick. Look,
Sure.
It just seems to be a pattern that our friend Scott, who likes to talk shit about our friend Counterpoints quite a bit. Every time the Counterpoint shows
Also
up,
a socialist counterpoint.
Scott's not around, right? It's just like I've noticed. Like the last time Counterpoints showed up, Scott was all again sick and unable to show up.
I thought that was
I'm just
intentional,
saying.
and we just like we're all pretending like we're not noticing it.
It's just all right. But
well, real quick
glad
shout out
you're
for me
here.
before I go. I know Gibbs is probably chomping at the bit, but my name's Connor. I run a YouTube channel named Counterpoints 40K in particular. Type that into your search engines. Check out my most recent video. I took a 12-gauge shotgun. I turned it into a bolter from the science fiction universe Warhammer 40K. In the link in the description, I have an Indiegogo. I'm trying to do some funding. That way I can make more science fiction weapons. So if you got money and you want to watch stuff explode, go check me out.
And then you pointed that bolter at your head, by the way.
Yeah, I was like very. It's very.
Yeah,
when you say like, oh, you point.
I commented on it in your Discord somewhere, but you were holding it at one point that appeared as though you had the butt of it on the ground, and then the top of it was like. I know, but it looked for all the world like you're some self-harm was coming.
Setting
from
a
that
bad
bolter.
example.
No, I was not trying to eat my bolter. I was solid 8 to 10 inches behind it. I promise.
When you say, especially as a former military man, that like you start saying with I took a 12-gauge shotgun, right? I know what's coming next, but it's still very concerning. I really
8 to 10 inches, so more like 5 to 6.
Wait, what?
Oh my god!
All right, I'm gonna jump before I get in trouble. So, all right, good night, guys.
Be well. All the pleasure.
Gibbs, sorry that. Go ahead.
I mean, listen, I would never get between someone and plugging their stuff or getting money. That's anti-Gibbs right there. So
absolutely.
I'm all about waiting. So as the what we were just talking about. I remember now. So Sociologic here brought up a good point. I think that and this actually comes back to the original conversation, which is the bear and the man. This is gonna sound a little bit maybe weird when I say it, but I feel like men just don't report to sexual harassment, right? Because anytime I've been around women in like a women's controlled setting, the women are way, way, way more vulgar and touchy, as Sociologic said, than anything I've ever heard from any man in any law.
Wow.
They say is way worse. Like they're talking about like licking the veins on someone's dick, like down to the tiniest nut hair.
You might have a certain demographic around you based on your stories.
They're
predators.
This is more about the kind of women that Gibbs hangs around.
Innocent men corrupted by these women.
And so what I'm saying is I think like that men just
Adam and Eve all over again.
Right, well, men just don't report all this, but I think men are probably harassed and assaulted at the same rate as women. It's just accepted.
I've been catcalled multiple times. It's true.
Yeah, and I just like the stuff they say is wild. I've been in men's group chats. I've been in like men's group chats. And then, like,
wait, FQ, before you say anything, my first day at my first spa when I first started working, the front desk girl literally said, "Oh my God, can I have your sperm for babies?" That was the first interaction sentence as my first day on the job. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
with the managers around, and everyone laughed, and I was like, "Ha ha ha! Yes, we would have amazing, beautiful babies." I just wanted to start work.
Yeah, imagine if a dude had said that to a woman though, like the reverse.
Well,
like,
yeah. What else am I? I don't know.
Women also ask for my sperm on a regular basis too. FQ.
So I work in a female-dominated industry, and I've worked in it for not just like in education, but I've worked like in childcare. I've worked with like a lot of women in a highly female-dominated space. Okay, this environment that you're describing, Gibbs, I don't know what industries
But
you
you
dwell
also-
in. It
you're not
cannot
a
be
guy.
the ones that I'm in, because the women that I work with, like even after hours, nobody
Listen,
talks.
It's
to
your
me.
based off
your
the
privilege.
poll-
You
Not
don't
with
see what we
nannies,
see.
not with
Yeah.
teachers, not with like
You don't know what it's like.
But we already know you don't bitch out into the world. You were already saying this.
It goes to
I'm
those
not
wild
saying-
parties,
I'm
remember?
saying
Exactly.
me
We saw
and
your
my
party
female
poll.
friends and bosses
All those
and
wild
coworkers
parties.
who are
Yeah.
mostly all women do not speak
Listen,
like this to each other. That is
we're
not the
just
way
using
our
it as a very
conversations
sheltered
go.
corner.
I
Some of us
mean,
are more
I don't know what kind of
worldly.
women you hang out with, FQ.
Listen, do you know what kind of things
The
we
kind
talk
that
about
go,
by
"Oh,
ourselves?
goodness."
We make bear jokes. That's what we do. We make jokes
Yeah.
about how big and scary you men are, and about how we
Lactoid, would you rather-
for the bear.
Would you rather run into a woman in
actually
the
the sort of
woods
things we
or
say
a bear?
in private. Okay, just so you know, just so you're aware.
Am I
okay?
armed?
Do you have bear
Well,
arms?
because I might want
Do
to
you have
shoot the
bear-
bear regardless, right? I mean, that'd be.
Do you have bear
I'm
arms?
a hunter.
You're a hunter. So the
yeah.
answer is, of course, yes. But so I suppose the answer would be, I mean, like, do you have arms? Are you armed? I mean, like, I don't know.
Guys, I
Is
gotta
this a
get out of
Second
here.
Amendment joke?
Yeah, have a good one, friend.
I'm
Hi,
very
Dave.
Take care, Ollie.
I'm
yeah.
trying.
Yeah.
Peace out, guys. It was a wonderful
See ya,
time.
friend. Thanks for
So
being here.
Ollie.
You're fantastic.
Bye,
FQ.
Ellie. Good to see you.
All right. Well, multiple things.
I think. Can I say one thing? I wanted to say, like, I think the reason why none of us take it seriously when women like talk that way is like, if we're being honest for a second, like I've had women say a lot of like aggressive shit.
Oh.
I have never at any point in my life ever felt physically threatened by a woman. It just doesn't happen. And I don't think men generally are physically threatened because you're all smaller and, you know, when you hit, you really like with your wrist. It's not.
Fuck you. Okay. When I hit with a baseball bat for your information. Okay. I shatter glass when I go after people.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you seem very scary.
Whatever you want. Yeah. Okay.
Well, it's actually
were
not
you going to attach sweetheart to the
I'd
end of that
be
sentence?
in
But that's
jail
what you
if it
wanted to
was
do?
true,
You're
but,
going to attach sweetheart? Yeah, okay.
I didn't want to
but,
chew it on the nose. Sure, but.
I'm just re-backing to the bear point, okay? The point is, okay, like I'm just sorry, Gibbs. Like again, I've worked a lot of jobs, and I've worked in these jobs with a lot of other women. I have spaces that I have created full of women, okay, with conversations, okay? We do not sit around describing. I don't know what it is. Like, you're not the only person that said this to me. A lot of people seem to think
so
that when we
clearly
get
this is a thing
together
that
in
you
groups
do.
that we talk about people's dicks, and we
Just
don't
because
do
that's what
that.
you'll do.
You
I mean, not
realize
just
that,
dick.
right? That
It's
is
not
not
just
true.
dicks.
That
Yes,
is
you
way
guys do.
over
Hold
on.
exaggerated, and
If
that's
I
a
read-
lie.
I've
Hold on,
seen the
hold on.
messages.
That's such a fucking lie.
I'm going to even
okay?
tell you another
No,
reason why I know this is
don't,
coke.
Okay?
So you're an author.
It's not coke. It's
Hold on.
actually true. Okay.
You like English literature, right? So let me tell you something. If I go get men's smut, what is it? It's like very visual, very like it's some porn.
Smut. I think it's
men's
just
smut.
called porn.
Yeah, exactly. Because
And
we
most
get some,
of art
we get
history.
some women,
okay?
we get some women's smut. It's over here. It's talking about all this detail. They're like, yes, his areolas in the pale moonlight. Yeah, it's crazy shit. Like Don. So I know you're lying. The
Trash
books are like
erotic
that. The
fiction,
women are like,
okay?
oh, see now that's different.
First of all, that is an okay. Well,
You'll do it in real
okay.
life, just not as eloquently put as the erotic fiction.
Okay, well, I was going to say, like, just on to the point about erotic fiction. I think you're trying to get at the idea. Look at all the nasty shit you people write, right? Like
I'm just saying.
This is what
you'll
you
do.
really like when I hold it
Gory
up to the
details.
mirror. Okay, yeah, all the gory details. You know, fun fact: there's a book. It's called "Tell Me What You Want." It talks about like human sexuality, and one like interesting fact, like it is true that like women statistically are more likely to be into BDSM. But here's the piece of it that's also interesting, which is that both men and women are more likely to say that they want to be submissive. Both men and women. Women more so than men, but men more so than like most men who say that they're into some kind of form of BDSM. They are men, and they're into it. I don't know what to tell you, okay? So, and the reason why is because BDSM, like according to the book anyway, it's a way for you to sort of like forget that you're there in a way. So you ascribe responsibility onto someone else, and nobody wants more responsibility, of course. So that's that's how I can explain that point, Gibbs. Okay.
I mean,
what's round two? Okay. I will send you the book. It's very interesting. Okay.
I
Lots
think
of
it's
cool
possible. I think it's possible, FQ, that maybe right when you're around, right, people are like, okay, well, FQ,
Thank you. That's what. That's
I'm
what
very respectful.
The party's over.
The
Party's over.
that when you're
Party's
around
over?
and these
I like
groups
to have
of
That's what it
women,
sounds like.
yeah, yeah,
Am I
yes,
a party
my
pooper?
fellow kids,
Is that what you're
my
trying
fellow
to communicate
kids.
to
I
me?
like to have fun too. I like to be crazy, right?
I
Yeah.
hate
Like
this.
sometimes
This is what it is. And there's nothing I can fucking do about it, by the way. It doesn't matter how many cool things you do, as it turns out. Nobody ever fucking believes you, and you get 0 street cred for it, okay?
She's like,
Oh,
sometimes
you
I
got
get the egg
you got
nog.
outed
You're
on
always
Twitter.
a
You got
square.
outed on Twitter.
Yeah.
I did
you
not get
can't-
outed on Twitter.
Yes, you did.
This is a bunch of bullshit, okay?
I
Everybody
looked
knows.
at fairy _ queen, and I looked at the
you.
specific text, the poll that you asked, and everyone was clowning you. You don't.
Oh,
You
I
don't.
wanna-
You're not
apparently-
hip. You're not hip.
I want to say one thing. Like,
You're
Seriously.
trying
hold
to
on,
stir the pot, okay?
Fairy Queen, there's actually proof to what Prime and Lactoid are saying. What, like, Lactoid here, one of the times we
How
talked
does
to
one become hip, Gibbs?
I'm
That's
just-
my
I'm
The
gonna
fact that
tell
you
you-
ask it that way.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna-
by not asking about that.
Lactoid came with me one time. He goes, I've heard that Gibbs is a very fun person to be about. He knows the parties. Whenever I think of you, no one ever has once gone, you know who we want at the party is Fairy Queen, because when you're going to get there, you're going to be like, hey, they're having sex on the couch. Oh my God. Versus me, I'm going to be like, yeah, get the champagne. Let's go. Like, I mean,
Listen, first of all, for your information, I host very nice, warm, and pleasant gatherings,
Oh,
okay?
I
We
bet
come
you do.
over, we watch...
It's a tea party, isn't it?
yeah,
Take
Fuck
a,
you, okay?
drink a
Like,
little
it's fun.
Chardonnay,
It's
right?
fun. Okay,
Like,
it's fun. It's warm. We sit by. We
Like-
watch Sex in the City and Seinfeld.
What'd I say?
Oh my
Chardonnay,
God.
Around.
right?
What do you mean? Oh my God, that's fun. You don't
A
think that's
spicy
fun?
book
Why do
club,
you think
right?
that's not fun?
A
Like,
spicy book club, right?
okay,
Like,
first of all, there's nothing wrong with being in a book club or hosting a book club or
I'm
wanting
sure
to
Sure,
be
you
a
think
part
that?
of
Yeah.
yeah.
You all apparently do think that.
I'm also
sorry,
in a-
book club.
I'm in a book club, so I'm in a book club as well. But I guarantee you, the book club that I go to is not the same kind of book club that you go to.
Yeah.
What is that? I don't even know what that means. Gibbs.
Exactly.
Like,
That's
what
why
is
I
Books
brought
of
it up.
I want to
LSD.
know what that means.
books about what is okay,
You-
that's
I
a
think
reference I
definitely
do not
don't.
understand.
No, like, so,
Are you
okay,
like
so there's-
carving like holes
No.
into Bibles to like
No. Okay, I'll explain. So there, it's not LSD, but so basically, in Austin and San Antonio, there's a couple places that are book clubs. You get a yearly membership, and basically you go in there, and you bring a book, and I guess everybody can go in there and read. But it's basically like after hours party places.
okay.
It's
Well,
like a it's like a club membership, like to go.
okay. Well, I'm not going to the club membership anytime.
Well, I mean,
soon, so I don't know how that
you'll
helps
see what, like,
me,
you
okay?
might go see the mayor there, the owner of the Spurs. You never know. Like, it's a very like rich and like sophisticated kind of place.
Look, I'm not
But they
looking
also
to
fucking
die.
ran lines in
Okay?
the
I'm
bathroom.
just looking for a
Looking to
some
die.
way
A
to
boho styled tea party. That's what she's looking for.
Yeah.
a Provo style tea party.
His eyes wide shut.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Whoa,
the
okay,
answer
that's
is I'm
a different
screwed.
party, huh?
That's something.
I think FQ is a very pinkies out type of woman, right? And like other women can sense
I'm
this,
going
and
to
they're
kill
like,
you.
they
I
want
hate you.
look,
I'm gonna
they want to be respectful, like I said before, right? They test boundaries, right?
Out.
They bring out they talk about maybe their boyfriends. Is like, hey man, like how long is your boyfriend? And you're like, oh, you break a face, and like, oh, sorry, never mind, right? And then that's it. They never bring it up, right? And so from your perspective, women never talk about these things, but when
I've worked a lot of jobs. No, they don't.
And you've
they
been
don't
you've been FQ the entire time, correct? Have you been FQ?
Listen, okay. This is it's a bunch of men who are afraid that women are talking about their dicks behind their backs. That's what this.
We already know
actually is.
women do
This is
it.
just
I mean,
exactly-
Yeah, we already know they do it. I'm not
do
worried
it like
about it at all.
that, and we don't do it. Okay, like it's just.
I hope they are talking about my dick behind my back. That's
I-
good. I'd rather be hated than loved.
all of them do it. Yeah. If you ever like find group, like if you ever like look at a group chat like between women, like it's just
No, they
nothing. It's
don't.
nothing but dicks. It's all
Wait,
the time.
Oh,
What's on in Sex in the
okay, now
City?
you're being
What
sarcastic.
conversations happen in
There's like
Sex
a
in the
little,
City?
little Sex in the
Yeah.
City, then dicks.
Yeah, Sex in the City
okay.
was about dicks. There was a lot of dicks in Sex in the City. A lot of dick
Well,
jokes in
I
Sex in the
hate to
City.
disappoint, but it's a lot of that's not what we talk about all the time.
And
Daniels, I mean, we
really
know
like
what
it.
a presidential dick looks
he
like
was
now
so
because
hip,
of
blah,
her.
blah, 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 blah. No, that's not what we think.
I can guarantee you the women that I know are talking about that
I
shit.
hate
so,
to decenter you from our universe, but no, that's not what we discuss.
I
Let's be
think
private.
we
Sorry.
need to recenter you to the rest of our universe. I think that's what we
I
need.
think in your Ivy League middle class lifestyle,
Ivy
like,
League middle class lifestyle.
you
It's an ivory
How-
tower.
Honestly,
Yeah.
though, I will say the cohort of women versus women that Admiral Gibbs knows are two different groups entirely.
Fair enough.
I
Fair enough.
object to that. They're very
Um,
nice ladies.
That's
very
been the best
sophisticated.
criticism I've heard thus far. It's probably true.
The thing I wanted to ask you, right, to pull it back to
Oh, wait, which one? Hold on, Lacto. Which one would you rather party with? Let me ask you that. Which one of those groups of ladies are you gonna try to go party with?
So I think anybody around you is going to be like more fun to party with, but
Hmm.
like I would be worried about my car. I'd be worried about like if clothes being burned. I'd be worried about.
Well, that's okay.
being
Those are
hit-
fun things.
I would be worried about getting hit in the head with a shoe. There's plenty of things that I would be very worried about.
But you have to do something to make them want to do that to you.
Do you?
Or not do something.
Or not do something, yeah.
Here's yeah.
So you don't give them that pee, maybe you get your car
Like-
back.
Or do you just
Not
like
worried-
look at like the wrong way at like another girl, and then
Nah.
before you know it, you got a
Like-
shoe
That might
flying at your
happen,
head.
sure.
Black
Yeah, but they make
he's
him
not
sex
worried
really
about
good
women's orgasms, right? He's been very clear on that part. Oh, have you
What?
not heard this, FQ?
What is
Yeah.
this?
He doesn't care about women's orgasms, right? He cares about himself. He in bed.
That's very selfish
Yeah.
And
yeah.
why
you
is
know,
that
very-
selfish?
Oh, yeah, she doesn't know the lore. Yeah.
and very
No,
sad.
somebody else's orgasm is not my responsibility. Firstly, second of all, it can be like a
Wow.
happy. It can be like a happy side effect. Like I'm not gonna like cry if
But
it
you don't
happens.
give a
Happy
shit at the end
side
of the day. Like it doesn't matter to you one
It's
way.
not
or the
my
other.
responsibility. Is what I'm
No,
trying
it
to
does.
say.
You don't give a shit. That's what that means. You don't give a shit. Interesting.
He thinks caring
Very
about that would make him submissive.
Look,
makes you
look,
more
I'll give you a
submissive than the
kiss, honey.
alternative.
I'll give you a kiss, honey. What's your problem? Okay, now just roll over and let me go to sleep. That's the thought process, right?
Yeah.
I'm
I
done with you now. Roll over. Hey, move over. Actually, I need a shower. Okay,
I
gotta get all
object-
cleaned up. for work
Hold on,
the next
Lactoid.
day.
By the way, you have
Thanks,
that wrong.
honey. You were great.
It would be more submissive
No,
not to.
I
because
was
then you
expecting
have
her to
the
wipe me down.
power over them.
Wait,
That's
what'd
the
you say?
thing, right? I said, Doctor, you got it wrong. That you're looking at the submissive thing all wrong on the you not caring. You're definitely more submissive if you don't care if they have it. If you do care, you're more dominant because you're sitting there. Wow, I made this woman.
Yeah,
I have the
you-
ability.
you-
No,
This is how you-
no.
This is how you conquer her, right?
This is
Because-
cope. This is
Because
cope.
I'll tell
Gibbs.
you what, Gibbs, the most dominant thing you could do is after you have sex and you don't make her orgasm, you take her, you put her in your car, you give her, of course, some good chloroform beforehand, and then you throw her body off into the sea. That's the
Oh, wait.
You don't give a shit, right? Like,
need
and
to
now
defend myself for a
you're
second.
she served her purpose.
I disavow all of that.
I disavow. I don't
Sounds
commit.
like a
I don't do
lie.
anything illegal.
Because it
So that's a
violates
lot
your
of work.
consent,
No, it's a
right?
lot of work.
Oh,
I was
gonna
oh,
say
it's
buy an
racist.
Uber.
Okay, let
Buy
me
an
put
If
Uber.
it wasn't, if it
Let me
wasn't
put
Grand
this way.
Theft Auto, he'd do it.
Imagine for a minute that you had a lever on your
Trouble.
bed, okay? That if you pulled the lever, it would make your partner immediately sink down into a slide, and they just slide away immediately out
That's
of your
where
home
Lactoid's
into some other
makeshift urinal
location,
will be
and you
in his,
never
in his
see them
bed.
again.
What if I want
No, that's not dominant. So the
That's
point
what
that
it's
the
about.
disagreement.
You're establishing dominance.
No,
That's what you're
the
doing.
disagreement that we have, Gibbs, is that like I think it's clearly cope. This idea of like you're doing something to service somebody else, and then you're the one who's like deriving pleasure from the fact that you're
Yeah,
servicing.
it's-
No, this is Sam Jackson's character from Django
Servicing.
Unchained, right? Like the idea of like you all like you know all the pleasure you get is in somebody else's satisfaction. It's not dominant. It's actually like
Would you say
peak
Leonardo
submissiveness,
Hold
right?
on. So Django, right, would you say Leonardo DiCaprio's character was a submissive character?
No.
Yeah, no, but he was getting pleasure from watching and being dominant over all these people that he had under his control. Correct?
Yeah, but he wasn't giving them pleasure.
Yeah, but he was still dominating, had the body under control. You can still have a similar derision from this. It's like, oh,
Wait.
I have power over this.
Wait.
I made.
I don't disagree
Is
that
it-
power is dominance, but like when you're utilizing your power for the benefit of somebody else, this is a
I mean,
submissive
the
act.
benefit, yeah, but either
Do
way,
you think that giving somebody birthday presents is a submissive act?
Of course he does.
To some extent, yeah. I mean, it'd be
Do you
like
think
you'd be
that
more
they- what about
you'd be more
Christmas presents?
dominant. You'd be more dominant if you just
Okay.
showed up and you were like, "I'm the gift."
So that's
Deal
a
with it.
yes.
What
Christmas
if you
presents,
buy a
birthday
bigger
presents,
gift
that's
than the person you don't
submissive.
like?
Okay.
Okay.
Is there anything nice at all that you can do for somebody else that is dominant, that is not submissive?
Well, sometimes like tough love is nice to somebody, right? Like look,
Ah.
it's a cold world. Sometimes you're responsible for your own orgasm. It's not my like
It's a cold
job.
world.
It's not
isn't
my
it?
job. Yes, it's not
Wait a
my
minute,
job.
wait a minute. I got an idea like to it.
Cold War.
Like
Maybe it's cold outside.
let's pretend you're rich, right? Well, you are. You're a big city lawyer. And and like this person, right? This other individual is not very much not, right? And then you give them some cash and with the air that like I am doing you a service. Right, and then basically you're flexing your power, your wealth over them, by like here, like get yourself something to eat. Right? Would that be dominant?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so necessarily. I think that like demonstrating your wealth can be dominant, but like if the way you demonstrate your wealth is by like giving it away, like again, it's like a weird counterintuitive. Like there's an element of dominance, but there's also like an element of submissiveness. Of like you're throwing away your fortune.
You're just wrong on this though. Like I mean, not a BDSM. Why would you say like in doms and subs, right? Why would the dominant person be the one like dominating these people and giving the pleasure and the pain? Like that's the whole point. Like,
my definition of dominance is it's a combination of control, where the locus of control is, and also who the focal point of pleasure is. So even if you have complete control, if you're doing everything just to serve somebody else, you're really nothing more than like a servant, right? An in control servant, right?
But what if you're getting pleasure from
like Sam Jackson's character in Django Unchained, right? He had complete control over that plantation whenever Candy was out. But still, he was one of the most submissive characters because everything he did. In fact, there was an entire scene where he described about like you can mentally enslave somebody. This was the kind of the key plot in Reek from Game of Thrones, right? You can break somebody down and control them mentally. You can give them as much control as you want because you know that they are under you, right? They will do everything. Right. They will utilize that control to your benefit. And so the question is, to whose benefit am I utilizing like my sexual prowess, mine or somebody else's?
Yours.
Well, if it's for yours, then that's dominant. But if it's for somebody else's, then that's more submissive.
Yeah, but by giving them the orgasm, you can get some sort of pleasure from that. Like even whether it's directly sexual gratification from you orgasming as well, or
foreign
some
concept to like.
What if? Okay, hold on. Let's say Reek from Game of Thrones got pleasure in serving what's his face.
Well, then he'd be a sub.
With that, hold on, no, but he got pleasure out of doing it. So really, isn't he kind of being dominant since he's deriving his own pleasure?
No, because you're the only one. You're the only one using this bullshit definition of pleasure from that shit. Like that's not what dominance is. Like I don't, like he can be, but it's not only.
Okay, Sam Jackson's character from Django Unchained, is that a dominant or submissive character?
He's a submissive character.
Why is he a submissive character?
Because he's owned by Leonardo DiCaprio's character.
So, but there were times in which it was demonstrated that he had a lot of control over that plantation, and
but he also was times where he was like shown that he had no control over that when he was objecting to stuff that was.
Well, hold on. But behind closed doors, he actually was able to boss around Candy a little bit a few times because he had so much.
He was able to manipulate him.
So look, here's the simple thing: domination and submission, right, aren't an on-off switch, right? They're not binary. These things blend into one another, especially in a relationship. And in an actual DS relationship, with the thing a healthy one, right, is that like the dominant is pushing the boundaries of the subservient. But like even then, that's within the box, right? If there are things that like are no-goes for whatever reason, then a good dominant respects that, right? It's not an active submission to respect what your submissive says, right? You will like the dominance comes from the control that is given to you, but that control can be taken away at some point as well, right? So these things like exist in contention with one another, not completely mutually separate from one another.
No, it feels like cope, and somebody in my chat made a great point.
It does feel like cope.
Why is it that women like, oh, we don't need men, but then like they need us for orgasming, right? Like this is a very inconsistency. Firstly,
they have.
I can settle that. So I will settle that, and I'll explain. Okay. So first of all, you're right that like most women don't need men to orgasm or don't need them like for sexual pleasure whatsoever. You can just go to your local store and buy a vibrator. Like that's what I
tell them.
And the thing is, but the reason why women are pissed off, right? Right, but that's
Literally the first thing he says on a date.
It demonstrates
I'd rather stand by for him, just like
it
waiting on the
matters
table.
because even if you know that your partner probably won't get you off and probably like doesn't have the ability to do that, it still is upsetting to hear that your partner doesn't care enough to want to do that for you, and the fact that they don't give a shit enough to want to do that for you probably puts like a bad taste in your mouth. So even though you know that, like,
but it doesn't put a bad taste in my mouth pretty directly, so I'm good.
Oh my!
There are other ways to
Are
make
you
somebody
DJ Khaled
orgasm
over
other
here?
than that.
Don't be DJ Khaled.
He
bro.
doesn't know it. He doesn't know any of them.
You walked right into that one though, FK.
Yeah.
At least he's consistent on that point.
Hold
I
on.
mean,
So,
but all of this, Prime,
My
is just
throat
proving to
remains
me like what I've always.
cancer-free.
Listen, this is why women should date more bisexual men. You won't have to deal with any of these conversations about dominance or submission. Like, nearly to
Oh
the same
yes,
degree.
because women
That's why you should-
famously love bisexual men, right?
They
Like,
don't, and it's a highly sexist.
You know
that they
why?
Don't.
No,
Women
no,
should,
you know why?
women should date more bisexual men. That they
no,
should do that.
it's because
yes, they should.
well, I mean, hold on.
Sexist and wrong
You
if they
can
don't.
you can say that they should, but what, like the reason is because
I know.
women are terrified of like other women, right? Like, oh my god, they're threats. And now with bisexual men, you've opened up a whole new front of threats, and they
That's
just
not
can't
real.
handle that.
That's
Absolutely,
exactly true. That is
That's exactly the truth.
I mean,
That is
that's
100% accurate. I
kind
agree
of,
on that.
but it's also about
Kind of.
STDs. They're a big-
STDs.
STDs are a big part of like the reason like why women say that usually, right? And like
Wait, hold
honestly,
on. Wait,
cheating
why
is
is
a
the
part of it
STDs?
too.
Wait, why do bisexual men have a higher? Is that a proven thing that bisexual men
It's
have
not-
a higher rate of STDs
Yeah.
than other men? Is that proven?
Dude, yeah, it is. It is.
It-
But
Sounds
this
pretty
is
sus.
another thing that's also true about bisexual men, which is that they are more willing to experiment with. They're more willing to be a stay-at-home dad. They're more
More likely
willing
to
to
be
be
submissive.
Mr. Mom. They're more likely to do things that are submissive and to not worry if it's submissive and to actually, good for the good of the family or for the good of their marriage, right? As opposed to, just what's good for him and fuck everyone else.
You're
right?
absolutely fair.
Yeah.
You're right. So the message to men is if you want to be
A good
submissive,
family man
that you
who cares
share
about
you
his
share a
kids and his
trait with
wife,
bisexual
right?
men. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe being submit, but the Prime, like, okay, I've heard this quote from Destiny like ages ago. He said this, and what did he say? He said that people care more about like the hotness of the person that they're having sex with, like almost like the aesthetic of the the sexiness of it, as opposed to how good the sex actually is. And that's a point that I do agree with. I do think that's true. I think a lot of people like the reason why they have sex or why they choose the partners that they do, it's more about signaling to like the other people in their group more so than it is about like what actually happens. Like I get to have this extremely hot person as my husband or as my wife, right? As opposed to this is the person that actually feels good to date and to have sex.
I mean, I'm
See,
gonna,
they don't even care about their orgasms. It's
hold on,
like
I wanna say that's true until they meet someone that really
We all
rocks the
do.
world. And then they're like, I don't care what he looks like. This person did some crazy shit. Like that's
yeah. So I'm with Gibbs here, right? And I think you're onto something with that, or Destiny was with that comment, absolutely. But I think experience, if you have enough of it, will teach you that fuck that. Like what you want is that one woman who be wild with you. Some of the best experience I've had are women that like are absolutely not head turners, right? You would never know.
I don't know about that, but
And have been to some parties.
And they have been in the bars, of course. Yeah, parties. Yeah, they know how to have a good time. But in any case, like, that's absolutely the case. You should definitely like worry about sexual compatibility and like if she's a 10, but she's boring in bed. I'm sorry, no, right? I'm gonna have sex with her at least once. I mean, definitely 100%. But like, she's not a keeper. She's not a keeper. A keeper would be someone I'm more sexually compatible with, and I'm sexually compatible with women who know how to get down. But the thing I wanted to say though to lag to it is that the most dominant I have felt, right, within the context of the relationships I have with women, and I make them come and come and come, right? When a woman says she literally can't like get off the bed because her legs don't work
that's a
anymore,
win. That's a win.
That's like that's when I feel like I have conquered.
You
this
feel like George
woman,
Bush,
right?
mission
Like
accomplished.
I feel so powerful walking out that room. It's crazy. It's crazy.
You know why? You know why? It's because you've based your self-esteem off of her evaluation of you. That's what it is. That's why you feel like you conquered the world. That's why you feel like you conquered the world. Because in her eyes, hold on. In her eyes, you've done your job. Okay, that's what it is. Your boss is proud
This
of you
just-
for doing your job. That's
This
what
just
happened.
sounds like
That
sounds
is
like you've
not
never
dominant
accom-
behavior.
You know what this sounds like to me? If that's the case, then this is also the case. The reason you're saying that is because you've not been able to ever base your self-esteem off that, because you've never accomplished that goal. Is what I think.
Now this is the more cope.
Yeah,
Like, it's
that's
just because
the
you
thing,
can't do
dude.
it. Sure.
That's what it sounds like. If you
I
could do it, then you would.
I hate to break it to you, but people do like selfishly, for the sake of their own pleasure, making other people feeling good. Like, just it doesn't have to be this huge, like, Freudian thing. Well, no, I only want to make you good because you're in control of me and you boss me and you dominate me, right? Like, sometimes it is you just genuinely want to make another person feel good.
Yeah.
Like, can that not be a reason why? Like, does it have to? I understand we're talking about sex in terms of dominance and submission, right? But is that really true? Is that actually only all what it is?
I mean, look, I don't want to get
Lactoid bites the bullet on this.
I do bite the bullet, but
we've given him so many different hypotheticals, and he always goes for it. He'll
yeah.
He'll bite the bullet.
Well, and also like, I don't know how to say this without sounding like an asshole.
If you go to dinner with somebody and you buy the dinner, then you're being submissive.
True.
He's done this.
True.
He's done a million different scenarios.
It's
on this.
absolutely true. You should expect her to pay. And then on top of that, I don't know, like, I've never had to try, man. It just happens, and it's whatever, right? It's not like particularly important to me, but like.
Okay, all right, hold on. I'm gonna.
You should try not to. Like, you should be disappointed if she had a good time.
I'm just pretty ambivalent. I don't know. It's not like.
I'm gonna accept your words, right? I'm gonna take your words. I mean, I don't fucking know, right? But Lactoid's always been an honest actor, so I'm assuming he's an honest actor here. So what you're telling us is that, like, during the course of your normal activities, right? The women you have a good time multiple times or one time.
In the past, it has happened multiple times. I'm from what's been relayed to me.
To admit.
Well, I'm not like proud. I'm not like Gibbs, where it's like, oh, this like justifies me as a man. I don't care what they do. Like, they want to have, they're fine, great. I'm glad you had fun. Now get out.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we've done it. This is not where I want to go. FQ, I was going to ask you an honest question about, like.
Well, ask it. What is it? What's your question? No, ask it. What is it?
I was gonna. All right. Gotta like blank out what Lactoid's been saying. To be respectful, right? Do you think, like, in best practices between, like, relationships between like professional relationships between, like, men and women in an office space, right? That, like, a woman's women should expect to be lonely, basically, right? That, like, that story I told you previously, where that woman said she was lonely in there, right? Like, that is an acceptable casualty for the larger goal of one, making sure women feel comfortable, and two, making sure that men don't accidentally cross the line or for whatever reason, right? To have a safe working environment that women should be prepared to feel, like, ostracized.
I mean, unfortunately, yes. Like, unfortunately, that is a casualty. But there are ways of mitigating it. Like, one of the ways, like, as iCal mentioned, like, you just, like, have your meetings in a place of work. Or, like, one thing that we do is we leave the door open, like, when my boss wants to talk to me. So anybody that, like, is walking down the hallway, they can see us, like, in our room, like, together, like, when we're talking. So it's not like we're walled off and it's secretive. Again, I hate to belabor the phone point, right? But again, if you're really, really concerned, just take your phone out and discreetly hit record and record the conversation that you're happening if you're worried. So, I mean, I guess that's what I would say as far as the mentorship question.
All right. Let's leave it there before Lactoid admits anything else. Well, to be fair, he hasn't actually admitted much. I've, like, specifically called him out.
And I just agreed. I mean, I don't really know what I mean. I think logically I'm correct. At the very least, you can say that maybe men should be more comfortable being submissive, but you have to agree that, like, there is a level of, like, submissiveness that comes with basing your self-worth off of whether somebody else gets pleasure. You're literally tying your idea of your own value to somebody else's orgasm. That's what Gibbs did. That's what you did, and that's what Gibbs did.
No,
My-
no.
So I will say, like, I understand what you're saying, and I don't disagree that like performing oral sex can be some submissive. But what I would also say is that like your entire line of argumentation is the reason behind why women should preferentially date bisexual men as opposed to heterosexual
Hold
men.
on,
Because
no,
clearly
stop all
they're
that.
far more likely to be better in bed, clearly, because
And
they
yet
don't worry
they
and
don't.
have this conversation at all.
Hold on.
And it's sad that they don't, and they should, and they don't because it's
You can
sexist,
say
because
they
it's
you can say
sexist,
they
because
should
it's
all they
sexist
want, but
against
that's not
those
going to
men.
make them do it. They're just not going to. They're not going to do it. It's,
No, hold on. Like,
Fine, but like,
like,
So he
no, like when you
lactoid
say-
was by default.
hold on. First, I want to object to the bisexual man thing. Hold on. Let me just like be the only way they can do this, and let me object to Lactoid here with his bullshit he just spewed. It's like, what is more dominant than like you got a girl home, and you're like, come here, girl, let me eat that booty like gross. And you like grab him and you pull him in. You're like, nom, nom, and going to town. Like, that's dominant. You over here dominating, taking what you want, having a good time.
Yeah.
You're over here sounding scared, is what it sounds like.
I mean,
Yeah.
Lactoid.
look,
yes, I am scared of Giardia. There are some things that I am indeed scared of. Yes.
You'll be all right. It's called Listerine. You'll be all right.
Look, if you're gonna sit down and like you want to watch Seinfeld at the end of the day and wear face masks and have bubble baths and bake cookies and do stuff like
Those
that,
wild
and like,
parties.
Oh, the parties
Like,
that you go to,
no,
yeah.
it's not a party. Fuck you, okay? I'm not talking about a
You know
fucking
it's not a party.
I'm
That's the
talking
point.
about like if you're dating
It's a
somebody
Fairy
who's
Queen
your
party.
boyfriend, okay? All right, it's not a fucking party, okay? Like, no, it's not.
Do you guys
Fuck
share
you,
diaries too?
Okay, first of all, okay, so here's the deal, right? So like I think those things are fun things to do, and I would like to be able to do them with my boyfriend, but unfortunately, because of this whole bullshit like discussion, right? Like that's the other thing like that I really hate. It's like when you have an activity that you really enjoy doing, right? But then your boyfriend doesn't want to do it because that's girl shit. Like, fuck off, man. Baking cookies is fun.
Didn't you
It's
go on a
fucking
rant?
fun.
Didn't
And
you
if
go
I
on
have
a
to
rant where these
I'm
kind of
not
men
fucking
didn't get you
discussing that
going,
rant,
but
okay?
the
Okay.
leather jacket wearing like
I am gonna
like
throw
greasers?
this at you. Fuck you, okay?
Yeah,
I'm not
hold on, yeah,
talking
that-
about
no, that is-
That was live.
The hypocrisy, of course.
What? Yeah, that is weird. Like, hold on. You wanted a specifically type of man.
I am
who
a
would-
bag of
You
contradictions.
wanted a
okay?
lactoid. You definitely
not
wanted a
want anything.
lactoid.
First
You
of all, fuck
described.
I don't have a
lactoid.
motorcycle. It would never work out.
These are like
But-
two most crude people. I've
And I
ever
know
met
you
in
probably
a-
wouldn't ride a motorcycle.
I've seen lactoid grease his
I have
hair back,
contradictions,
right?
okay?
Like, what about what you described
Fuck
previously
off, okay?
isn't
Listen,
lactoid?
I'm just trying to explain, okay? So
This is a
I
fucking
like the
thing.
idea.
That's
Okay,
not true.
I like the idea of being with somebody who you can bake cookies, who you can do stuff that you like with that person. Is that so unreasonable? Like you want to
Baking
stay at the end of the
cookies?
day and
No,
like
no. We're ignoring
like
that. We're ignoring that
baking,
part.
like using face
because
masks, like,
that part doesn't match what you said previously. Because what you said
I
previously.
know it doesn't match my rant from a few weeks ago, okay? That doesn't
So
mean
which one is true?
They're both true at the same time. They're contradictory in nature, and they're always true at the same time. This is part of my problem. I have
Behold,
lots
the
of
woman.
Okay.
I have lots of contradictory feelings about things, okay? But
Okay.
I'm
Okay. Yeah.
reasonable, always responsible sometimes, okay? That's my motto.
There's what you intellectually want, and then there's what the heart wants. And then there's what other body parts want. Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's true. Hold on. But okay. But let me ask another follow-up question then. Of these two men, right? Of the lactoid, or I don't know
Okay.
who bakes cookies here, right? Let's say
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers, right? Which one of these guys do you respect more? Right. So like the guy does the
Mr.
bubble bath, he
Roger?
does all that stuff. I don't know.
Mr. Rogers. He was a
Mr. Rogers, okay?
Yeah.
Sure. I don't know. He's sensitive. He was a nice guy. But yeah. He does
Who
all
do I
the
respect
soft
more?
things. He does all the soft things. Yeah. But like, which one do you respect? Because this actually matters, right? Because this is the thing. Like, and many men have talked about this. Like how women say, "Well, yeah, I want a man not afraid to cry in front of me," but if he does cry in front of you,
Biggest lie ever. Never fall for
Yeah.
that. Never
I
fall
can
for that.
explain that. I can explain that. I know why that happens. Do you want to know why that happens? I can tell you why it happens, okay? This is what happens, okay? It's happened to me in dating, happens to a lot of women in dating, okay? So it's not uncommon where I will be talking to like some of my girlfriends and they will tell me some of the most horrible shit that I've heard in a very long time, okay? They will tell me some story about how somebody called them a horrible name on their way home from work, about somebody blowing up their phone with a bunch of nasty messages. I'll hear stories about them being like violently assaulted at some point in their life. Like they'll tell me like really like heavy shit, right? So they'll tell me this and they won't cry. Or the women will tell me this and it will cry, but it will be for something like that. And then there are occasions like where I will sit down in front of some of these men and they'll tell me some of their stories. And I just got finished listening to the war story of Sally, who was abused by her uncle and grew up in high school and nobody loved her. And now I'm sitting down in front of you and you're freaking the fuck out because somebody moved the television remote 5 inches away from it. Like I've had this happen so many times, like where I will find, I've seen this with men who I've known in my personal life who will get exorbitantly angry about really, really small things. Like the television remote was moved, the toothpaste is missing.
They're talking about crying.
The dog
Are they
shit
crying
on the
about the
front
television
yard.
remote?
They
That was the
scream and they
example.
get mad. They don't cry. They get
Well,
angry.
I think
They
that's
get
the point.
absolutely
That's-
freak out. They freak
that's
out.
what
They get
Lacroix is-
angry.
and now
And
they're
then
bringing
what
up
they'll
crying.
say afterwards is they'll give you some bullshit.
You're not addressing the
about
point
But
at all.
you're not allowing me to express my emotions. This is how I feel. Yes, I did feel that when I picked up the Sunday brisket and
No.
smashed it against the wall. Okay,
You're actually reinforcing
that's
of
my
like
authentic
you're
feeling of
you're
how I
reinforcing the
feel.
notion of
You're
like
rejecting
anger is
how
the
I
only
feel.
real emotion that we're not like. You're not.
I am not saying it's
you-
the only
you-
real
you missed-
emotion we're allowed to feel. What I'm
You missed
saying
the whole
is
point.
it
I
is
think
the one
the
that
example
they
was
express,
crying.
and it is
How
the
about you
excuse that's
engage with that?
used behind why they are
The
allowed to
example-
express
the
it in
example
this
was
way.
crying.
Is because
The example was
society
crying.
discriminates men's
The
emotions.
example was crying.
Oh my god. Yeah,
And I'm telling you that, like, usually,
you.
like, when men
but
cry to me,
I-
they usually aren't. It normally,
You
like, when
only
I've
gave
had-
examples of anger and the remote, so give examples of crying.
Okay, I have had examples of. I've had a couple of examples of men who have cried in front of me. One of them was for a really good reason, and I sat with that person. I made that person feel better. Like I comforted. Like that's what you do, right? Like you don't. But there have been cases where I've met a man and he has had a violent, loud outburst upon something that displeased him in a local area, and I don't respect that display of emotion.
Nobody's
I
saying
wouldn't
that you
respect that.
shouldn't.
I
Yeah, but
don't
nobody's
respect
talking about that. What if like my grandma just died? I'm like, oh no, mama died.
No, of course
And
not.
like,
no.
yeah,
Listen,
I know
okay.
women that would find that weak.
I have held ex-boyfriends in my arms who have sobbed about like things that have happened to their families, to their friends, to ex-girlfriends, like people that they've really loved before. And of course, of course you're receptive to that. And of course you're kind and you're thoughtful and you're attentive to it. Of course you are. Like that's of course that's what
not,
your reaction.
that's not the question. That's not the question.
But do you
though,
find
right?
it
Like,
unattractive?
Yeah.
No, I don't find it unattractive.
Fake news.
Okay.
I don't.
Don't believe that. Cope.
I don't. Why don't you believe that? I don't find it unattractive.
You
I
could
don't
have
believe
said
that
that
at all.
originally.
Actually, I'll tell you
when
something
went
else,
to
okay?
cry.
I will tell you something even more counterintuitive to, I suppose, what you're about to say. For a long time, the thing that I used to look for when I tried to date people was suffering. I looked for suffering. I deliberately wanted to sit down in front of somebody and hear them tell me some horrible, terrible thing that they went through, and this is how I came out of it, and now I am better.
Now we know why you brought up BDSM earlier.
That is a deliberate thing that I used to look for. And I would hear some crazy shit, guys. I heard stories of like people being thrown out of a building and like being people like watching their friends commit suicide in front of them. Like I heard some big, deep shit, like a lot of shit. And it was weird because like my heuristic that I was using, I don't even know. Like, I guess I assumed that, like, if you went through something really horrible, that it would make you a kinder and more sensitive person to the people around you. But frankly, that wasn't actually what happened. What happened was this person, a couple of things happened. A, they either got stuck with the universe has screwed me kind of a story where nothing is my fault, everything has hurt me, and I am uniquely cursed to exist, to have this terrible existence, and that is why I suffer, right? And that was one type of story. But the other type of story that I would sometimes hear was they had zero empathy for anyone else, okay? These people would shit on everyone around them. They would talk about how everyone around them was terrible and horrible and gross and this, that, and the other thing. And I mean like all the time, okay? And they would never like take that about themselves. Like they would never like take what happened to them and use it as a way to be empathetic to other people, which I never liked or understood. So that was another thing that I ran into. I hoped that because the thing is Prime, you know what I'm talking about? So like men do
Yeah,
this.
Prime, tell us.
when they say that they want to date someone, they're deliberately looking for somebody without experience. Like that's I think part of like why people constantly talk and meme about pedophilia all the time in these spaces. Like I talked to Tuna about this, and he thinks that the possible reason might be because like men on the left are worried about the fact that they are attracted to women who are younger than they are. And so there's this constant worry and fear about who is a pedophile, because that's a unique concern that he thinks that like men on the left have more so in comparison to men on the right, which I thought was interesting, and I don't know what to make of it. What do you think? There is an aesthetic there, you have to admit. Like you see like the guy who says he's a socialist, he's got tons of plushies behind him. They always have like the weird glasses.
Lefties are degenerate. I agree,
glasses. And they have like the you know what I'm talking about, like the glasses.
Typical Prime with your plushies and your
they're,
glasses.
They're really into anime. Yeah, I know.
The glasses, they've got the plushies, they've got all the shit in the background, right? There's an adolescent like sort of like aesthetic to it, right? Like I feel like even though this person that I'm looking on the screen is actually like 40 or 30 or something years old, I feel like it feels like the aesthetic of like a teenage kid's room, like when you talk to them.
Wait,
like
where's Gibbs? What's back?
I'm sorry, Gibbs, you were thrown under the bus, okay?
What did I get thrown for? What happened?
Not you, by the way, Gibbs. You are not included. At least
go get your glasses, Gibbs.
Listen, I gotta say, when we were talking about looking for damage, I think that people manifest that damage usually. I also seem to like damaged people. Usually they're covered in tattoos, have a drinking problem, maybe some daddy issues. All these are things. Maybe had like 6 bad exes that like did stuff that were just terrible. I'm a big fan, like about 25 age range. So yeah, I think this is a problem mainly the left has because they are.
But Prime, the reason I'm going down this whole like rabbit hole and like I'm sort of this whole tangent, right, is because like I think that experience is something that you should look for, right? And if you're dating somebody that really has no experience, right, that really has not been through significant shit, right, why should you expect that person to be able to survive or to go through bad things in the future, right? You want somebody that's kind of like a tested product, right? Like this one is gonna get you through, right? Because it's been through some bad shit before. So you want to know that, so that that when bad shit happens in the future, that person will be able to get through the bad shit in the future.
But hold on,
so
I thought you were talking about 2 different things.
We are talking about lots of things right now, and I'm kind of all over the place. But the TLR of it is you date. Like I looked for suffering because suffering indicates world weariness and I don't know, like the ability to survive. I suppose I don't know.
Yeah. So I thought you were talking about sexual experience, like originally.
I am talking about sexual experience.
She might look for suffering there too.
Yeah, both. That's what sex BDSM.
Am I making you all suffer right now?
No, this is fantastic. No, so in terms of I thought at first you were talking about sexual experience, and in that case, I do look for women with sexual experience because I want I don't want to have to train them. I don't have to train. It's like just like any other employer, right? Like you'd rather an experienced employee rather than
you got to undo all those bad habits.
No, that's a bad. Like, there's actually research on the employment aspect. There's actually research in terms of showing like the lack of correlation between work experience and actually like how you perform. Like that's a bad heuristic.
Oh, okay.
The sexual experience might be different, but work experience, like
Fair enough. All right, well then, good to know.
I'll send you the studies.
I'll take a look at it.
Hit us with the studies. Okay. So I thought that's what you were saying, but you're saying you're also including that. In terms of like experience, like world weirdness, I've never heard guys really talk about that. Like, have you guys? No. But like, it's not like a thing that they look for one or the other. Like, I've never heard a guy say specifically, "I want a woman who hasn't experienced shit in their life." Right? Like.
Yes, you have. Like some of them are surely.
Red Pill talks about that constantly.
But who would have said that in this room?
Yeah.
I don't know. Could you like give me like a
I'm doing all the work anyway, so I don't really care what they do. I'm gonna go ahead.
How do they construct that?
Yeah, they construct it like that. If they have less experience, then who they will grow to become will depend upon how you train them, and you won't be dealing with the aftermath of somebody else having trained them. That's sort of the language that they use when they're talking about why.
Elvis Presley's excuse for how he groomed Priscilla. It was exactly the same sort of language, actually.
It's the sort of thing that you'll hear Andrew Tate say. It's the sort of thing you'll hear from Fresh and Fit. You'll hear it. If you're listening for it, you'll hear it.
Yeah, I've never heard that one particular. I've heard that like sexually, but I've never heard it in terms of world experience. So, all right, that's new. Right.
Yeah, I mean, there's overlap.
Fair enough. But fuck, where do I think I was gonna go with this? I was gonna ask you something. World weariness. I don't know. I've
and also because if they have an experience that has something to do with other than you, then they're going to be more independent, and they'll eventually leave you.
Yeah. So you wanted to like breed codependency on them, like
Yeah, not codependency, dependency. Codependency implies that you're also dependent on them, which that would.
I feel like for those men, that's kind of actually what's happening.
Well, sure. In reality, maybe so. Yeah, but
yeah.
Their theory is that the dependency should be one way.
Yeah.
I think it's so to Fairy Queen, right? I'm skeptical of what women actually want in terms of these men, right? Like, I think intellectually maybe they might say like, yeah, bake cookies with me, but I think so many of them like fall. It's unfortunate. Fall back into like these very stereotypical like desires as to like what they're actually end up being attracted to. And I think that's like just the point that we're trying to get to, right? In terms of like how men perform like out in the world and emotionally, right? Like what Lacto was trying to get at as well. That if you break these things, then women don't quite see you the same, right? That you can be vulnerable to them, but in the end, like, and they may be kind to you, right? Like I'm sure you're a very kind person to those individuals, but you look at them slightly less or qualitatively different afterwards. So that's the fear.
I still think like having more experience is better, like when you're looking for a partner, and I don't just mean sexual experience. Like you want somebody
Bad heuristic. You want someone who's been divorced multiple times. Actually, most divorces.
Not divorced, but like no, it's not about how many people.
Yeah,
you want suffering.
Right.
But not just anybody that's suffering. You want suffering and somebody that has gotten over their suffering and turned it into something positive. Like that's a tough thing to find, but it was a heuristic.
That's boring. You don't want that. You want the ones in the suffering because they're going to be the ones doing the self-hate equals better sex. That's all I got to tell you.
Okay, good to know.
Is that Gibbs? Is that your mantra?
Listen, I'm just saying
that.
Find out for yourself.
And you guys think I'm the weird one, okay? The shit that Fairy Queen and Gibbs have been saying, like I am pretty normal comparatively.
I don't see. Listen.
That is not true, okay?
Oh, I seek out suffering men. That's what you said, and then Gibbs here is talking about how like he's seeking out like the tattooed shoe throwers because that's what gets him going.
But they're the fun ones.
FQ is like she feeds on despair. She's like, I feed on despair.
Listen,
it's like that's perfectly normal.
I don't feed
on despair. I don't eat pussy.
Okay?
Like a succubus?
I don't feed on despair. That's not what I'm saying, okay? What I'm saying is, okay, if you're looking for someone that hasn't experienced despair, okay, you don't know what this person is going to do when despair inevitably hits them in the future.
You're saying just like how there's some animals. Like brought this up like last week, right? You like how some animals they taste better. Maybe it wasn't you. Maybe it was
veal tastes better.
Some animals taste better once they've suffered, right?
Yeah, that's not true.
It's absolutely true.
Apparently, to some, it is like in some cultures. At least they believe it, right? I think you brought it up actually.
Fake news.
There's evidence on that. I'll send it to you.
But yeah, like it seems like it's
a lot of vampire mythology has it that suffering, makes the blood taste better in their victims.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think?
You see that in the literature all the time.
What do you think about that, Fairy Queen? What do you think about that? What are your thoughts?
I think my skin isn't pale enough to sink my daggers into someone for that.
I think
wait. Really into, hold on, really quick. Let's recap. Really into prim and proper parties, okay? And feeds off suffering. I'm starting to notice a little bit of a trend.
Drinks wine.
I am not prim and proper.
Do you have any mirrors in your house that I can display you?
Oh, what? This television behind you is this mirrors and stuff.
Well, we don't see
I'm not seeing a reflection. I just didn't see a reflection.
I don't see it. I don't see it. Yeah, I don't see it.
Make some garlic bread if you really needed proof. Okay.
Okay.
That's just a garlic thing.
Back to bacon.
Let's Okay, let's wrap this up.
Do you
Let's wrap
speak from experience, Gibbs?
Hey,
You lost
don't
that.
worry about it. All right, I've met some interesting women in the
He's
world.
tossed garlic
Wait,
and
what?
it's like, why
In
don't
the
you
world.
die?
Do
the
not
world.
meme about that unless you have a story. What do you mean?
The kind of women that Gibbs dates, like they would steal like his blood, but he would wake up like in the bathtub with like a kidney missing. That kind of.
That's fake. No, maybe, but no.
I mean, he's pretty
Girl.
close. He's pretty close to Juarez and Tijuana, so I don't
They
know.
sound like they have
man.
cartel connections.
Listen, I'm just saying. Well, who? Okay, this is never mind. But it's not the point. The point is, listen, they would not steal your kidney. That's too much work. At least not from a white guy. That's too much paperwork. Like you're not worried about that, lactoid, or someone that looks
You're
white.
not white. You're Hispanic.
I know. I mean, well, this is where the white privilege comes in from the looking like. We're gonna
You gotta keep your kidneys.
He is
You're
white.
gonna keep-
Hispanic. Yeah.
Law his white kidneys, his white privilege in his kidneys. That's what
Yeah.
he does.
You said,
Yeah.
that's the white privilege I got. I don't got.
Right.
Those are overlapping categories.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's like layers, like an onion. Like.
Oh God. Wow.
You'd even be more safe, Lactoid. They would probably feel bad. They'd probably like baby you. They'd be like, look,
I
can't handle it.
I would definitely like. I'd be watching my drinks around some of the women that you've described.
hold on. Listen, none of them are drugging people. We don't have no Cardi B's. We don't have no cartels. They just might like be very impassioned about their love for you and act out on that passion. Now that is like I don't know why you think they take your kid.
Yeah, because that's never scary. Yeah.
That's
Just
much better.
times of passion, Lactoid. Never goes
Yeah.
wrong.
Yeah.
A woman obsessed
Okay.
with you, like there's nothing that ever went bad there. Sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask. Okay, so last thing, all right. So like, because I've kept you. Well, I haven't kept you guys. You guys have kept talking. But do you? And this to the fellas, right? And I'm curious what FQ's thoughts on this are. Like, would you want? Like, if you had a chance to like be with a 10, right? Like an absolute fucking smoke show, whatever your dream is, right? That's this woman. But she was like extremely passionate, overly passionate, to the point that it was problematic in some ways, right? Not life-threatening, right? Not she's not going to stab you, right? But like this woman is like a large handful that you have to deal with.
Does
on
she
a
talk a
regular
lot?
basis.
You'll always have a headache.
Is
does
Lactoid
she-
armed in this
Like,
scenario?
does she talk a lot? Brian?
That I feel like it's gonna be a deal breaker for you. I mean, she doesn't have to just talk a lot. It's whatever is like she'll get set off by things. Less that she talks a lot, right?
Gotcha.
But things will set her off.
Like
yeah.
like underwear on the floor again, and then I got you.
Yeah. So like you're like straight up dream girl in every other scenario, but she's like super passionate, and it becomes a problem sometimes. Like, is that okay?
If we're talking about like absolute dream girl, like we're talking about like a career success that is going to be worth some level of like emotional
Yeah, sure. Like
investment,
let's say
right?
like
you bring her to a dinner party and like you're gonna kind of you could be promoted, just like they're gonna see that person, they're gonna be like, wow, this guy is obviously he's someone we want to put into a position of leadership.
But she might cook your dog. Like what are you talking about there? Like say it's Annette Garcia, Mexico with a great career, super famous, super hot, all the credentials, but you pissed her off, she's killed your dog. Are you still gonna give her a second chance?
Yeah, like she might like key your car, because like you guys have had a fight.
Definitely no for me.
Cost benefit analysis, I did measure like am I going to make more money or am I going to make less money? You got to factor it all in.
Interesting. That's your dream girl. I know Aiko's stance on this. He's already been through it. He'll deal with it. But
The manic pixie variety of dream girl. Yeah.
Yeah. And so Corey says no. Admiral Gibbs says yes. FQ. I'm not sure. I think it might be different for women and men, because passion might come out in more threatening ways. I don't know. But let's say you didn't feel threatened, but he was extremely passionate and would get unnecessarily emotional about things, and you guys would have like these arguments, and you would just, or maybe you've already answered this question. Yeah, like what are your thoughts?
Okay, so I have Dream Guy, but Dream Guy fights with me all the time. That's the problem.
Oh yeah, we already know your answer here. But he's problematic, right? Like I know you like to debate. I get you, right? I hear you, right? I
He's
know
Italian.
you're ready for the smoke. He's Italian, yeah, right? And it's super passionate, but like, he'll he'll I don't know.
I'll make fun of all your hobbies, all your baking, all your TV show watching.
Yeah, what do
Not in-
passionate guys do?
No,
Like
no,
overly
he
passionate guys
rolls
do?
up on a Harley, right? He's got a
Okay, I've had
unfiltered.
enough
He's
of
got
this.
an unfiltered
No,
Lucky Strike
no.
hanging out of his mouth.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
Lucky
I've
Strike.
had
There you
enough.
go.
I've had enough of this. All right, so let's just answer the question. So, Prime, the question is dream guy with a bad attitude. That's the question.
Yeah, sure.
What do you mean? Yeah, sure. Is that the question?
but
Or is it
yeah,
not
yeah,
the
but
He's
question?
Jesse
Okay.
from Full House, like that guy.
What a reference.
Yeah, I know, right?
I show my age sometimes. Yeah.
Yeah. But my point is that like he's problematic. That's the problem, right? Like he is. You've
How
already answered this question.
problematic?
Like he's super problematic. He's super problematic.
That means either I said the
Like
N word
Rhett
with the hard
Butler.
R at dinner parties, or like how problematic are we talking here? Like,
what do passionate guys do? I'm trying to like find an appropriate limit here.
Like if you could be like, whoa, you were like, yeah. Also, like, okay, you'll be over here talking to like a business dude at the party, and he'll come up and be like, "Hey, honey, can we talk?" Like, I can't believe you're over here talking to that man. Like, or,
Yeah.
and,
He's super jealous. He gets jealous and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Wait, but hold on.
Jealousy,
But the jealousy is like never directed towards you. He always just like comes in and embarrasses like whatever man that you're talking to intentionally, and then like it's and wins every time. Just embarrasses them.
just wins every time.
Yeah.
That just makes
I
it
don't
more
know,
attractive in her.
She's like, yes.
Like emasculates other men.
Emasculates every man that you talk to specifically
problematic
because
one
he's
here?
jealous. Specifically because he's jealous.
I don't think that would be what she would do. Yeah, I think the opposite was that like a
Oh, yeah, well, F
her.
you. Let's hear you.
I don't know. Listen, I've dated some crazy people. Okay, it really is like how much are you bringing to the table? I don't know. Like I have willingly dated some toxic people before, who have been jealous and who have had some of those problems that you're describing. And I was able to, and it was hot. Like I'm not gonna lie, like it was fun for a little while. Like at first. Right? Like
I'm
at first
so
it was
right.
great.
I'm so right.
Shut the fuck up. I'm trying to explain, okay? Okay, look. Yeah, at first, okay, it was very attractive and it was fun, okay? But eventually, okay, the person becomes way too jealous, okay? They start blowing up your phone at random parts. They start asking why you haven't texted them back, and it's been literally an hour, okay? And you've been messaging them and calling them like for the past couple of days, but this person still needs to know your whereabouts, like where you are at that moment in time. Like that is some nonsense on another level, and I am not dealing with that. That is bullshit, okay?
That's not fun.
Yeah.
All right.
So the answer is yes, I would date the person, but I may or may not continue dating them based off of their behavior.
Fair enough.
I love it. I love it. Well, real quick, that's the answer. But weren't you talking before about how like you want bisexual men who will bake cookies with you? And
that's a benefit, is it not? Is it not a benefit to date somebody who wants to do the same stuff as you? Is that not a benefit?
Do you think that's not the man you just described? But sure, go ahead.
Yeah, these are definitely two different images.
Okay, first of all, we need to stop. Okay, stop right here. Okay, so yeah, look, I hate to break it to you. Newsflash: yes, I'm a woman and I date men. Okay, so yeah, there are going to be some things that are considered to be tropes and like aspects of traditional masculinity that I like, okay? But that doesn't mean that I don't have a more nuanced view on like what dating is supposed to be. And it doesn't mean that like if I'm dating somebody that has like some submissive qualities or traits that would be a bad thing, okay? Like why would that, like these two things can in fact coexist, okay? You can have your Paul Bunyan that bakes you cookies and has his Harley, okay? All at the same time.
I'm just curious if you would actually marry him. That's like that's the question.
Are you kidding me?
Really,
Are you kidding me? If you could find the person who is like can be both of those things at the same time, that's what you're looking for. Okay?
No, not both at the same time. No. That's easy. That makes it too easy for you. I mean, like one thing or the other, right? Being the sensitive thing. Yeah. Would you actually marry them?
I mean, honestly, like really, like it boils down. I think a part of it boils down to like whether or not like I want to choose to have kids. I do really want to have kids. I want to have kids. That's really important to me, right? But like honestly, how much I tolerate, like how much niceness or meanness I'm going to put up with is going to depend on whether or not like I think that this person like actually
How
wants to be
much?
a dad. Okay.
How-
Because if this person is like, if I really want to pursue to have kids, right? Well, then I really want to have the person that is going to be nice, that is going to be warm and gentle and sensitive and sweet, because you can't have an infant and you can't hurl them like a football across
You
the
got to
room.
put those
right?
children in their place, like
But
in, like in a board meeting.
But if I found somebody who is interesting and exciting and all of the stuff enough, right? Then maybe I would choose to not have. I might choose to be with that person, but then I'm not having kids with that person because I don't want to. That would be the thing that I would change.
It's a weird construction to say like how much niceness I would put up with. That's like
Yeah.
right, like how
I keep getting proven right, Prime. I should start like a show on this. It would be
That's she's the
maybe.
trope in this case.
So FQ, I wanted two questions, and then we can actually wrap this up, right? So because it came up in another conversation, right? Like I was talking to people, and you came up, right? As you do all the time.
In here or like where? When did this happen?
We're just
Describe the event.
I don't know. Okay, look.
It was that kind of meeting? Really?
No. Look, it was just like it was after last Reverie, right? And it was no, it's not a big deal, right? It was Corey and Aiko and I, right? And you came up with conversation because we had just talked to you.
Way to rat it out, by the way.
I'm terrified.
I'm not ratting.
Let's
Don't
roll
trust
this
this guy with
forward.
the
What was
police.
said? Dear God. Okay. I'm
And
on
nothing crazy was said. I just
snitch.
had
a recording of this.
we're not.
He's pointing
on
them
the
out
pod.
right now for the cop. They're
I'm
over there,
saying,
officer.
bro.
They're over there,
Saying.
officer.
We're just like I had questions, right? And I made these assumptions about your personality, but we weren't sure. There's disagreement, right?
As did
What
I.
were
I
the
made assumptions.
What assumptions about my personality?
Oh, I'm
were
ready to hear
made?
this.
I'd like to know.
Okay, first, would you describe yourself as introverted or extroverted? I said you were extroverted, but Corey disagreed.
I think I'm probably honestly more of an introvert. Like I like to be with people. I like being around people. I enjoy that.
One
But
for
I don't
me.
always want to talk, right? I just want to be in the room and I want to turn off my cam and I want to turn off my mic and I want to listen to everyone else talk. And then if I'm interested, I might unmute and say something, but really I just kind of want to sit and I want to listen to like the conversation that takes place. And normally like if I'm in VCs like backstage, that is what I do. Like usually I won't say anything. I'll be like in the corner screen and I'll just quietly listen to what's going on.
Okay, then one other question. Then fair enough, I was wrong. I'll accept that. Has FQ ever asked out someone in person? Have you ever?
Yes,
Yes.
multiple times, many times. In fact, most times.
Right.
I ask people out very frequently. Like I don't know what to say. Like I'm
Very
usually like, well, no, like if I want to go out with somebody, I just ask them, and if they say no, then that's that, and I move on. Like that's just how it is.
So I was right on that one. Okay, yeah,
Yeah, that's one for you.
figured that would. Okay,
One for
fair
you.
enough. All right, that's it. That's all I wanted to ask.
We need a tiebreaker now.
You miss 100%
Yeah,
of the shots you don't take. I don't know what to say. Okay.
Exact. See, you got this, which makes me feel like you're more of an extrovert, right? That's.
I mean, I'm not like, I mean, I don't think that well, there are some times when I get scared, but I like to think I'm a fairly brave person and I will go up and I will assert myself when necessary. I just don't always like to.
You
Like, and I
travel-
would prefer to be asked, but I will ask if I don't know if that's going to happen. So.
You're the type that travels alone, right? Like we talked about this before. You like, and you're a woman
Like all
who
sorts
will
of
go out and internationally travel alone, and that's amazing. A lot of women wouldn't be able to do that. It seems like an extrovert doesn't just mean brave. I understand that, right? I know there's not synonymous, but like, it seems like that level of outgoingness would be like what you would more expect from an extrovert. That's like what my thinking was. I don't know.
Fairy Queen, are you picky with your food? Like,
No, not at all. I love trying new foods. I love trying new stuff. I like why?
the reason I was going to ask is because, like, I think a question, which I think I know the answer to, it would be like, if the waiter gives you the wrong item, would you like go up and like say that there was a problem, or would you just eat it because of like, you know, in order to not cause any issues?
I honestly, I'm kind of torn on that, right? Because if I go up and I tell the waiter, then it causes issues, right? But then and then it causes them, and then they have to take my plate, and then they have to. But if I don't say something right, then someone else has ordered their food, and now I'm ruining their dining experience by not sending the food back because now they paid for a meal that they are not getting, right? So I would feel kind of torn about it, and I would probably think about it for 10 or 15 minutes, but then eventually I would probably just eat it because the food is getting cold, and clearly no one's complained at this point. So that's honestly what I would probably do, but there would be a lot of gut wrenching beforehand. But why do you ask?
I just more, I guess.
That's a very introverted answer.
It's a very introverted answer, exactly, as opposed to an extroverted answer, right? Introverts would want to avoid any kind of potential conflict, and so they would be more likely just to eat the food. Do you like making phone calls to restaurants?
No.
Yeah.
I hate it. I hate that.
I think Corey's right. Prime, you
a phone call to a restaurant? What a phone call to a restaurant?
Yeah, check their availability or make a reservation or something. Do you call?
Wait, hold on. Who doesn't use OpenTable? First of all,
yeah, what?
Okay, I'm calling. I call everywhere. Okay, I'm not fiddling with
to assert his dominance.
I'm not fiddling with a fucking app. I'm not
ancient. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, and I also and another thing, I fucking hate these QR code menus. This is complete bullshit. I hate that shit.
That is fair.
I hate that. Yes, I want an actual menu. Okay, this is part of what going to a restaurant is about. If I wanted to order a fucking DoorDash, I would do that on my phone. Thank you.
Yeah,
I mean, I agree with that. I don't agree with the apps on the table. OpenTable is great. You even start getting rewards for these things.
I went out to a restaurant with a friend, and they're like, "Oh, this is a good restaurant. We should go there, right?" And so we walk in, and there's these waitresses, and they're chatting it up with each other. And I asked "Oh, can I have a menu?" "Oh, just scan the QR code." And then we went back to chatting. What the fuck? No, hand me a menu. So and if I have questions about the menu, let me know, right, about the items there. But nah, they couldn't be bothered. Scanned the QR code. Fuck you. I walked right the fuck out of there. But all right. Do we need a tiebreaker as to who knows FQ better? Right? Do we have a question that we want to ask her now that we have her here?
You can all ask.
I maybe have a clarifying question.
Don't answer first. Don't answer yet. No, we have to figure out what the answer is. Go ahead. Ask.
Well, no, it wouldn't be good because it's not really a tiebreaker then. Because I was just going to try to clarify of the people that she asked out, is it is there ever a cold approach, or is this all people that she pretty much has established rapport and a friendship with? But that's
honestly that can be some of the hardest shit to do, right? Which is actually why I preferred online dating, because you could just ask people, and if they're literally they have to swipe right, so you know that they're interested in the first place.
Wait, no. So so I guess to further clarify the question, so you've asked we weren't talking about swiping, you've asked face to face
people out in person. Yes, I have done that. Okay. Yes, multiple times, many times.
Just because the guy swipes right on you doesn't mean that they're interested. They there's a numbers game, so some guys just swipe right.
Yeah, there's a numbers game here. I want to know what do you mean by many times? Define the word many. Is this 3 times? We're talking 300 times.
Do you want to get the over under on this?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, let's do it over. That's a good one.
Listen, I know how these questions go, okay? Whenever you're asked to give a number of something, okay, that's always bad news, right?
Yeah, for a woman. Yeah.
Always bad.
Listen, you already said it. More experience is better. So we know your take, but let's. I want to hear the over under from these boys here.
Well, first of all, I'm not quite that experienced. I'll leave that. I'll let you make that compliment to someone else. But
you know you said it, not me.
But secondly, okay. I don't know, 5 times or something like that. I don't know. That's about how many times.
5 times is a lot for a woman, I think. I think it's a lot for a woman.
I agree. It's a lot for a woman, but compared to a male,
Listen, I have no reservations against very bluntly and directly asking somebody out, okay?
No.
The issue is that again, although I keep saying this over and over again, a lot of men say that they would love to be asked out. That's not actually true in my experience. My experience, when you ask somebody out, there is kind of an element of, oh my gosh, I was asked out. There is that there, but there's also, this is kind of weird. Why are you asking me out? I'm the one who's supposed to be doing the asking out, right?
Well, you're getting this from the bisexual men you ask out?
I had to break it to you, but people don't have bisexual glued as a sign on top of their heads whenever they walk out in public. Okay?
You're clearly selecting for people that are going to judge you for asking them out.
No, I'm not dude, okay? Like you just I'm just being honest with you, okay? When you go out and you try to do things that should be equitable towards like what the man would prefer. He gets asked out, you offer to pay, you do pay, you come up with ideas of shit to do. Do you know how many times I've planned interesting, cool shit to do and then we don't do it because of some fucking bullshit like he
cool,
doesn't
interesting
Yeah,
stuff.
I think I need wow, what do you call cool and
Are
interesting?
these Sex in the City parties and Seinfeld?
Look, no, I don't ask the person what
Baking
sex-
cookies. That's what.
What's wrong with that? Okay, everyone should want
You
that.
got- you got like a refrigerator.
Here's a question.
Hey, there might be a
Who the fuck is
mimosa
anything
involved,
against
all right?
cookies, okay?
Yeah,
Cookies.
there for sure is a mimosa involved. Here's a question: have you ever dressed up your cat?
No,
Ah,
I will
really
never
thought
dress-
you would have.
I will never dress up my cat as long as I
You know,
live. That's so terrible. I hate it when people dress up their cats, those frou-frou little outfits and those stupid.
Not even with
little,
like a bow.
socks.
Not even with a bow tie.
Not even with a bow tie. I don't have a
No,
single.
I would have expected that she wouldn't have done that. We need a tiebreaker before we let's come up with a tiebreaker with her, right? Like, what do you want to ask FQ, right? FQ don't
Yeah,
answer.
y'all got to answer first. Yeah.
Yeah.
Answers.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of an assumption or the question.
FQ.
Okay.
Um.
That I dress up my cat. That's so terrible.
You
think I would
would.
dress
I feel
up
like you would.
I would not. I actually wouldn't. Okay.
I feel
would
as
never.
though you would. I feel as though when you have your tea
Why?
parties, there'd be a cat with a
I
bow
don't
tie.
have tea parties. First of all.
Okay. Now you're just lying. Okay, we can just.
I
Well,
don't
okay,
have
there was
parties
one.
Book club,
with tea with
book club.
tons of people there. Okay, I might occasionally prepare tea and have it on camera.
You might. Okay, you might occasionally
hey.
prepare tea and have it there. Sure. Okay.
Yeah, I'd occasionally.
But that's not a
somebody
tea
might
party,
want
Lactoid.
A
It's
single
not a tea
person.
party. It's just a party with
It's not-
tea, right?
It's not a party.
Person
it's
of
me
color,
in
it's
front of
not-
a camera, like drinking tea with another person on the other end. That's not a tea party, okay? A tea party is you invite people over. You're wearing sundresses. You sit down. You collectively. There's like 4 or
Right,
5
narrow
people.
version.
You make cucumber
Or you have
sandwiches,
Mr.
tea,
Fluffy
this is
Cakes
what you
next
do.
to
The
you.
fact that you have a very
Okay.
like specific description and like you're
I have
like
a normal person.
you're fighting me on the technicalities.
Oh, I'm sorry. You don't think
Mr.
the technicalities matter when it comes to the definition of words? Well, I'm sorry. I thought
She's
that was the
like-
sort of thing
Because it's
you
tea party?
care
No.
about, okay?
Yeah.
For a
She's
tea
like,
party.
She's like, Mr. Fluffykins, would you like some tea?
That's what I was. That's what I was imagining.
That's not what I fucking do, okay? No.
Special like cat gets ready for him. Yeah.
You guys are
What
so
was the
mean to
question
my
you had,
cat.
Aiko?
She's so sweet too. Where is she? She's around here somewhere.
Aiko, you had a question
Get
for her.
Yeah.
Don't
Well,
answer.
just as a tiebreaker, I think one thing was when you talked about being attracted to assholes. Was that a self-aware confession, or not? That
Okay,
I
don't
think
say
that's a tiebreaker.
Don't say
So we want to
Don't say-
talk
don't say-
about
don't
the
say-
drunk
You
No,
guys
person.
decide.
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Definitely
Okay.
yes.
Was it so the question is, was it self-aware confession, or was the other option?
Or was it something that she was advocating for, that she thought was like a
Well, I
positive?
would want to clarify and put like to really tease it out in the nuance of like not explicitly not a self-aware confession or like that's part, but like something she's actively like selecting for, as in this is a desirable trait.
Right. That was the disagreement. Yeah.
Yeah. I said there was a self-aware confession. And Corey, you said otherwise.
Yeah,
Okay.
more on the desirable trait.
Wow.
Yeah.
Corey, why would you make that bet?
So FQ.
Like, do we really want to rehash all of this from?
We don't have to rehash it. We just have
we
to
don't have
go.
to.
The
No.
answer. The
question.
answer was in her words. If you just
But
listen
that
to her.
would be the tiebreaker.
Yeah.
Like, okay, so was it a self-aware confession, or was it like she's
It's
selecting?
As
kind
in,
It's both.
It's kind of
I-
both in a way.
That's what I said.
It's,
both.
it's
but
both in a way, right? Like I understand. I don't want to go over this again. Okay, look.
You don't have to go over it again.
Why are
Yeah.
you? Okay, look. Okay,
we don't have to go over it. I won.
Okay, look.
Yeah.
It's I'm aware.
You advocate
okay?
for men being assholes?
No, I do not advocate for men being assholes. Okay, that is not what I. That is not.
It's
something-
just desirable trait. There's
Right.
You
It's,
have to
it's a
actually-
self-aware
you have to
confession,
You have
but
to
you don't
naturally
actually
advocate.
advocate for it, right?
No, I don't advocate for it. No, I don't advocate for women to date assholes.
Oh, well, then
okay? I
Prime's
don't
right.
advocate
But
for
it's a
Well,
it.
then
desirable
that's right.
quality. But hold on, but it's a
Yeah.
desirable quality, right? It's like
To
to some
her,
extent.
but she doesn't think it should be.
Well, yeah, I'm specifically referring to her.
I don't think.
would
No,
agree.
I do not
It's
think
an
most
ought versus
people,
an is.
period, should date assholes. I think nobody should date assholes. People should avoid assholes. Assholes are bad to date. But me specifically, I am weird, flawed, whatever the fuck you want to say. Okay.
That's okay.
So I
You're
happen
actually
to
very
like
normal.
assholes. Okay. So there
Yeah,
you go.
I think you're very normal. I think you're pretty normal.
Fair-
yeah,
yeah.
I don't think you're.
Yeah, I wouldn't
think
label
you-
it as abnormal per se.
Yeah. I think you're exceptional in lots of ways, but not in this way. I think you're quite mundane here.
Very much in line. Yes.
But all right, so we don't have to examine.
Even that little thing that you just did, that was also in line.
What? What was also in line?
A little
You want me-
snarky.
What snarky thing? What?
The thing you just did when we were talking about how it's all women, like they always say, don't date the assholes. We hate assholes, but then they get with an asshole. It's just consistent. The red pillars, they make an industry off this.
Okay,
The
there
red
is a
pills-
nuance to that though, right? Like I think like Destiny has even mentioned the nuance to that, right? Like negging, like to flirt, doesn't actually mean that you're actually degrading the person, like when you're talking to them. Okay.
Okay, first of all,
there's
you're
a way
using,
of like
you're using an example of someone who's been like divorced twice, like recently divorced. Like,
just
Well,
because
hold
he's
on.
divorced doesn't mean he's wrong, right?
He might
He's
have
not
good.
wrong.
He might have good riz. Just can't.
Oh, that's a
Make
good
it
point,
work.
Corey.
He might not be. Hold on. He might not be able to make a marriage work, but he probably can be able to pick up a
He
girl.
gets,
Yeah, no.
He gets women.
yeah, he does. So like that's the exact point of like, do you want is it a short-term strategy or a long-term strategy? Like I'm as far as I know for the family, okay, I'm pretty sure FQ wants to prioritize a long-term strategy. And like, yeah, no surprise, if you have short-term desirable traits that you're selecting for, you're not going to get the long-term outcome. And yeah, no surprise that Destiny, who prioritizes short-term traits and qualities, has short-term relationships and multiple marriages that end in divorce. Yes, that is the outcome.
It is 1:00 in the morning.
Yeah.
And we're all philosophizing about my future family. Brilliant.
I
All right.
I tried to end it so we can move past it. You don't have to
Why
answer
don't
any-
we? That sounds like
Okay.
a fun idea.
No problem. But anyway, this has been fun. It's been fun for the guys. I'm not sure about FQ. Thanks all. Guys, if you want to support the community, if you thought this was fun, consider supporting the channel. Subs to the channel, give subs. That's a great way of making the magic happen here. Shout out to the people who did help before, like Admiral Gibbs. For the ones that are left here, like Admiral Gibbs. A Mock Gaming Bot, I think maybe gave one. And Fairy Queen also gave one, and Social Logic, yeah. Help me support this channel, so we can do this for another year. Need your assistance. Okay, I'm gonna give an outro to all these amazing individuals. We'll start with my good friend Lactoid. To be fair, you were in the hot seat previously, right?
True.
We got the FQ. You were. And you handled yourself well. I mean, I think the answers were shameful, but
I make no apologies.
Absolutely, never. We love that about you, friend. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube. Thanks.
Okay. Next, we jumped on Aiko. Aiko, thank you for coming through and late and just being here. I just enjoy your presence. It's really all that matters.
Yeah, sure, anytime. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I worked a little bit late tonight, so I couldn't get here right at the beginning. But yeah, it's good. It was
Thanks
fun.
for coming through, friend. Next, and talk about your channel. You've like your videos and stuff you've been putting out.
I haven't really done anything yet, but I've just been posting like I like to make espresso drinks or whatever, and I got a new lever machine, so I've been posting some of that. That's about it.
Do you have anyone?
Nothing exciting like baking, okay? It's just
no baking cookies. I was asking. Gonna ask. Okay, fair enough. Next we have our friend Corey. Corey, thank you for dropping by. This is a lot of fun, my man.
Yeah, it's always fun, and I'm always grateful to be here and to, get into it with these familiar and fine faces and all the other ones that were here previously. But you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84, Twitter, X, Instagram, YouTube, it's Corey Campbell, Gibbs, iCow, Fairy Queen, Lactoid, always a pleasure. Love you, Brian.
Love you too, friend. Gibbs, you're a barrel of fun. Like honestly, dude. Like I'm so happy you're around. You are a true party animal. And I'd like to like one day like chill with you. Like honestly, I think
That'd be good times. That's always fun.
Yeah.
With the
Like-
urinal troughs.
Yeah, the urinal troughs and the piss nets. Yeah, it's good stuff. No, I promise we won't go anywhere with any of that. I'll try not to. But yeah, I'm Admiral Gibbs. Politics and DGen. That's kind of what I do. It's good stuff.
All right. And last but truly one of the best, thank you, FQ, for coming and being such a good sport. Like your perspective is really valuable here. Gives us like another side of things. Not a bunch of dudes speaking nonsense and assuming they know what women think. So it's really helpful there. But also just because you're so vulnerable with us, and it's really nice, right, to hear your thoughts. And yeah.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for putting up with me and my rambling. You can see here, you can find me at Fairy Queen's Cottage down here below on YouTube and at Fairy4x_Queen on Twitter. Please follow me there. If you liked what I had to say, please give me a follow. I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And thank you, Prime, for having me on. It's always fun to be on here with you guys.
Yeah, you're fantastic. And you keep putting up with us, right? No matter. Like, I think you're a really good sport. No, you
That too. No, just kidding.
Yeah, that too.
Well, that I'm proud to do, okay? But
you keep putting up with us. And we're really happy that you do. Like, you keep coming back, despite us, like, really razzing you all the time. But you're a really good sport, so thanks so much, friend.
That's okay. No, thank you for putting up with me. I know I talk a lot, so I appreciate you guys like handling my rambling. So thank you.
It's helpful in a talk show. So let's rate out. As always, I am unprepared to actually do this, but we're going to rate out to our friend. I guess Admiral Gibbs. He's right there. Yeah, I'm just going to rate out to my friend Admiral Gibbs. And
Let's start talking about OJ so we can.
Everyone,
OJ.
go into chat and talk about OJ. Like
the juice is loose. Spam that in the chat.
Spam that in the chat. The juice is loose. That's all I need you to do. All right, and he will love it. Gibbs will love you for it. The juice is loose. Keep spamming that.
Spam that in the chat.
Do that.
Absolutely. Based.
The juice is loose. And hell.
Yeah, but yeah, so we're out. At least I'm out. But yeah, this was really great, guys.
Thank you for the raid.
Yeah, thank you for having us, Prime.
Yeah.
And actually, sorry to interrupt. I hope actually, like you say, you save the planned topic for next week because I think it's a really interesting topic personally. Although maybe I'm alone in that.
No,
I thought it was interesting too. I liked it.
Yeah, I definitely will. It's I don't mind it when we don't use a topic of the week because that just means like next week I'll just use that exact same topic. I have no shame in my game. Fuck that. So
Gibbs, what the fuck is the title of your stream? Why? Oh, Gibbs
what is
left.
the title of it?
Debate panel. The female O is it real?
Oh, is it real? It is real, okay? It is absolutely real. And yes, if you're a good partner and if your partner is a woman, you should care about making her orgasm. That's what good partners to women do.
If it was real, I would have seen it by now.
So now that I have Gibbs, Gibbs.
So you admit you haven't seen it, Lactoid.
I want to emphasize the importance of the female orgasm. Thank you.
Okay, so on the other side of that though, how much effort are you willing to put out for your man, right? Because it's one thing for a guy to just climax, right? For most guys, it's just like within the mechanics of penetration.
I gotta manage guys. I gotta get to bed. I'll catch you guys later.
You're Lactoid.
You don't have to buy any more bullets. There's like no more.
I know I'm gonna get wrapped up in this conversation again, and then I'm gonna look down and it's gonna be like, okay, we're at 3 a.m. and I'm gonna be dead tomorrow. So I got a lot of shit.
Okay.
To do, so.
See ya, friend. Thanks so much.
Yep.
So yeah, FQ. Do you put?
All right, we're gonna write on out into our good friend Gibbs. So the content is continuous. Thanks for watching. All those who gave bit subs, all that good shit. And yeah, I'll see you guys next time.